Perfecto. Okay, so hit it, bro. An official welcome here to Zwartkops for the final round of Extreme Festival. Good morning to all our fans around the circuit and the fans online, both on Facebook and YouTube. Massive welcome to everybody out here for the very first time and our crossing to the final round of Extreme Festival's National Championship categories. We kick things off with the Sunbet ZX Masters Cup. We've got CompCare Polo Cup. They are there for 3 races today. The Mobil V8 Supercars are here for their penultimate round of their championship. The Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents will be wrapped up here today, as well as the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. DOE Formula Vee have got one more round to happen on the 14th of November at the Regional Extreme Festival, also here at Zwartkops. And we'll also wrap up Global Touring Cars and the GDC SupaCup here today. Gazoo Racing SA Cup is here as well, and that is what we're going to be looking forward to throughout the day here at Zwartkops for our coverage on the live stream of all of the action coming your way from the final round of this incredible championship. It has been an absolutely amazing championship. As we get into each and every one of the races out on track, we'll run through how the point standings are and how close things are in these championships. A lot of them coming down to the wire to the tune of from about 5 points to 1 point in some points on the track today. So very exciting racing expected to be happening. We've got ideal conditions, a little bit of a cool breeze, keeping the temperatures down slightly. We were up to 37 degrees Celsius yesterday during practice, and then a little rainstorm that complicated a few things in the CompCare Polo Cup qualifying and Super Pole late yesterday afternoon, but it was literally 5 minutes of car dirtying rain. And then, of course, we have got no rain expected for today, but we will be keeping our eyes on those weather apps to ensure that we keep you guys up to date with everything that could possibly happen from Mother Nature's point of view. But from the race spectacle point of view, expect to see some of the best stuff that we've seen all season long. Hopefully, and as I expect to see, the best has been kept for last here at Zwartkops and the final round of Extreme Festival. The official motorsport festival in the country is coming to a close today. We've got one more round of the regional side of that championship. Of course, that is on the 14th of November here at Zwartkops as well. That'll be the regional championships getting wrapped up. But man, are we in for a spectacle of note here today. Before we get into race action proper, we, of course, as always, bring you a couple of the Upfront press conferences and catch up with a couple of the riders that are involved in the various championships. And our first bit of race action out on circuit is the Sunbet ZX Masters Cup, powered by Red Square, shod with Bridgestone tyres, sparked by NGK spark plugs, and, of course, ridden on Kawasaki ZX-10s. The interviews, we managed to catch up with a couple of those riders yesterday to find out what their plans are going into this final round, particularly Graham Bambara. Sunbet ZX Masters Cup final round, boys. It's come down to this. Starting with you, Graham. Everything to play for. That number 1 plate has been heavy all season long, but it's nearly there. Basically one end on the championship.
Yeah, okay. In a way, we're hoping it goes well tomorrow. I'm very happy to be in the position that I'm in at the moment, with a nice lead, coming to a track which I like. Yeah, just hoping that there's no issues tomorrow, but I'm sure it'll be good and it's going to be close racing like it's been the whole season. It has been an incredibly close championship, probably the closest ever. And yeah, nice to ride with all the guys in the front, and it's been a really lucky year.
Hi, from your side, a little bit of mini ZX-10R Masters Cup last weekend at the brunch run in Thunderbikes. I think about 10 riders out of this class. I don't think Trevor got the memo though, so take us through the little bit of advantage you might have gained with that little run here on Sunday.
I think after my crash on Sunday, I don't think there's any advantage at all. So no, but it's great being back. Like Graham said, it's a big field we're racing in. All the Joba guys, I think, has got a lot of racing done around the track this year, especially with the Thunderbikes as well. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. We've got a 30 grid field, and I think it's going to be great racing with these two still chasing the championship. So can't wait.
Killer, from your side, championship's up for grabs. There's an outside chance. And with you, that outside chance is always one that you can capitalise on.
Yeah, just at the moment I'm just enjoying riding the bike, having an awesome time with the team, and obviously with all the Sunbet riders. It's just been such a great year, and whatever goes. I'm happy just riding, having fun, and that's what it's about.
One thing I've been dying to ask you, getting into this position, is what's the new bike like?
Well, Kalami was testament to how good it was. I was actually quite surprised in Kalami, but there's still a bit of work to be done there. Like around this track, the front end needs a bit of stiffening up, so hopefully we can get it a bit stiffer for tomorrow. And yeah, it's going to be good. We're going to have I think, a good dice in the front.
Well, we've got fans already from East London joining us. A big welcome to Jody and his team. It's like Willem Boyson has joined us, along with Goeiemorgen Mora. How's everybody doing here on our live stream? Hope you guys are going to enjoy the race action here as the Sunbet ZX10R Masters are about to make their way out onto the circuit. Now, you just heard there from Graham Bambara that he's up for the challenge today in terms of taking that back-to-back title and retaining the #1 plate on his Kawasaki ZX10. He'll be looking forward to going to battle there with Ronald Slamet, Trevor the Killer Westman, and of course the man who could possibly spoil his day, Jason Lamb, on that Motormart East London bike. And there is the #1 motorcycle rolling out. Michael Smith will be on pole. He's the 49 bike. Then you've got the whole array of ZX10s onto the circuit. There is our man. That is a Stefanucci stock standard Kawasaki, I believe. That's what I got told to say. After he was given a little bit of a strip at Kyalami. Looks like everything is good to go now to wrap up this championship. And he's got to basically just finish up the 2 heats today and be within that top 5 to ensure that he takes back-to-back titles. 6-3 Nation, I'll be happy to see that, man. It's good to see Sifiso Temba back out on circuit, and a nice field of riders on track as we speak, making their way around now. 24 of them in total, 8 rows of Kawasaki ZX10s. A little wave to the crowd there from the Avidan man. It's Johan Leroux, one of our top contenders in Class C here this weekend. He'll be looking forward to a good battle with the likes of Brian Bontekoning, fighting hard there as well with Wayne Shelley. Kyle Hart's been asked to join as well. You can see Mike Nathan's in the house as well from Mike Oxy. He'll be looking for a bit of Mike Oxy on Trevor the Killer Westman and on Ronald Slamet to get a little bit of extra air in the circulation, particularly when you're up here at altitude. It's going to be a definite requirement for this type of thing. As we're speaking, we're seeing Mark from Red Square pulling into our office, bringing in some cool reloads for us. That's exactly what we need, Mark. Timing of the gods, brother. Timing of the gods. Love your work, please. Nice cold one will go down like a bomb right now to get the vocal cords all lubricated there. Thank you, Mark. Red Square Reload, of course, are the official sponsors of ZX10, along with Sunbet ZX10R. And the Sunbet Group have had a phenomenal partnership with these motorcycle riders. Arguably, this is the premier circuit racing motorcycle championship in the country at the moment. We were up to 40 riders at one point at Kyalami only a couple of weeks ago at the Festival of Motoring. And now we have got 24 of them coming to the final round to do battle. Class A, B and C still up for grabs, and the overall championship is still up for grabs as well. So some work to do for Graham Bambara. He will be starting from the 3rd position on the grid. Inside line is always a good one to be on though. But it's Michael Smith, who was here only a weekend ago on the Thunderbikes, getting in a couple of cheeky little test laps there on his bike, who is on pole position alongside the Red Baron, riding for, of course, the Motorvolt and a Lacquer Racing squad. Dave Hammer's in the house. What's up, Hammer? How you doing? Landy Sinden's there too, watching us and getting some heavy FOMO, I believe. Yeah, fear of missing out. But we certainly are missing out you on circuit. Good to see you on a motorcycle last weekend at the Thunderbike and Track Day. But hopefully we'll have you back in full flight next season for the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup, one of our top lady riders in the country joining us on our live stream. So clearing the grid, waiting for the warm-up lap. They'll come and do their form up to the grid, and then we go racing for the first time today. Two-wheeled action will kick things off here at the final round of the Extreme Festival. If you are watching us from all around the world, a massive welcome to you. And if you're watching us here at the circuit as well, don't forget there is lots to see and do here today. And incredibly, we're also celebrating 40 years of the Volkswagen GTI brand, and they've got a nice fan zone for you to get involved in. You saw that on the upfront of the show about what's happening here at Zwartkops today. So grid is cleared. Motorcycles about to be sent on their way by Henny the flag. He'll give them a green flag just to go around for their final time to get a little bit more heat into that Bridgestone rubber and get ready to go now for the first heat of the day. If Johan Leroux can do that from that position on the grid, it'll be pretty interesting to see that he gets through there. Leroux coming from the 2nd row of the grid and hole shotting into turn 1, but that of course is just the practice start we've seen right now. Here we go. The fight is on, the championship is up for grabs. Van Bredar needs to just finish. Something must go wrong in order for either Ronald Slamet or Jason Lamb to have a chance of closing the gap down and taking that one hand off the trophy that Bambara already has. Bambara on the Stefanuti Stocks Kawasaki. It's a Stefanuti Stock Standard Kawasaki he's on as well. As we get into the mix here, Johan Leroux on the Avidan bike. Looking forward to some fights right through this field as always. And great to see, of course, Rod McLaughlin back there on the 9-9. Steve Golgocci is in the house as well. Watch out for him. He'll be coming through the field rapidly, looking for a chance to be in that mid-pack. He's been spending a lot of time here on the Thunderbike and Brunch Run categories in that regional and club championship. Hein McMahon, also a man who has had a phenomenal outing over the last couple of outings at Brunch Run and Thunderbikes, and slowly but surely getting to grips with that ZX10 of his. But as they come to the line, it's Smith, Slamet and Bambara on the front row. Trevor Westman, the killer, alongside Jason Lamb and Johan Leroux, first of the Class Cs. Wayne Shelley's behind him, also the Class C, and then it's Hein McMahon and Brian Bontekoning. Teddy Brook, Robert Craig and Byron Rothwell, ahead of Aubrey Murray, Apana Ganapathy and Henk Kruger. Then it's Henk Scaling, Ian Harwood, Jason Langeveld, Rod McLaughlin, Dieter Heiserman, Safiso Temba, Steve Golgocci, Stewie the Dog, Dr. Christie, and Jonathan Sherwin at the back as we get ready to go now for this first heat of ZX10Rs. Lights are on, lights off, and we're racing down towards turn one. Good start there from Bambara, coming from that inside line. He might have the whole shot. No, looks like Leroux's gone through again, almost as he did just a lap ago. Yes, Johan Leroux, whole shots. The oldest man on the grid is at the front end of the field and leads into turn two. Leroux on the Avidan Kawasaki leads out over the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul sponsored bike. Then it's the Motorbolt machine. Tucked in behind that, the Wayward Kawasaki of Trevor the Killer Westman. Michael Smith's dropped way back as you go into the inside here. Absolutely amazing stuff going through as they come up onto the back end of that back straightaway for the first time now. Also a big move there from Teddy Brook. Teddy Brook getting through on the second pack just ahead of Rob Craig. That's the man we see through turn four, heading up to the top of the hill. Two packs open up now. Wayward Kawasaki on the brakes. There's Slamet going into the lead. He takes the lead over Avidan Machine. So Slamet's ahead of his championship rival. Here comes Smitty. Michael Smith on the inside of Westman. Sits him up into Kenwood. So a nice little maneuver. Whoa, brilliant stuff there from the two of them as they go flying down towards the final corner for the first time. Bambara coming on the inside of Johan Leroux, looking for a way through. Can't get it. Michael Smith behind him in fourth. Looking to go there with Trevor the Killer Westman right on his tail. Jason Lamb tucks in behind the two of them as they head back down towards turn one and complete the first lap in anger. Wayne Shelley's there as well. Great start there from Wayne Shelley, staying up front and in that first pack and in contention. Oh, look at that! Michael Smith around the outside, putting pressure onto his former teammate there. Bambara feeling that pressure, soaking it up. A little touch between the two of them going into turn two. Great bit of manoeuvring there from Michael Smith, trying to find a way back to the front end of this field. He now looks to try and come in between Graham Bambara and Johan Leroux. Bambara has another look up into turn four. Can't make it stick. It's a super start here from Johan Leroux. Where and what did he have for breakfast this morning? I'd like to know. Certainly is working well for him as they go to the top of the hill again. Bambara on the brakes. Can he get on the inside this time? No, he can't. Michael Smith follows him through behind Leroux. Tucked in behind that is Jason Lamb, closest rival in the championship to Bambara. He's still behind him though. He's got to be ahead of him if he wants to keep in it. Coming through and up into the top end. Now they go down towards G&H Transport Corner. Bambara on that inside line. Michael Smith round his outside. Teddy Brook followed by Rob Craig. Rob Craig has got 82. Henk Kruger on his tail. Much improved Henk Kruger. Oh, to some aerial material here from our drone in towards turn one. Coming out of turn one. There's a move from Michael Smith again. Jason Lamb late on the brakes into turn two. He dives on the inside of Smith. He's up into third place. Make that. Yeah, what a move there from Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb out of nowhere comes slamming up the inside and finds a way past. So it's Lamb on the move. He's moved himself up into fourth place behind Graham Bambara, exactly where he needs to be, putting the pressure on to GVBD. Smith behind that. Then it's the Killer Westman. Trevor the Killer Westman all over the back end there of Jason Lamb. Trying to find a way a little bit further up, and of course now find a way past Michael Smith, who's fallen into his clutches. Now they come under braking. Once again up into turn five. Oh, Leroux runs wide. That might give a chance here to Bambara to get on the inside. No, he doesn't. Slams the door firmly shut in Bambara's face. Johan Leroux is just eating this field up and keeping them all at bay at the moment. He's actually holding them up ever so slightly and allowing Ronald Slamet to get away at the front. So it's Slamet that leads out as we're getting too close to the halfway stage. Ahead of Johan Leroux. Leroux's got Bambara, Jason Lamb, Michael Smith and Trevor Westman all over the back of him. Johan Leroux's got something special on that motorcycle this weekend. Unbelievable stuff coming out here of Johan Leroux as they go into turn 2. He's the oldest motorcycle rider on the track at the moment. He runs in Class C, which is for 55 years and older, and he currently sits in second place, keeping the man who would be king out and his closest rivals. Brian Bontekoning starting to come into the mix there as well, just off the back end of these 5 riders. And on his tail, you can see there's some maneuvering happening as well. Now is Bambara going to be, this time he has a big look, and he cements it into 5. Here comes Lamb, trying to go on the inside of Johan Leroux as well. Couldn't quite get there though. Another look there from Jason Lamb. Couldn't quite find it into turn 5 or 6. Look at Slamet's lead now. Slamet disappearing at the front end. Pulling away now from Graham Bambara. Here comes the wayward machine of Westman. Diving on the inside, looking for a way past there. Couldn't quite make it stick there on Michael Smith as they come across the line and complete another lap. Unbelievable race start to this one. Sean Golgocci's in the house as well. Thank you, buddy. Awesome for joining us. And I can see that our usual contenders are here as well with Stephen Leroux and Nicole. Yep, Nix is here. If Westman's on track, Nicole is online. Here we go. Back straight away again. Slamet's got almost the entire back straight away ahead of Bambara. Here comes Jason Lamb on Leroux. Leroux loses out. 3rd place to Lamb, 4th place to Leroux. Eventually, Jason Lamb finds a way past. Heading to the top of the hill now. It looks like Trevor Westman's having a big look as well on Michael Smith just in the background. We'll keep an eye on the progress there of Westman. He's through. Westman has got ahead. Great pick up there from Scotty Seward and our camera crew to pick up on that maneuver there from Trevor Westman, squeezing out Michael Smith. So we got 2 championship rivals now sitting 2nd and 3rd place. Ronald Slamet, man who could also be in with a shout, is a bit further up the road, but he's going to have to be up the road and hope that something goes wrong with the other rivals, because top 5 is good enough here for Graham Bambara at the moment. Bambara in 2nd, Lamb in 3rd. Great rivalry between these two all season long, and we've seen some chopping and changing. We've seen some wins go Bambara's way. We've seen a lot of wins go the way of Jason Lamb, particularly in the closing part of the season. He didn't quite go according to plan for him at Kyalami at the 2 rounds at the Festival of Motoring, but it's certainly going well here, and he's going for 2nd. He's up to 2nd. How's that move? Bambara losing out there to Jason Lamb as he slams it up the inside and into 2nd place through turn 4. Here comes Westman. Westman in the background, putting the pressure onto the back end, looking for a way through on Johan Leroux. It's now Lamb in 2nd, and Westman's through. Just saw that yellow wayward Kawasaki squeeze out Johan Leroux on the Abadan bike. So that is Slamet. The Motorvolt man getting away. What a ride here from Ronald Slamet. That Mike Oxy's working well there, Mike Nathan. As they come down onto the brakes now, Lamb trying to get away from Bambara. Bambara trying to do the same thing here as they come through. Bambara will have to look over his shoulder because Trevor the Killer Westman is coming, and we heard from Westman in that pre-race interview that he was up for the challenge today. Bruce Dantu and Willie Adlam have joined us as well on the live stream. Big welcome to all of our fans on the live stream. You've joined us in the middle of the first race of the day here. Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. Shod on Bridgestone tyres and in ZX10 sparked by those NGK spark plugs. Here they come. Once again onto that back straight away. Westman from Leroux, Smith and Bontekoning. That's Trevor Westman on the brand new Kawasaki ZX10R 2022 model. The only new motorcycle out on track. The rest of them are either 11, 10, 9 or 8 ZX10s. And this is the only 2022 machine you're seeing out there, of course. 2020s, 2021s, 2019s and 2018s all in the mix, but the brand new machine there from Wayward Team. And Killer is on it, and he was on it at Kyalami. Eventually getting through and beating the rest of the pack out on that new machinery. That's how it stands as they come across the line. We got 3 laps to go in this one. 7 down. As they come onto turn 2. Watch for some late braking once again from Graham Bambara. But look at Westman. Trevor the Killer Westman is in killer mode of note. Looking to try and get up the inside and find a way through and get past the man in 2nd place. He wants to get through first of all on Bambara, then get up ahead of Jason Lamb. I don't think he'll have enough time to close down the gap that Ronald Slamet's opened up, his fellow Cape Townian, but he's certainly up for 2nd place here, that is for sure. Back up towards Universal Motorsport, past the AMG Driving Academy and hard on the brakes into turn 5. Here they come. Westman closing things down here rapidly. And he's now right on the tailpiece there of Graham Bambara. About 2 bike lengths away, under braking is what he needs. Slamet hangs on at the front end. Brilliant ride here from Ronald Slamet. Getting the job done, doing everything right. Hoping that what he's doing at the front end is calculating some more points to bring him closer to Jason and closer to Graham Bambara for the championship. Westman looking to try and take some of those points away from both of those riders as they head back to turn 2. LaRue, he hangs on to 4th place at the moment. 5th place, I should say. And behind him, it's Michael Smith. Smitty just not able to capitalize on that very, very very opportune moment to be on pole position. But he's just not been able to capitalize on it. Aha! Thank you for that one. So some information coming from our young lady rider on the sideline. Apana Ganapathy and Dita Hazeman also on the brand new ZX10Rs. So thanks for that, Landy. I was told that the killer was the only one on it, but looks like some information coming in late there. Apana Ganapathy, all problems. Who's that going off on the sideline there? Back marker by the looks of things, it might be, just having a look to see, Jonathan Sherwin. Jonathan Sherwin is pulled into pit lane. So we're on to the final lap. And here comes Westman. Slamet hangs on to the front end. He has got no worries at all there. This man is just on form of note here this weekend and being helped out, of course, by none other than Alan John Fenter from Lacquer Racing. He's certainly on fire. Jason Lamb's had a problem. Looks like Jason Lamb had a problem. Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. It's Bambara. Where's Bambara gone? Graham Bambara's gone missing there. Is he just behind? I didn't quite see if he was behind Trevor Westman. Is that West? Just having a look to see up to it. This is Golgocci about to be caught by the leaders. Up into turn 5. So Slamet just behind Golgocci, heading into turn 6 here. Final 3 corners to go. Flicking over onto the left-hand side and down towards the back end of this final lap. So it's Slamet from Jason Lamb. There is Graham Bambara. He's in 4th. He's dropped to 4th place. Ian Harwood comes across the line. He's still got a lap to go. Slamet wins out. He takes the win. Trevor Westman in 3rd and Bambara down in 4th. Wow, something went wrong there in turn 2 and 3 there for Graham Bambara. And he drops right back down into 4th place. I said top 5 will be good enough, but it has to be top 5 in both races in order for him to take the championship. Let's see whether or not he's able to do that in the next heat. Ian Harwood there, flying down in towards turn 4 for his last effort up towards the top end of the hill. But it's Ronald Slamet who has taken the first victory here today and the first of the day's racing. It's Dieter Hazeman there with him as they pitch it into, yes, Dieter Hazeman and Rod McLaughlin coming to the line now to wrap up their race and the 10 laps of race action. As you can see, standing by in the pre-race area, it's CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Ronald Slamet from Jason Lamb. Trevor Westman beats out Graham Bambara, Johan LaRue, Michael Smith and Brian Bontekoning. Wayne Shelley ahead of Hank Kruger and Teddy Brook, the top 10. Then it was Craig from Marais, Apana Ganapathy and Byron Rothwell. It was Hank Scaling behind that with Jason Langerfeld, the dog doctor, Saviso Temba, and then it was Rodney McLaughlin and Dieter Hazeman who made up the top 20 there in Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next, we're heading into the CompCare Polo Cup Championship, and they're coincident with Clinton. It's been a fantastic battle between the two of you, particularly over the last couple of races and rounds. I think it's all coming down to the wire now.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's been an awesome season so far, and you know what, one more to go tomorrow, 3 races, a lot of laps and a lot of points up for grabs. It's a shame that Kalani was a bit of a waste, but you know what, at the end of the day, we've won here before, so let's see if we can do it again tomorrow.
Clint, some fighting words from both the drivers alongside you. You're sitting in probably the worst spot, but there's only 4 points in it, incredibly.
Yeah, you know, I've been in a championship like this before in the past, in Polo Cup, and unfortunately I've lost it, also at this track, but tomorrow we're going to turn that around. Like Yuri said, there's a lot of points up for grab tomorrow. Let's first finish qualifying now. Bonus points, every point now counts, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Amazing to see how cool, calm and collected those three drivers are, despite the fact that they are within now 6 points of each other heading into this first race of 3 today. DOE Formula Vee, of course, is the leader on 206 points. He's going to have to fight hard to keep off and fend off the attack coming from Clinton Besaidnout ahead of him on the grid. He's the man to watch out for, of course, Clinton Besaidnout. He has to try and stay ahead of Davy and of Yuri Swart heading into these first couple of races of Polo Cup today. In order for him to close the gap down, he's going to have to fight hard for honours in this one, because there's championship points up for grabs right through the day, and those championship points, of course, are going to be shared amongst those top competitors. There are also guys just out there to get as many championship points as they can. Remember what happens here: they score 20 points for a win, 17 for a second, 15 for a third, and then there's the qualifying position, which of course that point went to Davy van der Merwe. He managed to get the qualifying, and then there's the 2 fastest laps of each of the races as well, or the 3 fastest laps today in fact. So there's 3 points plus 43 points up for grabs. The qualifying point already gone, 43 points to play for now in the next 3 rounds of this championship here at Zwartkops. Charles Visser alongside Besaidnout are on the front row. Behind that, it's Natium Samanga, as you can see there for Zwartkops. Davy van der Merwe unfortunately made a small mistake in the last corner of Zwartkops yesterday afternoon in the Super Pole. Dropped him down to 4th place. He's ahead of Tate Bishop and Yuri Swart, his closest rival in the championship, right on his tail. Yuri also had some issues overnight. Yuri Swart's been battling with a misfire on that car all weekend long, and also battling with a shift on that car. So it seems to be misfiring on the longer shifts as opposed to the short shifts in that Bullion IT car that we see right on shot right now. Behind them, Jason Loosemore, his best qualifying ever there for Team Red Racing and the Security Gate Company machine. He sits there just behind the top 6 in 7th, missed out by only a 1/10 of a second for his first top 6 shootout. He's got Dean Fenter in the VDN Cars machine alongside him. Then it's Anthony Pretorius and Giordano Lupini. Gio, of course, coming from wins in Cape Town. Certainly a man to watch out for in the second of those Bullion IT machines, but hasn't quite gone according to plan yet here at Zwartkops. Rookie champion and a man to looking to take that rookie championship today, Jager Robertson, is alongside Cara Hill. They're down on the 6th row of the grid, and that's for Team Red Racing and Liqui Moly. Bryce Pillay and Nathan Victor alongside each other. There he is right now, the Summit Racing man. They're ahead of Mo Carodia, and that's the 5th of those Team Red Racing cars. Teammate to Clinton Besaidnout, Jean-Andre Marais, down in 15th place on the grid. 16th, I should say. And 17th is Joseph Ellerine for Squadra Corsa. So that's not for Squadra Corsa, for Stradale Motorsport, to beg your pardon. So there we go. That's how they're going to line up now for the first time today. See how things change up by the time this one comes to a close. As I said, 6 points in it. And here we go. Standing start. So it'll be up to Charles Visser to dictate the pace and watch for those lights to go out. Clinton Besaidnout is always good off the line, and he's a man to watch out for, considering that he's on the inside line. And if anybody's ever watched motorsport here at Zwartkops, despite the inside line being the lesser used line on the racetrack, on a normal racing line, it's actually got a little bit more grip than the pole side of the track. So that inside line is not a bad position to be in. And I chatted to Clinton Besaidnout this morning, and he was saying to me he's not too unhappy with 2nd place on the grid, which means that Davy should be able to capitalize on that inside line as well, and hopefully hang on to it behind Clinton Besaidnout down towards turn 1 to outgun Charles Visser. Visser coming off a win in Cape Town, also a man to watch out for. He is just on form at the moment. We've got some aerial material here from our drone looking over the pit lane and the start grid of race 1 of CompCare's Polo Cup. And a big welcome to all of the CompCare Polo Cup supporters and to the members of the CompCare group who are up at Volkswagen's Race Academy, being looked after today by Volkswagen Motorsport. Hope you guys and girls are enjoying yourselves as we are now ready to go. Just waiting for the green flag at the back. When those lights go out, we go racing. Championship up for grabs, 6 points in it. And here we go. Great start from Darby. He tucks in behind Clinton Besaidnote. It's a super start from Charles Visser off the line as well. Besaidnote and Visser side by side out of turn 1, heading towards turn 2. Little touch between the two of them. Oh, a big touch! That is Clinton Besaidnote sending Charles Visser sideways onto the inside of the circuit. So he drops from first on the position down to 4th place, and round the outside comes Darby van der Merwe. Van der Merwe staying out of harm's way, staying out of Clinton Besaidnote's way. Besaidnote coming together there with Charles Visser as they went towards turn 1, knocking him onto the inside of the circuit. Round the outside comes Darby, championship leader looking for the lead. His third closest rival is right on his inside line. Besaidnote hangs on to the inside line and takes the lead of the race for the first time. The rest of them trying to sort things out. Yuri Swart battling, you can see, still with that shift issue and some misfires. So it's Besaidnote from Darby van der Merwe. Natim Samanga tucks in behind him. So Samanga there in 3rd place for Zwartkops. The pole man is then to 4th. It's a steam train of note going through turn 5 and 6 into Kenwood. Little touch there, I think, on the back end of Darby, but no worries at all. He soaks it up. The Data Team Racing man heads down towards turn 8 for the first time. G&H Transport corner, and it's CompCare Volkswagen Cup. On the inside comes Charles Visser. Visser back to 3rd. Visser squeezes out Natim Samanga. Here comes Tate Bishop behind them. Bishop looking for a push to pass on the drone shot as we head down towards turn 1. Here we go. It is on. It was already on by turn 2. Charles Visser coming together there with Clinton Besaidnote and getting sent onto the inside line. Jason Loosemore up into the top 6 by the looks of things. Yes, he is. He's just behind Natim Samanga, about to go to 5th. He's got Giordano Lupini on his tail, the second of the Buglianati cars. Quarter Corsa misses a gear. Oh, Natim Samanga misses a gear, and Jason Loosemore and Giordano capitalise on that misgear there from Nati. Here comes Charles Visser attacking his teammate. Darby van der Merwe under big pressure there from Charles Visser as they go through turn 4. Team Red Racing fighting for honours for the championship, looking to get honours on the top end as well. I think Visser just wants to go get some retribution. He's looking for Clinton Besaidnote. He's on the inside of Darby van der Merwe. Darby doesn't really have to fight Charles too hard. He'll give him a little bit of room there to play, but here comes Tate Bishop behind that. Loosemore from him, Samanga, Lupini and Jagger Robertson. 3rd of the Team Red Racing machines. In fact, the 4th one, I beg your pardon, is tucked in there behind Giordano Lupini in the 2nd of those Bullion IT cars. Then you've got Dean Fenter, Cara Hill. Here comes Yuri Swart. Yuri Swart behind Cara Hill. That's definitely not where he wants to be. Take nothing away from that young lady rider in 12th place. She's doing such a great job. But Yuri Swart is a championship contender and he's that far down. That is certainly not where Yuri Swart wants to be, that is for sure. And Umpi must be really concerned. As they go through there, you can see coming up onto the back end of the field and looking at that back end, it's starting to get as hot as the front end. Jason Loosemore, security fences and services machine in that top 6 for the first time in his career. Brilliant stuff, ahead of Natim Samanga, ahead of Cape Town's winner, Giordano Lupini. That is where Loosemore sits at the moment, and he's doing such a good job. Coming off a national championship oval track championship that he's won, of course. He is on fire, and he's certainly got huge amounts of confidence oozing through him at the moment. Besaidnote trying to get away at the front end, get the job done at the top end of the field, pulling away now from Charles Visser. Visser's got Darby behind him now, but he's got a bit of pressure coming from Tate Bishop. Bishop not really involved in the championship. He'll be looking for just top honours in the race if he can. We heard this morning from Darby during his interview for the television side of the production we're putting together. He just wants consistency. 3rd place right now is good enough, considering the fact that Yuri Swart is so far back. Giordano Lupini coming together there with Jagger. Jagger Robertson out of shape. Lupini and Robertson getting a little tag. What a catch from Jagger Robertson. Brilliant driving there from Jagger Robertson. One of our youngest drivers on the field, and what a catch there from him. Yes, he's dropped back to 3rd last, but what an amazing bit of skill there from Jagger Robertson to catch that car in full flight and get it straight back into the hunt. Amazing bit of driving there, but Lupini and Robertson coming together. Maybe Paulie can get us a replay of that one if he can. We'll wait and see, but that was unbelievable action there from the two of them. So Visser hunting down the man who took him out unceremoniously into turn 2. Let's see if there's going to be a retribution. Oh, Fenter looking for a way pass as well now on Gio. Swartz got through on his teammate after that little incident. So Swart's made his way up just outside the top 6 at this point in time, but there's some manoeuvring to happen here in this race still. Team Red Racing's championship leader, Davy van der Merwe, in 3rd. Loosemore, his teammate, there in 5, ahead of Natim Samanga. Then you've got the 2 Bullion IT cars. The VDN car there of Dean Fenter tucked in behind those 2 Bullion IT machines, looking for a way through. Visser has closed that gap down, and rapidly. Charles Visser fastest on track at the moment. 12.6 was his fastest lap so far of the race. We've got a black and white flag being shown to somebody as well. Scotty, just have a look on that on the front straight. There's a black flag being shown to somebody. Try and see if we can pick that up if we can, just to find out who it is. As they head down towards turn 2. Unbelievable race action. There it is, black and white flag for ungentlemanly behavior being shown to somebody. Maybe we can just try and pick up on the number on that board if we can. I don't know if they've been able to give it out just yet. It'll come out probably for 2 laps. Maybe we can pick it up on the next lap. Here we go. Back to the front end. Visser versus Besaidnout. Looks like Darby's pulled slightly away now from the angry car. And Tate Bishop's under pressure from Loosemore. Jason Loosemore doing a great job here for the team. Putting every one of the rivals, bar Clinton Besaidnout, behind Darby van der Merwe. Charles Visser wants to try and take away some points there from Besaidnout. Late braking from Visser. Trying to get back up the inside of Clinton Besaidnout. Those two have already come together once. I'm expecting possible retribution here from Visser. He's not that kind of a driver, but he was certainly helped on his way on into the kiddie litter on the outside of turn 1 in lap 1. And he's now right back into contention there with Clinton Besaidnout. Amazing race action so far. So we got 3 laps to go as they cross the line this time out. Look at that aerial material of Polo Cup in full flight down towards turn 1. Nothing in it between these drivers. All equally matched cars, same tyres, the Dunlop rubber working perfectly at the moment. An amazing bit of race action so far from everybody out on track, and the championship is still wide open. If Visser can get ahead of Besaidnout, it's going to help his teammate out, and it's also going to bring Charles Visser back into contention for a top 3 overall in the overall standings for this championship. He's looking for a way past, and he's working frantically for it. Oh, a little touch. There's a little nudge into turn 4, looking to try and find a way through here on Besaidnout. Besaidnout soaks up the pressure. He goes inside and goes defensive for turn 5. Besaidnout late on the brakes, here he comes. Visser around the outside and tries to cut back to get that inside apex. Not quite close enough yet. Oh, running right ever so slightly was Besaidnout, but he shut the door firmly in Charles' face. Charles trying to find a way past now, but can't find it just yet. Here they come, back down towards G&H Transport corner. They're going to start their penultimate lap. 2 to go in this one. And there is nothing in it. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from these guys as they come across to start that penultimate lap. 2 to go. It's settled down ever so slightly in the mid-pack. The little gaps between the cars now have opened up. They've still got 2 races to come of the 3. So it might be a case of let's have a look and see what we can do in the next one, or possibly the 3rd and final race of the season. Right now, Besaidnout hangs on and he controls things. But Visser is applying the pressure all the time. There's a push to pass. Getting away now. Has Charles Visser used up all his push to pass mechanisms? Has he got one left to possibly still close down the gap there on that Stu Davidson's McDonald coloured racing car? We're going to see his, of course, team principal, Nick Davidson, in action in the Global Touring Car SupaCup later on. There's a move there from Gio. A little fight still on there between Gio and Fenter. Lupini and Fenter fighting hard. Visser and Besaidnout fighting even harder. Visser wants to win. Besaidnout needs to win to bring himself back into contention here for this championship. Unbelievable race action here in Polo Cup all season long. Davy van der Merwe, he's the man. He's on 206 points. Yuri sitting behind him. He's on 203. And Clinton Besaidnout on 201. So it's all up for grabs now on this final lap. Will Visser have a go? Let's have a look and see what happens now. Yuri Swart further back than what he'd like to be, that is for sure, but he's doing everything he can in a car that seems to be giving him a little bit of issues. We spoke to him this morning. He was saying there was some problems on the car. He was having some intermittent misfires. The gear shifts weren't working exactly like he wanted, and he was just hoping to survive these first couple of laps in anger. Looks like Besaidnout's got enough here. I don't think Visser's got any more push-to-pass mechanisms left. He's used them all to bridge the gap. He didn't keep one in the bag to try and find a way through once he'd bridged that gap. So it looks like he'll have to try an out-braking maneuver if he can, and it's not going to be here at turn 5. past the Universal Racing stable, and it's Team Universal, Team Red Racing in second place. The Stu Davidson's and Sons machine of Clinton Besaidnout from Koberger is coming down and possibly going to take this first victory. Besaidnout's going to close the gap down on Yuri Swart as he comes across the line to take 20 points. That's exactly what he's going to do. So Besaidnout will go to 221 points with that victory. Brilliant stuff there from Charles Visser. He'll move himself closer to that top end competition. 17 points goes to Derby. Behind that, one of the best finishes out of Jason Nussmore, tucked in behind Tate Bishop. And Yuri Swart is going to be concerned. Swart and Umpi in the Bullion IT machine. Unfortunately, not inside that top 6. He finishes up in 7th place. 7th place is not good enough to maintain, and I think he might lose 2nd place in the championship to Clinton Besaidnout with that victory. So we'll do some calculations in between the two heats and bring you the updated scores heading into race 2 later on. Absolutely amazing stuff. And from Polo Cup, and having a look at those results, we head into, of course, the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars first heat of the day. 10 laps of race action coming from the Rolling Thunder. They'll be down in the pre-race area. We'll be back shortly with race action here from the final round of the Extreme Festival. No, he's not. 2nd place. Darby hangs on by 2 points. Darby's got it by 2 points. Clinton's closed the gap. He's moved from 3rd to 2nd though. But he's gone to 2nd place as well. Clint's moved to 2nd. 193 and Darby and Clint. And he's moved to 2nd in the championship. Ahead of Yuri. 17. Yes, how close is that? So, Shaw. Oh my God, how close is this, Dave? So, Darby's on 223. Clinton's on 221. Shaw's now on 220. And Yuri's on 212. So, Darby on 223. That's pending Shaw not protesting that move by Clinton into turn 1. Darby 223. Clint 221. So on circuit at the moment, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars making their way around the rolling thunder of the Extreme Festival, making their way out onto the circuit. And before we get into the race action, let's catch up with some of their top contenders and see how the season's gone so far for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the middle, 6-time champion Mackie Adler. Looking forward to the weekend.
Absolutely. What a wonderful weekend we had in Cape Town, and Zwartkops, great facility as always, and thank you again to the DOE family for hosting us and putting up a world-class circuit for us to race on.
Was from your side, it's a battle for the second place in the championship. It's an outside chance, but you're always in with an outside chance in any format of motorsport you've been involved in.
Well, hopefully luck's on my side this time. Guys are fast, Terry's fast, who else is Franco, Jules. So I don't know, it could go down to definitely next weekend. I just need to get big points in against these guys this weekend. Hopefully in the reverse grid this time it works out for me. Cape Town didn't work out too well, but let's see.
Terry, from your side, it's been a fantastic season. You've got a 6-time champion alongside you. You've got a man who could be considered a rookie in the class, coming in and already showing what potential he's got. But of course it bodes well for the future of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the Extreme Festival.
Yeah, absolutely. For us, we've got a good platform. Guys are enjoying the racing. We've got a fantastic sponsor in Mobil 1. But obviously our main objective now is to introduce some new people, younger guys. I want to get guys with longevity, into the Formula now. And then, from there, obviously build onto that. But it's fantastic to be here again. It's a good weekend, spoiling out there. We expect to see a lot of big crowds out for the race, and we look forward to putting on a good spectacle for everyone that comes to support.
The Rolling Thunder out on track at the moment with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and expecting a big battle there. It's not for the championship, as you heard. Mackie Adlam has wrapped up his 6th Mobil 1 V8 Supercar Championship, or V8 Supercar Championship, but this time under the auspices of Mobil 1. And he's basically got it all to do just to enjoy himself here this weekend, and in about 3 weeks' time at the final round of their championship here at Zwartkops at the Regional Extreme Festival. The fight, though, is for second. And it's Thomas Reeb with an outside chance, Terry Wolford, Warren Lombard, and Franco Di Matteo, the Italian stallion, who will be looking to fight it out there for second place. Di Matteo, unfortunately, his qualifying did not go according to plan. As you can see, he's right at the back of the pack, alongside Steve Herbst as they come to the line. Julian Familiaris and Matt Gedlam, the front row. It's Thomas Reeb and Sam Dahl, Warren Lombard, Terry Wolford, Kutsia and Marks, and then Herbst and Di Matteo as they get ready to go now for the first bit of action with the Rolling Thunder of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Double yellows into turn 1 and 2, so everybody remains the same until they come out of turn 2, and then it's green flags into turn 3. That's where the race actually starts. And as they head down towards turn 2, Familiaris in the Di Matteo Racing Corvette leads things out over the Adlam Auto Jaguar. Thomas Reeb in that Cafe 9 Automotive Di Matteo Racing, and Mobil 1 grid car, that is the Chevy Lumina, in third place. He's ahead of Sam Dahl. Sam Dahl hangs on, keeping out Lombard for now. Dahl and Lombard into turn 4. The Pep Boys Automotive, and that machine, of course, was at the front end of the field in Cape Town. We're looking to do more of the same here in Zwartkops. A circuit he knows really well. Late braking coming out of Reeb, had a look on the inside, and he got a touch onto the back end. You don't want to be touching fenders or wings or splitters in big V8 Supercars. They will be pretty daunting, and they can cause some serious chaos. Heading down towards completing the first lap in anger. There's a look on the inside from Lombard, trying to find a way through there on Sam Dahl. Dahl runs wide, out of shape, and into the dust. Has he gone right across the circuit? I think he has, but he just stayed out of harm's way. Terry Wolford just avoided him. Looks like Anthony Marks also just missing out the spinning Sam Dahl as he just went a little bit wayward out of turn number 8, G&H Transport Corner. Everybody seems to have got through unscathed. Dahl has dropped right back behind David Kutsia though, so pressure coming from Di Matteo as they come out of 2 into 3. The Stallion looking to pounce there and get ahead of Terry Wolford. Close things down on Anthony Marks as they head through. This is where things could change up here slightly. That Fuchs Falcon just hanging on for now, trying to keep out the Cat. The Deltic Batteries Black Cat looking for a way past there with the Italian Stallion on board, Franco Di Matteo. He's a big push here from Thomas Reeb to close things down on Adlam. Adlam at this stage sits in second. Look at Familiaris. checking out at the front end, getting away from the newly crowned champion. Reeb, Lombard, and 20 marks. Di Matteo is now through. He's found a way past on Terry Wolford. Sam Dahl trying to come back again, looking for a way through. Has he been able to find it? No, he hasn't. Here they come down into turn 1. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th place. As they fly down in towards turn 1, this is where things could change up here dramatically as well. Cheryl Dean and Shannon have joined us here on our live stream. Great move there from Di Matteo. And 20 marks in the Tinco car, loses out slightly as Franco just forces his way through, and now up into 5th. Top 5 there for the man who wants to fight it out for 2nd place in the championship. That's one of his rivals, Warren Lombard. The Pep Boys Automotive Machine. Thomas Reeve up the road is also in with a shot, mathematical shot here for 2nd place in the overall championship for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars 2022. Terry Wolford is the other man involved in that championship. He's not where he needs to be. He needs to be slightly higher up there. He's got to find a way through there on marks. He's got to try and run with Di Matteo and close things down on Lombard. Slight gap sort of opened up here for the V8 Supercars first heat of the day. It's a 10-lap race coming away now, and we're about to complete another one of those laps. Amazing to see how these cars still in full flight. Block diffs on the back of them. 140k an hour in first gear is what they're capable of doing. Absolutely mind-blowing what these cars can do. 101 out of Franco Di Matteo is the fastest lap on the race. So you can see Di Matteo means business, trying to close that gap down on Lombard, putting in the fast lap times, looking to catch that very fast Pep Boys Automotive Ford ahead of him. Chevy Lumina, the braking up in towards turn 5. You can see that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobil 1 car trying to just bridge the gap onto the back end of the top 2. Look at the gap that's opened up between those top 2. Almost equidistant between the first 3 cars actually. Mackie Adlam in 2nd, 3rd place is Reeb, 4th is Lombard, being closed down dramatically. Oh, a spinner, Sam Dahl. Sam Dahl spins out. That's not quite what you want to be doing through turn, looks like turn 6. That's where that's happened. And looks like he might be stuck there. That could be a possibility of a safety car requirement. We'll keep an eye on that as they head towards turn 2. Here's Wolford, I beg your pardon. Wolford looking for a way through there. And double yellows are being shown into turn 6. That's where Dahl is stuck. Let's have a look and see if it's going to affect any of the cars that head up there. Maybe they can make it through there on double yellows. We'll wait and see. The COC will definitely have a look at that as they come past. But this is now the race on. And 20 marks and Terry Wolford fighting for 6th and 7th on track. Here comes the leaders towards that incident. So there we'll see for the first time a white car of Dahl on the outside. There it is. So they've got through under double yellows. So it looks like they might just keep it under double yellows for now. If they can get Sam Dahl's car out of harm's way, then it'll be okay. Here comes Di Matteo. He wasn't able to make a move up into turn 5 or 6, but he's definitely a lot closer now, coming into G&H Transport corner to complete another lap in anger. Once again, Di Matteo, fastest on track. And you can see why. He's closed that gap on Warren Lombard so rapidly. It's down to 0.6 of a second there between the two of them. It's a lot bigger in the opening part of this race. The gap between Familiaris and Adlam has also come down slightly. Not a huge amount, but there might be a little concern there for Julian Familiaris to keep an eye out. Here comes Di Matteo though. Big look from the Jag on the inside. Oh, nearly gets up the inside there of that Mustang. Mustang versus the big cat. Horsepower versus some kiddie power out there. And yes, the louder cars, Deltec batteries and Di Matteo Racing Jag sneaks up the inside of Warren Lombard, demoting him down into 5th place. Lombard into 5, Di Matteo up to 4. Will Di Matteo be able to catch his 2 teammates now? Remember, he's got Thomas Reeb, Lombard, and of course Julian Familiaris all running in Di Matteo Racing stable colours. So we've got 4 of those Di Matteo Racing cars in the top 5. Not too shabby there for that little stable, that's for sure. And 20 marks is 6. He's still got Terry Wolford behind him. Wolford has not been able to find a way through there ahead of Antony Marks in the 2nd of the Corvettes. First Corvette, that is Familiaris. 2nd is the champion. And Mackie Adlam just sitting pretty there in 2nd place. Wrapping things up almost Max Verstappen style with a lot of rounds of the championship still to be done. but it certainly helped out with those double points, 3 races in Cape Town, which he was not bedded in, for him to ensure that he can definitely make a plan. Tiny, nice question there. I can see that that Lumina, it's not the Tim Ken car of Henny G's. It's one of the old Orby racing machines that he's in. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mark Orby that was in the Chevy. So that's the car that Mark Orby used to pilot. Heading into turn 2, once again, 1 and 2. Just sitting pretty at the moment, no worries at all there for the champion. 6-time South African V8 Supercar champion there. In full flight onto that back straightaway. Mackie Adlam has just done it all right earlier on in the season, so he's going to just enjoy the last 4 races of 2022. It's behind Julian Familiaris, who's certainly been the find of the season, and he is also a man, of course, who is becoming a top contender in this category in that Corvette. Just chatting to a man who's behind the scenes here, of course, Terry Wolford and Larry Wolford, the whole committee of the V8 Supercars, looking, as you heard from Terry Wolford, to bring in some young blood into this championship. Also looking at possibilities of maybe some changes on the bodywork, bringing it into sort of a more modern feel of the current Mustangs and Corvettes and Jaguars of the world. Might be seeing that in the very near future, so stay tuned onto Mobil 1 V8 Supercars social media pages and the likes thereof, and they'll be telling you all about possibilities of the future of this category. Lombard through turn 1, flat, everything she's got. Brilliant stuff to see Warren Lombard. We saw him at the beginning of the season at the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops, and remember that is on 27, 28 and 29 January 2023 back here at the Arena of Motorsport. Zwartkops will be hosting that again, and Warren Lombard, of course, was the man who took the South African TT that weekend in his Cobra. Now flying, doing a superb job in another Ford-powered machine there. So it's Ford-powered in 2nd and 3rd at the moment. In fact, it's not. It's Ford-powered only in 2nd. Chevy's 1 and 2. And then we got Ford sitting there in 4th place and 5th place with the Jaguar and Warren Lombard's Ford. Familiaris doing it all right at the front on his final lap. So Julian Familiaris looking for a possibility of certainly getting up there and getting into what is the mix for next year's championship. Setting that car up, getting it ready to go, and potentially going to throw himself into the hunt for a championship #1 plate. Who can do anything about bettering the man who's taken 6 of them in the last 8 seasons? Amazing to see that. But Familiaris has done it all right. And it's Timoteo Racing, Gavin Wilkins Racing, and Julian Familiaris at the wheel of the Corvette for the first time today, taking the win in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Crowd are loving that. Big V8s, of course, always bring the crowd to the stands. Familiaris takes the win. Mackie Adlam comes through for 2nd place. Reeb takes 3rd. Cafe 9 Automotive Dimateo Racing Chevy Lumina beats out Dimateo in his own Deltec Batteries machine. Sam Dahl has recovered. That's good to see. I think he may be a lap down, or 2 laps down. In fact, yeah, he's 2 laps down, but he'll still get classified in 9th place, and he'll be ahead of Anthony Marks, who finishes up in 8th, behind Anthony Marks, who finishes up in 8th place there. So, unofficial results. There you go. Familiaris, Adlam, Reeb and Dimateo. Warren Lombard in 5, Wilford in 6. Beats out David Kutsia. We didn't see much of him. Anthony Marks in the 2nd of the Corvettes in 8th place. Sam Dahl recovered to 9th. And Stevie Herbst only completed 2 laps, so something must have gone wrong there for the prior instrumentation Corvette. He'll be classified down in 10th place. And that is our unofficial results for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Up next, we head into the championship fight, which is only split by 1 point for the Investchem Formula 1600s. out on track at the moment, the Investchem Formula 1600s. And the race for the championship is on. We managed to catch up with 2 of the top contenders. In fact, all 3 of them in the contention for this championship. And the 250,000 Rand that's up for grabs for it as well. Investchem Formula 1600s is coming down to the wire. And when it comes down to the wire, 1 point in it is absolutely mind-blowing. The man who's got the most work to do this weekend is Troy. 61, 20 points to try and find. I think you got what it takes.
I think we're very happy with where we are at the moment. Throughout the year, we didn't really think we'd get here. Obviously, we missed out Red Star, but we're very happy with the last couple of results we've had, especially Kalani. Obviously, that's a massive gap. I mean, there's only about 22 points or something up for grabs in the whole race weekend, so that's obviously it's quite a big thing to look for. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen, but that's not what we're looking at. I'm just here to enjoy it. Obviously, I really enjoyed the first round. Hopefully, we've made the car a bit better and developed it a little bit. And hopefully, I mean, I'm just looking for a good race weekend. Hopefully we can obviously stay third, which is where we are now in the championship, so I'll be really happy if we can stay there. But yeah, I mean, the whole year we've been very happy with where we've progressed. I mean, from race 1 in Kalani to where we are now, I think it's a completely different car, and how I've progressed, I'm very happy with it. So to look for the win in the championship isn't really what we're on for now. Obviously, to win the championship is a very big thing, but yeah, it's not really looking for this year. But yeah, I'm very happy with where we've come this year.
G, from your side, 1 point in it now. There's a couple of points up for grabs this weekend, so it's every man for himself out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very interesting situation I found myself in. I've never been this high up in the championship before. This is the first year that I'm actually contending for the championship win. So it's a bit nerve-wracking, but also I'm ready to fight. I'm here to win.
Sentiments there coming from the man alongside you. You've got 1 point advantage, Josh. What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, coming from a karting background, it's not the first time I've been in this situation, so handling quite good with the pressure. The year's been full of a few ups and downs, so hopefully this last race can go to plan. Been fastest both of the practice sessions, so hopefully the last one can be fastest and then keep that #1 position for all 3 sessions tomorrow.
Let's kick it off now with our first bit of single-seater action, as Johan Faria has joined us as well with Andre De Lange. Good to have you guys on board with our single-seater coverage now for 250,000 Rand up for grabs. 1 point in it, and how much do you want it is what you got to ask yourself. Josh Leroux on pole position on 81 points. Gerard Geldenhuys is a bit further back on the grid on 80 points, and the man in third place in the championship is on that front row, and he's on 61 points. So here we go. Gerard Geldenhuys down in 5th. That is not the qualifying he wanted. We're under starter's orders, waiting for the lights, and we're racing. Leroux goes straight across the nose and cuts off Jolinchek in towards turn 1. Voss follows him through as they go into turn 1, and he's side by side with Antoine Geldenhuys. Gerard Geldenhuys on the inside of his brother in towards turn 2. Van Wheelie round his outside. Everybody tries to stay in the mix. Not always easy to do that. Van Wheelie around the outside of Gerard Geldenhuys. Alex Voss is just ahead of him. I think Gerard might get demoted down and then falls into the clutches of Jason Kutsia. So your championship rival is down in 8th place at the moment, 6th place at the moment, as he comes just ahead there of Jason Kutsia heading in towards turn 4. Nice start there as well from the Kent category as they head up towards the top of the hill for the first time. It was a big fight expected between the 2 of them, or the 4 of them. How's this? 3x3 into turn 5. That's the way you do it. Thank you, Scotty Seawood. Great shot there from the cameraman. Good directing to bring that to us. 2x2 as they go through Kenwood now. But Geldenhuys drops back into the clutches of Schofield. Schofield around the outside of Jason Kutsia. Nice manoeuvre there from Troy Dolenchek to keep out Antoine Geldenhuys. Vos, Van Wheelie, Gerard Geldenhuys. Jason Kutsia now trying to return the favour on Schofield. The Fly Sapphire car gets demoted down there by the Coachworks machine. Great bit of driving here from our Formula 1600s. And I remember this is 250,000 Rand up for grabs for the win of this championship. Winner of the championship at this stage, if it stays as it is, could be one hand on the championship trophy and on the check for Josh LaRue as he disappears at the front end, as Dolenchek just keeps the rest of the field at bay. Keeping out Antoine Geldenhuys, keeping out Vos. Alex Vos has got a bit of a battle on with Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie has got his own little fight, and that's Gerard Geldenhuys, championship rival there, only a point behind. But at this point, 4 cars between himself and his closest championship rival and championship leader, Josh LaRue. Dolenchek from Geldenhuys. Geldenhuys trying to find a way through, has a look into Kenwood. Quite close enough to have squeezed through there. Difficult to pass on this track, particularly with these cars when they are so evenly matched, and the wings and slicks don't give you not as much advantage as you get when you've got the big straights of the likes of Red Star or Cape Town, possibly even East London as well. There's a little chopping and changing, looking for a way through as they go into the drone shot over the line. Dolenchek maintains second for now. Here comes Antoine around his outside. Late move and a dive and a clip. Vos hits the back end of Antoine Geldenhuys. He's also hit the back end of Dolenchek. Geldenhuys lucky to survive, but Alex Vos drops back down 2 positions, and Gerard Geldenhuys gets promoted up 1. Last and very late braking coming out of Alex Vos. He tipped the back end of Antoine Geldenhuys' car, then slid and went sliding right into the clutches of Gerard Geldenhuys, who just avoided him. Van Wheelie was there to pick up the pieces, but didn't quite capitalize on that. Let's have a look at that. Coming down into turn 2, there you can see Troy Dolenchek turns in. Vos late on the brakes. He touches the back end of Dolenchek's car and then slides into Antoine. Antoine Geldenhuys catches it, but it looks like he was just able to stay out in front. Yes, he was, of his brother Gerard Geldenhuys. So let's just settle things down here ever so slightly. That front wing might be deemed dangerous. We'll have to see what the COC has to say about Alex Vos's front wing so high up on the front end, not where it's supposed to be. But that was because of that little incident we've just seen at turn 2. Antoine very lucky to avoid that. He could have been taken out there, but he just slid around and managed to catch the car out of turn 2. His brother's right on his tail now. I wonder if he's going to try and help him out here. There'll probably be a little bit of team orders in the team today because of how tight this championship is, and I'm sure that Antoine is going to try and help Gerard out as much as possible. If you look at the way that they stand, Antoine Geldenhuys, of course, is down in 5th place, and he has to stay ahead of of Alex Vos to try and move up into 4th in the championship. Vos on 58, Antoine on 57. So where Antoine is right now is ideal. He will take that 4th place away from Alex Vos into the final heat of the championship. That's how it stands at this stage. Look at LaRue though, getting the job done while the sun shines, baby. He's out of here. Dolenchek in 2nd, looking to try and close the gap down, possibly move himself into contention for 2nd in the championship. But with Gerard in 4th and possibly into 3rd, if Antoine gives him up a little bit more space by the time the checkered flag comes out, that might be a bit of a maneuver that happens. I'm sure they would have spoken about all the variables involved in this race. Antoine has to be ahead of Alex Vos. Gerard has to be ahead of Dolenchek and as close to Josh LaRue as possible to keep himself in the hunt for the championship. So as they fight it out here for the final or penultimate round of the championship, there's a move from Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie going to try and capitalize. Oh, he's late! And he slams into the side of Vos. Van Wheelie very late on the brakes, trying to get up the inside of Alex Vos. Vos is out. Van Wheelie is out for sure as well. Look at that front left. Front left of that car is game over, and looks like Vos's race might be game over as well. So that is going to give a move here. Yep. Antoine Geldenhuys is going to move ahead of Alex Vos in the championship. There was only 1 point between them coming into this round. Antoine now 2nd, Gerard 3rd, and Alex Vos is out in the race. Now, I wonder if they're going to give him a pit board to tell him that Vos is out. If that's the case, he might let his brother through to ensure that he doesn't lose out too many more positions to Josh LaRue and to Troy Dolenchek. Josh LaRue leads things out comfortably at the front end. No worries at all there for LaRue. No worries for Troy Dolenchek. The brothers fighting on. Here we go. Up into turn 5. There's Van Wheelie. Late on the brakes. Nowhere to go. Slams into Alex Foss, who looks straight into the eyes there of Van Wheelie and goes, oh, come on. That ain't right. But 27 versus 87, and none of the 7s came out of turn 5 without massive amounts of damage to their cars. So, green flag out of 6. And Josh LaRue has got it all sorted out there for the win, potentially, with the halfway stage reached. Halfway stage of this race is now reached. Investchem Formula 1600s in full flight. Dolanchek trying to close the gap down on LaRue. Antoine Caldenes and Gerard Caldenes fighting for what would be 2nd and 3rd in the championship now. We'll see Antoine moved up to 4th after this one. If he stays where he is right now in 3rd place, 4th in the championship that is. And Gerard Caldenes will still stay in 2nd, but he'll be a couple more points behind Josh LaRue. So LaRue's doing it all right. Troy Dolanchek is also doing it all right, trying to bridge the gap between himself and Antoine, who's down in 4th. Dolanchek 2nd on the road, 3rd in the championship. And if he stays there, he may move a little bit closer to the 2nd place man in the championship. And not that red and white car, or red, white and green car, but the green, red and white car behind him, Gerard Caldenes. That's the one. So Gerard Caldenes at the moment in 2nd in the championship, and he sits in 4th on the road. This man doing it all right. Wow, what a bit of manoeuvring there. 3 laps to go for Josh LaRue. Little drone shot here from the side of the circuit, making its way around just over the top of the race car drivers' helmets. That drone is very close to those lids. Siamon Kukwana could have given him a high five as he went past there. Nicely done there from our drone pilot. Give us that up close and personal right above the drivers' heads on that main straightaway. So further back in the field, looks like it's Ron Van Wheelie fighting it out there with Duncan Foss. Incredible to see though, and if we can try and pick it up, Scotty, number 24 in the Formula Fords, further back there, is Josh Kutzer. First time in the car, and he's leading the Kent category. Brilliant stuff. We'll try and find it if we can, but don't worry about that if you can't. No, it's not an issue. It's the first car without the wings. That's the one we want. Dolanchek is 2nd place. Leader has now got onto the back markers. That is 4th place in that race. Ron Van Wheelie. And Uncle Ron just been caught and passed there by Josh LaRue. So he'll have 1 less lap to do. Shirley McMurray's just joined us. Hope you're enjoying all this race action. It's absolutely amazing stuff here for our final bit of action from the Investchem Formula 1600s. 2 to go. Penultimate lap has been started. 2 to go. Here they come. Dolanchek now onto the back end of Van Wheelie. Van Wheelie gives him some room through turn 3. Troisy goes through with no issues at all. Nice run there from him. Leader is the 8-9. Dolanchek in 2nd. And LaRue has done everything right there for the Investchem team. Looking for that money, looking for the title. And he will extend his lead over Gerard Caldenes, who will only finish up in 4th place at this stage. That's unless his brother Antoine gives up that 3rd place for him to just try and negate the points lost there from a 1st to a 4th as opposed to a 1st to a 3rd. So that is our 1st place man about to start his final lap. Troy Dolanchek behind that is in 2nd. Antoine Caldenes is 3rd. Gerard is too far back. Is Antoine holding back? Yes, he is. Antoine's holding up. Last race. There you go. Team orders coming into play. Great stuff there to pick up on that. So the team orders have come into play. Gerard has moved ahead of his brother. So that is going to move Gerard into less points lost there than what he would have been if he was in 4th place. Antoine, though, where he is right now, knowing that Foss is out, has given up that 3rd place for his brother, and it will allow him to then leapfrog Alex Foss into 4th place in the championship. Here we go, up to the top of the hill for the final time for Josh LaRue, coming up on some more back markers. The Formula Ford Kent category has been spectacular, as well as what we've seen at the front end here for our Investchem Formula 1600s. That's the man we need to see as well. Thanks for that one, Scotty. There is Josh, first time out in the car, and can you believe it, he's going to take his first victory in his first outing in a single-seater. Coming from karting, certainly a man to watch out for in the future as well. Here they come, down the hill, and into the final part of the race. Checkered flag on standby. Race 1 win goes to Josh LaRue. LaRue gets the victory. Dolanchek gets 2nd. Gerard Caldenes gets 3rd. Top 3 in the championship. slightly different positions to what they'd normally be in. And coming through there, Ron Van Wheelie giving up a little space there for Monkonkwana to come through as well in the closing stages. Amazing stuff there from them. There you go. So, let's have a look and see as they finish up the first heat of our Investchem Formula 69s. We're going to have to do some maths in between as well for that one. It's Josh LaRue with the victory. He wins out over Troy Dolanchek. Dolanchek beats out Gerard Geldenhuis and Antoine Geldenhuis. But it's Alex Voss with a DNF. And it looks like, unfortunately, problems there as well for Nicholas Van Wheelie. Schofield comes through ahead of Jason Kutsia. Taya van der Laan and Siabonga Monkonkwana beat out Josh Kutsa, who wins out the Kent category, ahead of Duncan Voss, Paul Schultz, and Ron Van Wheelie. Hepburn, with some problems, only finished up 6 of the 10. Right, so as we get into the... Oh, it looks like Duncan Voss might have got through there on the last lap. Just picking that up in the last part. Let's move in from single-seaters to our big bangers. The G&H Transport Extreme Supercars are up next. Nice one there, Scotty. Nice, buddy. Thank you. I know it's difficult to find him, but I just wanted to give him a mention because he got to the front in his first race. It was lacquer. You got him, so it's perfect. Thanks, buddy. Do you know what the point splits are on the Fords? How they break it down? I'm going to send Kelly a message. He's got to send me an update. It looks closer than it actually is. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars making their way onto the circuit now for their first heat of 15 laps. Before we get into the race action, let's catch up with a couple of the top contenders and find out what their plans are for the race day. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Rex, has been a fantastic season so far. We're almost finished. A little bit of work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, we are normally, well, we all almost finished. It's a bit sad because, you know, we've come with a new car, so we wish we could have got it at the beginning of the season so we could challenge the guys up at the top. I think Jono's a little bit fast. Kwanda's coming. So, yeah, it's been a great season. We've really enjoyed it. From round one up until now, it's been amazing. And we look forward to next season as well. Hopefully we're going to come back a little bit stronger. A whole bunch of new cars joining the series. And hopefully we can take it to Jono. I doubt very much, but we're going to try our best.
Well, over to you, Jono, for the next question is, what's the plans for tomorrow? Because you've got a couple of quick cars coming back again. Franco's back as well with the Porsche. Yeah. So home track advantage is not always that good when you've got a big field like we've got for tomorrow.
Yeah, look, I mean, today we a little bit off pace, so hopefully tomorrow I can put on my fast shoes or something. So Franco's a bit quicker than us today, but hopefully qualifying with new boots on the car, it'll go nicely. Yeah, tomorrow is just really, I'm pretty close to wrapping up the championship. I've just got to make sure that I don't have any DNFs. That's the main goal, is to make sure we bring it home. But yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, but it is going to be a challenge. There's a very, very fast Porsche out there, and Charles will also be really quick in the Audi.
Kwanda, you've got two fast boys either side of you. You've got a couple around you in all of the championship that you've raced in so far, but you've soaked it up and shown what you've got in terms of potential.
Yeah, like I said in the beginning of the year, coming into this year, we were using it mainly just as a learning year, just trying to learn the car, learn each track. I'd say right about now we had a good points, feeling confidence with the car. Every race we go into getting faster and faster. So on my side, super happy.
Rix, one more question for you.
Go for it.
It's been a long-standing relationship with G&H. What's the plan for 2023?
Just put us a bit on the spot there. Yeah, look, I think we are going to continue with Extreme Supercars. It has been a long-standing relationship. I mean, we've been together since 2011 or 2012. Obviously, we'd like to continue going into the future. We are in talks currently right now to extend it. There isn't a doubt that we won't. We definitely are on the cards to do it. So there's not even a space to watch. You know, it will be G&H Transport Extreme Supercars as always, and for the foreseeable future. I mean, this is our home. Yeah. This is where we want to be, and you know, we've bought the cars for this series, and as long as I keep the old man happy, we're definitely.
Here we go, rolling start for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Franco Sagranti, I beg your pardon, side by side with Jonathan du Toit as they head across the line for the first time. Diving out is Gianni Giannacaro. Just heard from Ricky Giannacaro they're going to extend that relationship, but unfortunately Ricky Giannacaro's machine had some problems in the qualifying. Bit of a fireball there from the G&H Transport Racing stable, and Ricky Giannacaro's Lamborghini Huracan unfortunately has not been able to make it onto the circuit here for the first heat. However, the usual contenders are there, with Scribanti leading things out over du Toit. Du Toit looks like he's got Stuart White right on his tail. Then coming through there is Gianni Giannacaro in the Bisc Racing R35 Nismo machine. That Nissan GT is absolutely mind-blowing to see when it's in full flight. Stuart White coming from international duties in the Lamborghini now, stepping up, of course, into... in fact, that's Charles Rangi's. Charles Rangi's right there. The two cars very similarly liveried. So Rangi's onto the back end of du Toit. That's the rivalry in the championship. There is White in the background, coming down onto the braking point, and then you've got Sam Hammond in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Hammond there for Trinity Protection Services as they go into this first part of the 15 laps. Kwanda Mokwena, just chatted to him. He's in a bit of a fight there, as you can see there, with Hammond. So it's fights all the way through this field. And G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, the man who would be king is sitting in second. He's got to try and finish up both races on the day, and if he does that, then that number one plate heads his way for 2023. Graham Bambara has just joined us as well on the live stream. GBBD, nice first heat there, buddy. A little bit of work to do. I think it's basically you just need to finish things up there and make sure you finish the race. That number one plate will stay at the Stefanuti Stocks and Mobil Kawasaki stable. So it's a BISC machine. It's the Bisc Racing G&H Transport Stable Nissan R35. Absolutely hauling through there in the hands of Gianni Giannacaro. But no one has got an answer at this stage to Scribanti, who's already gone down into the 59s. DeToy and Scribanti into the 59s. Under a minute around this track means you know how to pedal a motor car, I can tell you. Jonathan DeToy and Charles Oranges is not quite there yet, but he's only 1/10 off from getting into the 59s as well. So we may have 3 or 4 cars getting down into that incredible 59-second bracket. Gianni Giannacaro in full flight there for 4th. Nice run there from him. He's looking to try and lead things out in the GT3 class ahead of Marius Jackson, Damian Hammond and Kwanda Mokoena. GT3 at this stage is Giannacaro and Marius Jackson. The Audi just behind that. Mega Fiber and MJR Racing Audi. First Audi is in the hands of that man right there, Paget Racing's Charles Oranges. R8 GT3 sitting in 3rd at the moment, but he's 2nd in the A+ National Championship. Franco Scribanti leading A+. A+ Nationals there are Jonathan DeToy and Charles Oranges. There goes Jackson, then Hammond and Kwanda Mokoena. Nice run here from these guys as they go into this first third of the 15 laps of racing. Not a bad run here from Jonathan DeToy. As you heard from him, literally cannot have a DNF today. He's got to just finish both races and the championship will be his. That number 1 plate there will move across to the car just ahead of him. Stable mates, remember, both of them coming out of Stradale Motorsport. One with the assistance of Trans Africa Racing here from Zwartkops Racing Stable. And that is Scuderia Scribanti, who leads things out. Oh, on the sideline, the 7 car. That's Peter Zili. The Lotus Exige parked on the sideline there, and the exit of pit lane, just on the inside of turn 1. There'll be a yellow flag just in there, just to warn the drivers that there is a car on the inside. Not necessarily a need for a safety car, but there is another car slowing. Richard Daly's car seems to be slowing down the back straightaway. Yeah, looks like Daly's got a bit of an issue as well in that 370Z. This is an amazing bit of race action here from these guys as they come through. And I can tell you, the race action will continue right to the end of this championship. It's not done and dusted just yet. Another lap completed there for Scribanti. DeToy in 2nd, Oranges in 3rd. Equidistant there between the Porsche, the Lamborghini and the Audi. Yellow flag into turn 1 is because of Zili's Lotus Exige parked on the inside of turn 1. And now as they come flying through, you can see this is how things are going to just start to heat up ever so slightly. 59s out of Scribanti, 59s out of DeToy. Almost a 59 out of Oranges, with a 1 minute thing there with Dion Duplessis in the crossbow. Jimbo in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Mansour Parker being overtaken by the top 3 as they head down into the start straight. Zili going to make a quick call. Maybe looking for a bit of a towing assistance on that Lotus. Pete normally negotiates his racing career in a Speeds when he's driving sports cars, a Toyota MR2 when he races up the hill at Neisner, and this time out he's brought his little Lotus Exige for a bit of fun. Dion Duplessis about to be caught and passed now by Franco Scribanti. 997 is absolutely in full flight here today, but looks like Jonathan DeToy might have closed the gap down ever so slightly on him due to the traffic. Scribanti didn't have it quite all his own way through the traffic there, so DeToy has closed him down. It was 2 seconds, it's probably now down to about 1.5. But it'll probably open up again now that there's some clear air again for Scribanti. Duplessis waiting for Oranges to come past him. There's Jimbo Giannacaro, the big boss man of G&H Transport in the G&H Transport Lamborghini Trofeo. Oh, a massive one. That's DeToy. Du Toit spun out and crashed in turn 1. The championship leader has spun out and crashed in turn 1. A massive moment there for him. Jonathan Du Toit, we got the back end of that as he went slamming into turn 1's wall. The rear end of the Lamborghini just crashing right out. Du Toit is in big trouble here. That's a massive, massive crash there for Jonathan Du Toit out of turn 1. As he gets assisted by the marshals, he's okay. He's getting out the car. But there is potentially a championship being thrown down. And, well, is that going to affect the championship big time? It may do. As you heard from him in his interview, he gives a wave to the crowd, he's okay. There is the replay of what we got of it. The rear of the Lamborghini stepped out into turn 1 and slammed into the wall. A massive moment there. Jonathan Du Toit's championship could be done and dusted here. There's a good possibility. He said he could not have any DNFs. That is definitely a DNF right there. So we'll have to wait and see how that championship gets sorted out with the points in between race 1 and race 2 here today. But Scribanti has now got a comfortable lead over Charles Arangis. Arangis could potentially hang on to that number 1 plate. There you can see him climbing out the car there. Unfortunately, it's all gone wrong for the Lamborghini. And Jonathan Du Toit is going to be not happy about that. Medical team there almost instantaneously. And of course our joint venture marshals there, Kyle Army, Zwartkops. And there you can see the driver heading towards the Pretoria Toyota medical car. He'll be sent back into the medical center just for a final checkup by Hanneli and Donovan, our official medical team, to make sure he's okay. Looked like he was, but I'm not quite sure if we stopped the race yet, or did we? Yeah, we did. We went to red flag. Red flag with 7 laps completed means we're still probably going to have to do some more racing here. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that, but if they have red flag, that means they're going to have to go a lap back. So only, if I got that right, Paulie, we've only completed 7. 7 of 8 completed by the top 4, which means actually if they go with the red flag, it'll be 6 of 8, 6 of 15 completed. So still potentially another 10 laps of racing to come. Let's wait and see what they're going to do about that. Red flag, of course, during race conditions mean that you come to the grid and line up, which is what Scribanti and Charles Arangis have done, and Dion Duplessis has done the same thing. A couple of cars still circulating around and going to come to take up their positions as well, as we wait to see what's going to happen now after that big incident with Jonathan Du Toit. I don't want to preempt anything as Pretoria Toyota's pace car makes its way around the circuit as well. But Jonathan Du Toit in his interview told us he could not afford to have any DNFs today. That car looks a little worse for wear, and I'm not quite sure if Trans Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport have got the ability to get it fixed in time for race 2. Because if that's the case, Charles Arangis may hang on to that number 1 plate in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Certainly something that you don't see out of Jonathan Du Toit hardly ever. A mistake like that at this part of the season. But something must have gone wrong. And also, you have to contemplate whether something broke on the car as well, because Du Toit is not a man who would usually put a car into harm's way when he knows the championship is up for grabs. We didn't quite get the first part of the incident. We only saw the car slamming into the wall, so can't really see from the outside what went wrong in turn 1. But I know that our TV crew, who are also filming and recording for the TV production after this, may have got that, and we might be able to determine what happened there. Big Max making his way down there. That's the big flatbed trailer that we've got here at Zwartkops. That will load the Lamborghini GT3 onto the back of it and bring it back into the pit lane. Jono looked like he was okay. He got out of the car relatively quickly. And then when we got the medics down there, he was walking around, seemed to be okay. So maybe just shaken, not stirred. Okay, well, Big Max was asked to come down there. I think they're just moving the Lambo out of the kiddie litter and might just tow it here behind Romeo 1. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to tow it back into pit lane behind Romeo 1. I'm not quite sure who's in the car, who's going to be steering that car out of harm's way. Or do they just put it into a safe place to put it onto the back of the trailer? I think that's what they've done, yeah. They've just pulled it out of the kitty litter to make it easier to load on the back of Big Macs. Yeah, that was a big one, Sean Hartz. Certainly. Lamborghini into turn 1. Probably going to be just over the 200 km/h mark as he pitches it into the left-hander. And if it did break or something went wrong and he put the wheel on the outside, that probably would have been close to 200 km/h slamming into the wall as well. So there's a lot of damage on that car. So while we sort things out here down at turn number 1, we'll also get a chance to give our camera crew a little bit of a chance to have a little bit of a water break and a relief break. And we'll be back with action as soon as we know what's happening here at Zwartkops at the final round of the Extreme Festival. So it looks like we're back into some race action now for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Apologies for the break in proceedings there, but a massive incident in turn 1 for Jonathan du Toit, who has looped out his Lamborghini and possibly cost himself the G&H Transport Extreme Supercar Championship with that crash. We'll get confirmation of that in between the two heats, but he did mention in his press conference yesterday he could not afford to have a DNF today. And that could possibly be 2 DNFs with the amount of damage that was done to that Lamborghini. So Scribanti and Charles Arungis will inherit the front row for the restart. Giannicaro and Maurice Jackson will be behind them. Then it'll be Sam Hammond and Kwanda Mokoena. Dion Duplessis will be alongside Jimbo Giannicaro. And then Mansour Parker will bring up the rear of the field along with Zolile Letlaka in the Lamborghini. Up towards turn 5. Oh, it might be Damien. Apologies. It said Sam earlier. That's why I'm just checking. And if you look at the qualifying, Paul, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Sam Hammond qualified that car. So yes, I think it actually might be Damien in the car. Apologies on that one. The Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini. But here we go. Restart. They don't have to wait for the restart, which is what Franco Scribanti is trying to catch them all out on. And he will dictate the pace because he's the pole man. Waits for the lights, drops the hammer, and he gets away. Arungi side by side by the looks of things, or almost side by side there with the second of the Audis and that Nissan thrown in between the two of them. The meat in the sandwich between the 4 rings is a Nismo powered Bisc Racing R35. It looks like Gianni Giannicaro is definitely getting to grips with that new car of his. Looking forward to the 2023 season as G&H extends its long-standing relationship with this extreme supercar category. Right now Franco leads things out at the front end and he has got 7 laps to go, so they brought it to an 8-lap sprint race, having completed 6 in the first part. Kwanda under pressure from his fellow Lamborghini driver, and of course one of his sponsors there as well in the Into Africa Mining Group, Zolile Letlaka. Might be a good idea to let the sponsor play, but he's not going to give it up without a fight in the MJR and Into Africa Mining Audi R8 GT4. Currently also the leader of Class C as well at this stage. Big pressure coming from Hammond onto the back end of Jackson. MJR and Mega Fiber Audi under pressure there from the Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini Trofeo. Looking for a way through and about to be caught by Zolile Letlaka and Kwanda Mokoena. Dion Duplessis brings up the rear end of the field in the KTM Crossbow and sits in second place in Class C. Duplessis had a big moment yesterday as well in one of the practice sessions. Went off at turn 4 in that Crossbow. So he'll be just nursing the car home. I see, after Sean Hards joined us with a big ouch, Belinda Groenewald has also joined us. Big welcome to all of our friends and fans on our live stream feed. Hope you're enjoying all the race action here from the final round of the Extreme Festival's National Championship categories. Big move on here from Exo. Zolile on the outside of Hammond. Hammond going defensive into turn 5. Exo going to try and drive around the outside, use all the electronics and driver aids in that Lambo to get through on the Trofeo car, which doesn't have as many. There is a nice diffuser, a big wing, and some slick tyres that will help it get round the corners and stay ahead of Zolile Letlaka for now. Letlaka has a big look into turn 8, not quite close enough there on Hammond. Hammond keeps him out for now, and we got 5 to go for these cars in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Nice big field and not as big as what we'd hoped. A couple of cars with some issues yesterday, a couple of guys that have been participating in other championships that haven't quite made it here, and of course also a couple of guys that have had some broken cars in the last part of the season. Notably, the youngest of those is Ricky Giannicaro with some issues this morning and weren't able to get that car sorted out in time for race 1. Maybe we'll see the Hurricane on track at the end of the day in the second heat of this Extreme Supercar final battle. Great battle on here. Slightly older Lamborghini Trofeo taking on the more modern GT3 version of the Lamborghini brand. Clark has been at the wheel of that car for a while and certainly knows it well by now. Maurice Jackson still hanging on to second place in the GT3 class, although he's down in 4th overall on track. 1 minute flats out of Franco, 1 minute flats out of Charles Oranges, your top two onto that back straight away. Franco's done a 3:05 and a 2:90 from Oranges, so slightly quicker from Oranges. Maybe he's going to have a go here, but he's got to find 3 seconds first before he can catch and pass Franco Scribanti. 3 seconds to catch him, and then still try and find a way through there on Scribanti. Gianni Giannacaro looking for his first overall podium in his new car. That'll definitely be his goal if he stays where he is right now. Chatted to him earlier on. He was also looking to try and get down into the 1 minute flats. Did a 1:01 yesterday, which is one of the fastest laps he's ever done in his racing career. And as I say that, across the line, 59.9 from Scribanti. And he's answered the call there with Oranges stepping his pace up. Oranges 1 minute flat, 0.579. Giannacaro's gone through on a 1:02.4. Jackson maintains 4. Hammond still stays ahead of XO. So Lilele into 6th place, not finding a way through yet on Damien Hammond. Apologies for calling it Sam earlier on, but Sam, according to qualifying, was at the wheel, but it's now Damien at the wheel of that car. Nathan and Sam, of course, will be in the battle for Global Touring Car SupaCup later on in the Trinity Protection Services Polo GTIs. And remember, today we are also celebrating 40 years of the Volkswagen GTI brand. Some Volkswagen owned and AG owned products on track at the moment, as you can see. The Porsche out front, dominating. Lamborghini Trofeo of Jimbo Giannacaro caught and passed by him. Another AG brand there from Audi Group, and the Audi R8 GT3 of Charles Oranges now down into the 1 minute flat, 0.846s. 60-second laps out of Oranges consistently is what we're seeing. And the same thing could be said there from Scribanti's point of view, although he has got down into the 59s on a few occasions. The back end of the field is the drive machine. That's the BMW of Mansour Parker. He's about to be caught and passed as well by Scribanti. Jive Cold Drinks, the sponsor of Mansour Parker. Probably by the end of this lap or on into the next lap as they start their final one for G8 Transport Extreme Supercars Race 1B. Onto the brakes and into G8's Transport corner. He starts his final lap now. This is Franco Scribanti headed to the checkered flag. Oranges in second. No answer from Oranges. He's dropped down into the 102s now, so he's happy to settle for second place. He knows with Jonathan du Toit off track and out of action, second place would be enough. And could potentially, as I said, could potentially spoil Jonathan du Toit's lead of the championship. I'd have to get the confirmation on that in between the heats, but Jonathan du Toit, as I've mentioned on a few times now, could not afford a DNF. And there is potentially 2 DNFs there for the Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini. Scribanti into 5 for the last time. Double right-hander into Kenwood. Flicker through the left at 7, down towards G&H Transport corner for the last time here in Race 1B. And it is Scuderia Scribanti and Franco Scribanti Racing coming through to take the victory. The Porsche wins out. Oranges comes through for second. He'll be just behind there in the Stradale Motorsport Audi R8. There he is. Paget Racing, part of that sponsorship. Just ahead of Mansour Parker, who will take Class D honours in the BMW. Nice to see those two. And to the line comes Gianni Giannacaro for his first overall podium in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars in his new Nissan GT R35. Absolutely amazing to see it in full flight there. Jackson comes through for fourth ahead of Litlaka, who beats out Damien Hammond to the line. And they'll finish up there ahead of Kwanda Mokoena and Dion Duplessis in the crossbow. So let's get confirmation of that. Franco Scribanti wins out Class A+. Charles Oranges takes A+ Nationals and second overall. And GT3 win goes to Gianni Giannacaro and third overall in the class. Jackson takes GT3 second place and fourth on the class, or fourth on the road I should say. Zalila Litlaka will take Class A ahead of Damien Hammond. Kwanda Mokoena will take third place in Class, in fact first place I beg your pardon, in Class C, beating out Dion Duplessis. And as I said, Mansour Parker taking Class D honours there in the Jive BMW. Up next, DOE Formula Vee. They are our next part of the day's action and our second single-seaters for the day. DOE Formula Vees making their way onto the circuit. There are 2 championships up for grab here, the Formula Vee Championship and the Association Championship. And we caught up with the top 3 contenders in each of those championships just before we go to race action. Let's go and find out what their plans are for this heat. Penultimate round of the championship, and Pete, you've still got a chance of taking it here tomorrow at Zwartkops. What's the plans?
Well, the plan is to go out there and win both heats, if possible. But there's quite a lot of pressure from these 2 guys next to me. But yeah, I hope to do it tomorrow. Yeah.
Lionel, a little bit extra weight on that left hand. It's helping out in the left hand turns, not so good in the right hand. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
But you've got to catch Pete now. What's the plan?
Look, it's looking pretty good for the old man over here. But yeah, look, we're going to try and make life difficult for him until the bitter end. So we'll keep on pushing.
Kati, that number 1 plate's been very, very heavy all race season long. You've had to work hard to try and retain it. It's not over yet, so there's still a chance.
There's still a chance. So I went and I looked at the kitty litter already, so where I'm going to push Peter. So I've got a chance, and we're going to try and take that chance. But I think there's like a Hills family team here, so it's going to be tough, but we're going to give it a go.
The association class in Formula V has been pretty spectacular as well. Yusuf, you've got a little bit of an advantage with 2 rounds to go, and a bit of work to do tomorrow.
Yes, I've got quite a lot of work to do still for tomorrow, especially with these 2 guys. They're quite on pace this weekend, so I'm hoping for the best.
Carl Poofrot. What is that? Tell us all about that little nickname.
That's the guys that work with a bit of an inside joke because they're all a little bit on the skinny side. So I try and do a little bit of exercise and try and motivate them, but they don't always listen to me. So it came through from there. So I look a little bit bulkier than what they do. So that's where the nickname.
Oh, so you're on the juice? Is that what you're saying?
No. all legit shit. So no juice. So yeah. But in any case. So that's where the inside joke comes from with the gents.
You've had a great season so far. Take us through what your plans are for tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're going to just try and give our best. We've had a bit of DNF issues this year. A few too many actually. That's why the guys gapped me a bit. But I'm going to try my best, give these oaks a lot of hassles tomorrow if I can, and give them a good race. They can't have it easy, so we had to give them a tough time and see if we can hang with the best of them.
Theo? You're hanging with the best in that the front. They're in second place at the moment. So in the middle of these 2 tomorrow, what's your plan for the attack?
Well, the only plan is just to finish ahead of them, you know. Then job done. So we're going to try our best, and hopefully we've got Vaughan in the mix and Eric Boyens, you know. So us top 3, we're still a bit slow on pace with them, but we're going to go for it. Just finish ahead of these oaks.
That's how simple it should be, Theo for Mark. Let's see if we can get it right though here in this first heat. 12 laps of action coming away now. We've still got another 12 later on in the day as well for DOE Formula Vees. They've had a phenomenal season. 2 championships up for grabs, the overall championship and the association championship. We heard from Peter Hills, he wants 2 wins on the day, and he's brought the entire Hills family with him, as you heard, coming from Gert van der Berg. Front row is Gert van der Berg and Peter Hills. So he's on the inside line, which is probably the ideal line to be on if you can get the start right. Lendl Janssen and Vaughan Hills behind that. Then it's Eric Boyens and MD Bester, Brandon Hills and Sean van der Linde, Henk van der Berg, and Yusuf Kotze leads out the association challenge. As he's got Carl Watt and Theo van Mark behind him as we get underway for race 1. Good start from Gert van der Berg, good start as well coming from the 11 car there. And sneaking through Vaughan Hills, just getting up their road. As you can see, they make their way down in towards turn 1 for the first time. This is where things could get a little bit real. Hills versus Hills coming out of turn number 1, and now as they're coming through turn 2, they start to sort things out there. Brandon Hills in the 33 car down in about 7th spot at the moment, off the line. But out front, it's exactly where Gert van der Berg wants to be. Although he might not be able to defend that championship now, with the number 1 plate being a little bit heavier, as we spoke to him in that pre-race press conference. He's got a lot of work to do here in this one. Let's see if he gets it all right. Back of the field there, you can see the 19 car coming through, and Blaine DeMalion, unfortunately, with some problems. Van der Berg under pressure there from Vaughan Hills, and he's now move up the inside from... Yes, it is. Lendl Janssen. Oh, a little sideways there from 84 out of shape. A little bit of problems there for him, unfortunately, for MD Bester, but he managed to catch it. It has split the field up ever so slightly. Theo van Mark trying to come through there as well and capitalise on that. And he tries to get on that inside line, just not able to get through there. Yusuf Kotze into the mix once again and fighting hard with Henk van der Berg. And you can see MD Bester and Michael Koenig. Out front though, Gert van der Berg, Vaughan Hills, 1 and 2. It is Lendl Janssen into third, and then here's the replay. Oh, MD just got out of shape, catches it. The golf racing machine, get a little tag there, touching some wheels that might have done some damage to the struts. Not a lot of suspension on these cars, but those suspension struts are there, and you'll definitely start to feel the effects of that little tag. First four getting away from the pack. Van der Linde on the inside of that golf racing car, and the 5-4 machine, of course, of Eric Boyens, fighting hard with Van der Linde. He was lucky to survive that little tag between himself and MD Bester. Van der Berg, Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills up to third and squeezes out Lendl Janssen. Hills now up into third place. He's got his teammate from Gazoo Racing just ahead of him as they head down towards G&H Transport Corner again and complete another lap in anger. Second pack is headed up by the 5-4 Boyens. Van der Linde's in there too. And they complete another lap. So it's Van der Berg, Hills, Janssen, Boyens, Van der Linde, Brandon Hills, Carl Watt. At this stage, Carl Watt leads out the association category. He's got Hendrik van der Berg tucked in between himself and Josef Kotze and Theo Vermaak, his two closest rivals. We spoke to old Paul Frotte, and he said, yeah, definitely going to be the man to watch today. He wants to be ahead of both the association contenders in Josef Kotze and Theo Vermaak, and that's exactly where he is. Peter Hills getting a little bit of opportunity there, opened up the door, great move there. Team orders coming into play by the looks of it. Vaughan Hills moves out the way, allows Peter through into second, and then goes defensive to keep out Lendl Janssen. So a nice little fight here, but of course the team has come to play, as you heard from Lendl Janssen and from Gert van der Berg. Team game can be a big factor at this stage of a season. And it looks like that's exactly what Vaughan is doing right now to keep out Lendl Janssen. He's leaving Peter to go and catch Gert van der Berg. Boyens behind that, Van der Linde. Then it's Brandon Hills. Carl Watt. Looks like Josef Kotze just behind him. So as they complete another lap here of the 12. 10 to go, 2 done. Van der Berg continues to lead things out. Maintaining the gap. Only just over Peter Hills. It's about just less than a second. But enough now to just get into a comfortable rhythm. Around turn 3, onto the back straight away. Looks like Lendl Janssen looking for a chance here on Vaughan Hills. Trying to get into that slipstream. Peter Hills was quickest on that last pass. Vaughan Hills goes defensive into turn 4. Round the outside goes Lendl Janssen. Oh, that's brilliant. Very nicely done. Lendl Janssen round the outside of turn 4 in the Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes machine. Great driving there from Lendl Janssen to get up to third and ahead of Vaughan Hills. He can now concentrate on closing down on his 2 championship rivals ahead of him. Top 3 in the championship, top 3 on the road. Not in championship order right now. That might change by the time we get to the end of this one. First 4 heading up into G&H Transport Corner. Once again, it's the 5-4 of Boyens. Van der Linde, Brandon Hills behind that. Third of the Gazoo Racing team. And he is looking for a chance now to find a way through on Van der Linde. Carl Watt still maintains the lead over the association class. Just behind them. It's Henk van der Berg, Theo Vermaak, Josef Kotze, MD Best has recovered to 12th. Michael Koenig is in 13. Roy Douglas and Marcel Bluchnout bringing up the top 15 on the road. And then behind that, you've got Dave Austin, Sief de Toy, Clinton Kane, Blaine de Melon having a little bit of problems. Looks like Helder Gavea also having a little bit of issues there, dropping back slightly. He's eventually crossed the line, and they're on to the same lap as everybody else now, but a big margin between first and last on track there, down in about 19th place. Gap closing down here big time. The Bull Securities Volkswagen Silver Lakes car of our third place man, Lendl Janssen, definitely closing that gap down. It's come down to 0.9 of a second between himself and Peter Hills, but he's got pressure once again from Vaughan Hills, so he has to go defensive. That might slow him down. Vaughan doing everything right there, trying to get into the wing mirrors and even get past the man in third, hounding him, making him work and lose concentration on his ability to bridge that gap. So staying right in contention all over the back end of that little Formula Vee may just slow Lendl Janssen down. Peter Hills is trying to drop the hammer, trying to get up as high as possible and find a way to close in on the front end of Gert van der Berg. So we're into the heat of the day here as well. So track conditions are going to be at their hottest 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or just over 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in South Africa, if you're watching from all around the world. And we're up to about 35 degrees Celsius here at Zwartkops. Very hot conditions. Test the driver's skills. Fortunately with the open cockpit you've got a little bit of breathing room, but it still gets very, very hot in a race car, any race car out there. Van der Back with the number 1 plate, trying to negate the loss he's had so far in this championship with a win here in the penultimate round. They've got another round to come of this championship, of course, on the 14th of November at the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. Here for Mark's trapped back a little bit further than what he'd like to be. Could be costly for his side of the championship. Henk van der Back is ahead of him. Bester. Looks like Joseph Kotz has also fallen back slightly, so he may be losing ground here in the Association Championship to Kyle Watt and Theo. Vaughan Hills has bridged the gap again onto the back end of that Bull Securities car of Janssen and looks to go on the attack up towards turn 5. Has a look on the inside of turn 5. Not close enough, just showing a wheel though to the man in 3rd place. Fight's on, that's for sure. 3rd. It's about to get on there for 1st as well, because look at how it has come down. Let's have a look and see. Well, no, it hasn't actually. The last pass it was 0.9. It's now 2nd, but now you can visibly see Hills is a lot closer to Gert van der Berg for the lead of the race. Hills fastest on that last pass. So he'll try and maintain that kind of race lap action. A 9.6 as opposed to a 9.8, 2/10 quicker than the man in 1st place. That may give him a chance to close the gap down and get into contention for a pass. Kyle Watt closing down on Brandon Hills. Henk van der Back behind that, MD Bester, and then Theo Vermaak. Oh, change up. 3rd place, change up. There you go. Into turn 4. Vaughan Hills is ahead of Lendl Janssen. He must have got the drive out of turn 2. Now the drive out of turn 4, returning the favour, under braking. Is Lendl Janssen good enough? Yes, he is. Lendl Janssen late on the brakes into turn 5, gets back ahead of Vaughan Hills. What this is doing, it's slowing down that Bull Securities car. It's not going to let him get ahead and close down the top 2. Remember, Janssen is 2nd in the championship. He's 3rd on the road. Gert van der Berg is 1st on the road and 3rd in the championship. The man who leads the championship comfortably in 2nd on the road at the moment. Coming up on the 77 car there, passing back markers now. That could be a potential threat to the fights that are happening on track. Helder Gavaya just giving some room there to everybody to get through. Nicely done. The Malon's just up the road, then Clinton Kane. Gert van der Berg has answered the attack from Peter Hills with a fast lap there. His fastest lap of the race on that last pass with 5 laps to go. Make it 4.5 as they come through turn 4. Here they come. Late braking once again here from Vaughan Hills, trying to get back ahead of Lendl Janssen. Doing everything right to help his teammates out there. Peter Hills just up the road from these two. Third place battle is going to heat up any more now, as once again Vaughan Hills closes on the back end of Janssen. So here they come up on the back marker. Helder Gavaya going to give some room there to the 54 of Boyens, Van der Linde, Brandon Hills and MD, and then of course it's Henk van der Berg. This time out, Peter Hills quickest. Saying he's closed the gap to half a second. Hills on the attack with 4 laps to go. Vaughan Hills on the attack as well, on the back end of Janssen. So both of the Hills boys are fighting hard here. Here we go, 1 and 2 up for grabs. And Peter Hills having a big look now at Gert van der Berg. Shown a wheel on a few occasions there to try and find a way past, but hasn't found it just yet. The Start My Car machine under pressure from that Gazoo Racing Formula Vee. Gert van der Berg is under big pressure here. No doubt about it. That DOE quality parts car having to do some defensive driving to keep out Gazoo Racing's Peter Hills, looking for his 4th Formula Vee South African Championship. They go through on Blaine de Melon. He makes some room, gives them some space to get through without being hindered too badly. As they cross the line, they're going to have 3 to go. 3 laps to go, and the fight's on for 1 and 2. Change up for 3rd again. No, not quite. I thought it might have been changed up there, but no. Lionel Janssen hangs on. Vaughan Hills continues his onslaught onto the back end of that Bull Securities car. De Melon holding the outside line, going to give them some room on the inside. There goes the 2 for 3rd and 4th place. Possible change up here. Here they come. Peter Hills into turn 4 around the outside. Looking for a way through. Will he get the drive? Watch for the cutback. No, they're on the same line. Kat van der Werf goes defensive. Hills goes on the inside, looking to attack. Change up for the lead here, possibly. Kat van der Werf is late, but Peter Hills is later. Oh, a little touch there between the two of them. But van der Werf hangs on. Side by side through 5, side by side through 6, 9 to 7, they go line astern. Oh, it's good. Formula Vee's in full flight here. This is the stuff we like to see in Formula Vee's. Coming down onto the breakers into G&H Transport corner again. Kat van der Werf soaking up that pressure for now, but it's a lot of pressure being applied there by Peter Hills. Similar pressure on Lionel Janssen from Vaughan Hills. Around the outside of turn 2, watch for the cutback on the late apex there from Peter to get the drive towards 3. Kat's got good drive out of turn 2, the difficult man to pass here today. Slipstream effect could come into play here on that short back straight away. He's right in contention there, pulling out, looking for a way around the outside. We've seen Lionel Janssen drive around the outside of turn 4. Can Peter Hills do the same thing? He goes on that outside line and hangs onto it. Enough room, that's great. Respectful driving from 2 of them. The drive is coming out of Peter Hills up to the top of the hill. Is he good enough? Takes the lead. So it's Hills out front now with 2 corners and a lap to go. Unbelievable timing there from Peter Hills. He gets through on Kat van der Werf and he's open 2 car lengths already. Van der Werf drops back. Joined us at just the optimum time to see the final part of this first Formula Vee. The DOE for Janssen going defensive. Peter Hills goes defensive up the hill, keeping Kat van der Werf on the outside line. Van der Werf late on the brakes into turn 5. Can he return the favour around the outside into turn 5? They side by side out of 5. Oh, around the outside, Van der Werf's got to the front. But Peter Hills comes backing him into turn 6. Oh, Van der Werf has held onto it. Only just. Kat van der Werf takes the looks of the colours. Checkered flag time, and Kat van der Werf has returned the favour. Hills behind them, it's 3rd place to Lionel Janssen. Championship stays wide open. 3 races to go. Here we go. This is Brandon Hills fighting it out into the checkered flag for the last time as well. He comes, Mark crosses the line. De Melon finishes up as well and parked on the sideline. Hills will maintain his lead in the championship. Janssen in 2nd, and van der Werf might have closed Janssen down slightly. Vaughan Hills looks like he may have run out of fuel, but he still gets 4th ahead of Eric Boyens. And then further down, it's Kyle Watt, Theo van Mark, and Henk van der Werf in the mix there for the association class. Yusuf Kotze, the championship leader there, finishing down in 4th for the association category. Not how he wanted to finish this first race, that's for sure. Up next, we go into Global Touring Cars and the GDC SupaCup Battle of Note. We'll be back shortly. All the action, but you put on it. I always do it on a good shot. I really do. Hardly ever Josh 92, Gerard 86, Troy 69, Ken 1, Alex to both. stand by though. So apologies on that slight delay, but due to that big incident at Turn 1 with Jonathan du Toit's Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini damaging the tyre barrier and the air bag, had to do some repairs there in between the heats. Global Touring Cars are about to make their way to their pre-race area. Let's give you a little insight as to what the plans are for this championship title for Robert Volk and for Leighton Free as we catch up with the top 3 in GDC and GDC Super Cup. Global Touring Cars final round. Ash, what a way to jump into Global Touring Cars. Championship up for grabs, and you had an opportunity of note to jump into a Gazoo Racing Corolla.
Yeah, big step up from the GR Yaris for sure. Very steep learning curve. These cars are pretty tricky to drive, I'm going to say. And all I'm going to try to do this weekend is really build up the pace and see if I can get a little closer to these guys. I think I was dreaming if I thought I was going to jump in the car and be up to pace with them immediately. So yeah, learning curve, building speed, and enjoying the event. It's kind of a one-off for me, so yeah, I can enjoy it.
Have it all the very best from our side. Rob, a little adjustment to one of the rounds and a little reversal on one of the rounds for the penalties that were incurred. It's giving you a little bit more breathing room. What's the plans for tomorrow?
Yeah, as it stands, we just need to finish the first race to wrap it up. So yeah, I suppose it depends how we qualify tomorrow. Plan is to put on the front row and go from there, but you never know. We'll just play it by ear, but it's all about finishing the first one and yeah, banking the points, and we'll have a bit of fun in the second one.
I'm sure, Salwood, you've enjoyed the fact that you've got a rookie alongside you being your rookie year. You've taken a race win, you've done everything right. Unfortunately, it looks like the Court of Appeal has gone against your opportunity of possibly securing the title.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you're still up for the challenge and going to give it everything you can.
Yeah, unfortunately, well for me, unfortunate, with Rob's, he won the Court of Appeal. So yeah, the points difference is quite a big difference now. But yeah, I'm going to try my best this weekend. Obviously, try to get pole and try to get another win or two under my belt. For my rookie year, it's been a good year, I would say. A few small issues throughout the year, but I mean, considering it's my first year, I'm really happy with where I am right now. And yeah, we hope to do the best that I can this weekend.
Rob, one final question for you. I know the plans for 2023 are looking pretty good. If you look at the field behind you, 17 GDC Super Cup cars, do we know any of the plans that might be happening on the Global Touring Car side of things?
I haven't seen Ian Schofield in a while, but I know we are building a couple of new cars, which manufacturer is yet to be confirmed. But the plan is to build two cars to start next year, with the third one coming online. So yeah, there's some progression. Obviously, we lost the 2 cars this year, which is unfortunate. So yeah, hopefully we can get it back to 8-9 cars on the grid again, and that is the plan. I mean, Stuart's got the chassis, and already the first one is being built. So I mean, that will replace the old Audi, but we plan to bring 2 more back into the field. So yeah, just stay tuned. Hopefully we can get that announced this year.
Exciting times. Global Touring Cars Super Cup and our first champion crowned in the Masters side of the Super Cup. Nick Davidson, must have been all those little happy meals that you had on the way to get you through.
Definitely those happy meals and the little toys. Don't worry that. Yeah, and thanks to Paul Rutti. He's been good competition throughout the season. Roy Campos, Sam Hammond. We've had a lot of fun, but we've been lucky and we basically finished every race. So that also made it a lot easier going forward.
Consistency is key in this championship for sure.
Yeah.
Plans for tomorrow, just to enjoy yourself?
Enjoy ourselves, stay out of trouble, and yeah, bring it home and have some beers tomorrow night.
However, Jeffrey, you have a little bit of work to do compared to what Nick's got. A couple of points in it. The only man who can catch your teammate alongside you. What's your plans?
Yeah, well, at least we both know second is safe in the championship. But yeah, the points gap is a little bit bigger than we would have liked, obviously, coming into the final round. But yeah, as we know, motorsport, anything is possible. So all I need to do is just put my head down and do the best I can do, and then the chips will fall where they're made. So yeah, just looking forward to the last round of the championship, and hopefully we can put on a good show.
Leighton, you're coming off a podium in Germany. You must be on a bit of a high, and so far so good here today. So things look like it could be happening in terms of GDC Super Cup for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the podium in Hockenheim was just adrenaline rushed, and I didn't quite have a break. I mean, I flew back, had 2 days of rest, and now we're straight back into it. So the adrenaline hasn't kind of settled down at all. So yeah, we used that to our advantage, and we pushed through this weekend. And also, like Jeff says, just put down our heads. Hopefully I stay out of trouble, and he stays out of trouble, kind of stays where it is, and we take home what we need to take home.
Rolling out for their first heat of this championship decider, Global Touring Cars and the GDC Super Cup. We're at Zwartkops International Raceway just outside of Pretoria, the western side of Gauteng, and looking forward to an epic battle and an epic finish to this one. We're currently sitting at 31 degrees Celsius, a real feel of 34 degrees Celsius, and the weather app tells us that there's no precipitation for at least the next 2 hours. So hopefully we'll get through the day's racing without any rain coming to play, and Mother Nature throwing in her little mix towards the championships that have to be decided still here today. Michael van Rooyen will be on pole position as he qualified quickest ahead of Julian van der Walt. And he'll be fighting hard there with Saud Variawa and Brad Liebenberg on the second row. The Hype Energy Golf GTI 8 celebrating part and parcel of this weekend's GTI celebrations, 40 years of the Volkswagen brand, and a whole bunch of Polo GTIs tucked in behind them in the GDC Super Cup. It didn't go quite according to plan, according to what we heard from Robert Volk. He wanted to be on the front row. Unfortunately, he's down on the third row of the grid, alongside the birthday boy from tomorrow, Rackstraw, turning 21 tomorrow. So he'll be looking to try and get to the front end. Maybe not in this first heat, but possibly if he gets the front row on the reverse grid for the second heat, give himself an early birthday present. Daniel Rowe there, the Team Perfect Circles machine just ahead of Diaz in the Chemi car. Nice little run there from him, looking for an opportunity to fight it out now amongst the usual contenders. 17 Polo Super Cup GTIs out there today. One of the biggest fields we've seen in global touring cars in a long, long time, which is great to see. Front row, Leighton Free and Keegan Campos, as you can see, heading down there ahead of Arnie Neveling and Jonathan Machotsi in the Sonex car. Jeff Kruger and Jason Campos will be alongside each other. They are down on the third row ahead of Dominic Diaz and Daniel Rowe. Then it'll be Tata Carella and JP van der Walt, third of the Team Red Racing cars. They're running in wheelie.co.za colours and platinum wheel colours as well. And then it's Nathan Hammond for Trinity Protection Services alongside Calvin Diaz. Stefan Schneiders is the front of the Masters category ahead of Roy Campos, the two of them side by side. And then it'll be Donnie van Niekerk and Sam Hammond just ahead of the newly crowned champion at the back of the field. He doesn't have anything to worry about there. Nick Davidson for Stu Davidson and Sons in the McDonald's racing colours there. So you'll see they line up with a 2-grid gap position between GDCs and the GDC Super Cup class. That is a really nice shot to see as well. A full field of 24 cars, and as you heard from Robert Volk, possibly a couple more cars coming next year to boost the field by even more. I know that there are already a whole bunch of Super Cup competitors that are looking to buy Super Cup cars from the Volkswagen Motorsport Racing stable, and it sounds like there's a couple of GDCs that may be up for grabs as well, with some new and hopefully entertainment coming from some new manufacturers involved in this one. Not only the Toyota brand and Volkswagen brand, maybe Audi come back, maybe get some BMWs, maybe some Hyundais, I don't know. It's all up for grabs there, and certainly definitely bodes well for the future of global touring cars. The Rustenburg Rocket here wants to finish the season with 2 victories if he can. That was his plans according to what we spoke to him earlier on. Nice run here from all of these Super Cup competitor categories. But remember, the championship is up for grabs here for Super Cup. 20 points in it between Jeff Kruger and Leighton Free. Teammates looking for 1-2 for Team Red Racing. Remember, Leighton Free, as you just heard in the pre-race press conference, has just come off a podium at Hockenheim in the BMW M2 Cup. And that was part and parcel of that incredible weekend for South African motorsport, seeing Sheldon van der Linde win the DTM Championship, his brother Calvin take a victory, and then see Leighton Free on the podium as well. So 3 South Africans on the podium in Hockenheim last weekend. Great for South African motorsport. The Dunlop girls there, of course, at the front end, and they'll be part and parcel of the celebrations for the handover of the check to the 2 pole position men. 2,500 Rand, courtesy of ATS Motorsport and Dunlop Tyres, heading to Leighton Free and to Michael van Rooyen. So that's certainly a nice start to the race weekend. A little bit of extra ammo in that back sky. Leighton and Keegan side by side. Arnie will be alongside Jonathan Machotsi, so expect to see some big fights down into turn 1. Leighton Free, though, was quickest this morning in the qualifying session, and it was actually one of the only competitors to get down into the 105.5s Both him and Keegan Campos 105.5s. Everybody else 105.6s, 7s or 8s in that top 10 of SupaCup. So certainly a battle expected between these guys. Time to clear the grid and get ready to go for race 1 of 2 today. 12 laps coming away for this one. A small gap between GDCs and GDC SupaCup. This time out there, only one pace car, the Pretoria Toyota 86. The long-standing relationship with that dealership and the Zwartkops continues here, and they will lead this big pack of 24 cars about to go to battle. Julian van der Walt on that inside line in the Ford Focus might be a man to watch out for as well. Chatted to him this morning just before we went into the live stream feed, and he certainly felt like he was up for the challenge. Van Rooyen, the Rustenburg Rocket, is definitely a man to watch out for, particularly if he's found the pace here at Zwartkops. And that Gazoo Racing Corolla of his will be a tough car to beat if he can outgun everybody into turn 1. Hype Energy, Sparko and Team Red Racing's Brad Liebenberg in the Golf GTI 8. The only Volkswagen product in that front pack. And the only Audi is Andrew Rackstraw, the birthday boy for tomorrow. Let's get some maneuvering left and right. Speaking to a couple of the drivers in these GDC SupaCup cars, saying they need to try and get as much heat into the rear of the car as possible. The back end is pretty lively initially until those Dunlop tyres come into their own and they get up to optimum race temperature. So you'll see them winding those cars left and right to try and get as much heat into those rear tyres as possible. Trying to get heat into the brakes as well. Don't want to be going into turn 1 and 2 without the maximum amount of stopping power. The man who would be king there, with the number 1 plate still on his car, looking for back-to-back titles there, is Robert Volk for Investchem Chemical Logistics in the WCT racing team. Stewie's going to be very happy with Robert Volk if he can go back-to-back and keep that number 1 plate for 2023. That is the plan. Leighton Free wants to make that 46 into number 1 for next season. So Leighton will start to back up the GDC SupaCup competitors, as Michael van Rooyen will look to do the same thing. Jason Loosemore's joined us with Adrian Oxley on board, and so has Cobus Rus. Getting ready to go now, as we're going to see some fights of note here. So as GDC start to form up behind Michael van Rooyen, Leighton Free will hold up the rest of the pack as they come down towards turn 8. Waiting for the lights to go out. Watch for Julian van der Walt on the inside, trying to squeeze the inside line, and he's got Michael van Rooyen on the outside, but van Rooyen will hang on to that outside line. There's a touch. The Ford's out of shape, and he goes sliding into the barrier just between his teammates. How did Robert Volk miss him? Here comes SupaCup down towards that point. They're going to be yellow flags into turn 1. There will be no overtaking. A lot of these guys won't know about that because they've gone into turn 1, and on the outside someone's gone off as well. So GDC SupaCup is heated up as well as they go around there. It's Gazoo Racing 1 and 2 with Michael van Rooyen leading over Saward Variawa. And in the background you can see Robert Volk just avoided the spinning Julian van der Walt. Andrew Rackstraw tucks in behind him. And at the back end, Ashley Oldfield follows them through. Brad Liebenberg up towards turn 5 for the very first time under braking. As they come up, here we go. GDC SupaCup flying into turn 4. Daniel Rowe and Diaz side by side. Leighton Free hangs on to the lead at the moment. He's got Campos on his tail. Safety car. Safety car has been deployed. So everybody will back up under safety cars now. Michael van Rooyen slows up. Saward Variawa, Brad Liebenberg and Robert Volk. How did Robert Volk miss Julian van der Walt? Hopefully got a chance here. There we go. Thank you, Paul. Let's have a look at that. There you can see van der Walt out of shape. He gets the back end stepped out. He tries to catch it. Variawa just misses him. Robert Volk went onto the grass to avoid and into the kiddie litter to avoid his teammates spinning out right in front of him. So van der Walt went spinning and nearly ended the championship opportunity there for Robert Volk with about 500 meters completed in race 1. Safety car has been deployed. Romeo 1 to go and fetch van der Walt's car. And unfortunately, it's stuck in the kitty litter there, so they'll have to get that one out. The rest of the pack come through there. You can see them just starting to form up behind the safety car. Wow, unbelievable start. I told you it was going to be exciting. Didn't expect it to be into the first 500 meters of the race, though. So, safety cars picked up Michael van Rooyen, Saud Variawa, Brad Liebenberg, Robert Volk, Rackstraw, and behind that it will be Ashley Oldfield. SupaCup class now tucked in behind each other there, line of stern. There you go, the forward focus getting pulled back onto the circuit. And I wonder if Van der Walt can get that thing fired up again. If he can, he might be able to take his position up at the back of the field while they're still under safety car. Van Rooyen wasn't aware of what was happening behind him, I don't think. Variawa just squeezed through to miss the spinning forward focus. Brad Liebenberg was on his outside, so he didn't even see that forward focus. Robert Volk had to go onto the kitty litter and onto the grass to miss Julian van der Walt, who spun out literally right in front of him. How Volk missed him, only he knows. And then Rackstraw and Oldfield were very lucky to not be taken out by the spinning forward focus. We're still under safety car for at least another lap. Lights still on there. Gap being maintained by Leighton Free, but it won't be as big of the gap as what Van der Walt has got the car rolling, and he's got it going again. So if he has got no damage to the car, that stops him from going, but it looks like he's got damage. Van der Walt's got damage. Or is he just waiting? He might be waiting for the pack to come round and take up his position at the back of the field. He'll take up his position. Unfortunately, he has to go right to the back of the pack, behind the GDC SupaCup competitors. So that'll be something to watch out for as well. He's a lap down, though. He'll be 2 laps, yes, by the time they come through on him. But he'll still be able to maintain and still score some points for the championship. So here we go. That's Leighton Free, Keegan Campos, Arnie Neveling, Jonathan Machotsi, Jeff Kruger, Jason Campos, Daniel Rowe. And that is Van der Walt waiting for the GDCs to go through. Let's see if he takes up his position. It looks like there's a bit of damage on that front right. I don't think he'll be able to take up that position. He's stopped on the back straight. Is he just waiting? I think he might be. And if he waits for the Stu Davidson car of Nick Davidson at the back to go through and then gets going again, he's done everything right. There you go. Rolls off. And if he gets going, he can now take up his position at the back of the pack of Global Touring Car SupaCup competitors. Right, so it's everything has calmed down a little bit there after a frantic start. Nicely done though. Here we go. Stefan Schneider's just ahead there. Safety car's in. And there is a gap, great gap there between GDCs and the SupaCup class. Lights out and we're racing. Green flags. It's Michael van Rooyen from Saud Variawa, Brad Liebenberg, Robert Volk with Rackstraw and Oldfield. Nicely done. Here they come towards turn 2. And into 1 come the SupaCup category for the first time now on the restart. Hammond looking for a way through there in the background. Looks like he's diving to try and find a way past on one of his competitors. I think it might have been on Donnie Vernickak. Vernickak, of course, is the man who had a massive crash. 11.5 Gs at 200 Ks an hour on the main straight at Killarney International Raceway is where we lost the car care clinic and stunt, the Titan Stunts car of Donnie Vernickak at the last round of this championship. Leighton Free hangs on to the lead of the race. Jeff Kruger's got to try and close that gap down if he doesn't want to give this championship away to his teammate. Come through. Brad Liebenberg applying pressure to the back end of Rackstraw. He's got back slightly in that hype energy drink. Golf GTI 8. He's pushing hard and he's having to push as harder than what he'd like right now, that's for sure. Hopefully those Sparko overalls are going to keep him cool in these very hot conditions as they come down in towards United Transport corner. Leighton Free's hoping for the same there, but he's got the OMP ones on. So the fight's on not only between the brands, the teams, the drivers, they're all into this mix. It's great to see in Global Touring Cars. Onto the brakes. Brad Liebenberg keeping out Ashley Oldfield for now. Liebenberg just trying to circulate as fast as he can in not the most 100% hype energy golf that we could get out of Team Red Racing, but an amazing effort considering the big crash that he had at the Cape Town round and all the incidents that he had. Leighton Free, Campos from Arnie Neveling. Neveling's got Mahotsi and Kruger on his tail. Then it's Jason Campos. Daniel Rowe for Team Perfect Circle. Van der Vat, Tata Carello, Diaz and Diaz ahead of Hammond. Hammond's got Van Niekerk and then Roy Campos. Hammond again, just ahead there of Stefan Schneiders, and the Masters champion right at the back there is Nick Davidson. So this is Tata Carello from Carello Auto. All over the back end there of his good friend and arch rival on track there, JP Van der Valk, Platinum Wheels and Wheelie.co.za out of that Team Red Racing stable. Robert Valk has moved himself up now into third place. As you heard from him, he just needs to finish the race. Third place will be more than enough to take that number 1 plate again and back-to-back titles. So it's Michael van Rooyen looking for the win. Saud Variawa looking for second. Fastest car on track at the moment is Variawa. 104.071 out of Saud Variawa. Van der Vat is back into it, as you can see. And he's now having to work hard. Leighton Freak getting away at the front end, getting away from Campos, away from Neveling. Jeff Kruger hasn't been able to bridge the gap there and is looking to try and close onto the back end of Mahotsi in the Sonax car. Brad Liebenberg with some problems. The Golf GTI down the back straight away, slowing down. So the Hype Energy Drink GTI from Team Red Racing looks like it might have some problems and may not finish this one up. Mahotsi with Kruger on his tail. Jeff Kruger looking for a way through there on Jonathan Mahotsi. Oldfield hangs on just ahead of this big pack of hard-charging GTC Super Cup competitors. Jason Campos, Daniel Rowe, that is what is now 6th and 7th on the road for the Super Cup class. We go high and above the drivers on the drone shot across the start-finish line. Diaz and Hammond. Nice run there from them as they go down just behind Tata Carello. So it's Keegan Campos fending off the intentions of Neveling and of Mahotsi. Campos, Schneiders and Davidson at the back, but Donnie Van Niekerk and Nathan Hammond having their own little fight. Great to see that too. Leighton Free continues to lead things out, and that may be enough to secure him the championship with Jeff Kruger so far back. Kruger literally had to be in second place behind Leighton Free if he wanted to stand a chance of taking it to the final race. But with the 20-point advantage that Leighton Free's got, the lead and the gap down to 5th place where Jeff Kruger is may be enough for him to secure the GDC Super Cup Championship. So we may wrap up both championships here in the first race. It's not done yet, 5 to go. 5 laps of race action still coming away here for the GDC Super Cup and Global Touring Cars. Down towards turn 1 as we go high. Aerial material stuff here from our drone. Michael van Rooyen continues to lead in the Global Touring Cars. Gazoo Racing Corollas 1 and 2 with Saud Variawa, his teammate, looking for a chance to close him down. Robert Volk will be sitting comfortable in third, not worried about anything. He won't attempt to try and get through there. I don't think he'll even attempt an attack on the 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas up front. Thompson and the WC team are going to be exceptionally happy about the performance of Robert Volk. Third place is going to give him the title. Rackstraw is in 4th place in the Audi. All on his own, and it looks like him and Oldfield may be on the front row for the next heat. That's of course if Julian Van der Vat doesn't get his car sorted out. Van der Vat will still finish the race and still be able to come and join race 2 if he can, if there's enough time for him of course. As they come round into turn 2 now, the gap's closed down slightly there by Volk onto Variawa. That's 1 and 2 in the championship, but it's reverse order on the road at the moment for those two. However, there's too big a gap, as you heard from Saud at the beginning of the race with his press conference saying that he can't bridge that gap in the space of 2 races unless something dramatically happens wrong with Robert Volk, but that's not happening right now. Ashley Oldfield, he must be absolutely reveling in these conditions in the first time out for him in a Gazoo Racing Corolla. Just wrapped up the Gazoo Racing Yaris Cup. We'll see them in action a bit later on. They'll be fighting it out. In fact, just after this is where he'd normally be racing, in amongst his journalistic friends. Down into GNH Transport Corner. 3 to go. And it's 3 Corollas into turn 1. Robert Volk was quickest on that last pass, so has upped the pace slightly. So is Variawa. Variawa maybe realizing he's running out of laps, needs to put a bit more pressure onto Michael van Rooyen. Leighton Fourie, Campos, Neveling, Machotsi and Kruger. Kruger down in 5th is not going to be enough. But there's a bit of pressure now coming from Machotsi onto the back end of Arnie Neveling. Neveling soaking it up. Campos getting away ever so slightly as those two fight it out. You can see the hazard lights coming on as Keegan Campos goes for a push to pass. This kind of a version of the DRS that Formula 1 uses, gives him a little bit of extra horsepower and just keeps him ahead of the charge coming from behind. Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. He's done an amazing job all season long, but it looks like he may have to settle for second there behind his teammate for the overall championship in the GDC Super Cup category. Bit of smoke out of the Sonex car. Has Jonathan Machotsi got a problem? Big puff of white smoke out of that car under the backstall. Continues to circulate nicely. He'll probably be on the front row for the second heat. He wants to give himself an early birthday present, he said to me. He turns 21 tomorrow. And if that Audi's on the front row, he's going to be a tough man to beat. Corollas 1, 2 and 3 onto the final lap. Last lap here for Michael van Rooyen. He's going to take the second last victory of the season. Looks like Variawa is going to hang on for second, but Volk is going to keep him honest right to the checkered flag. And they come down towards the line comes SupaCup. Looking at second, where is Campos gone missing? I think I'm just watching for the lead of the race there. I think Keegan Campos may have gone missing. Second place there. Just waiting for them to come round. Yeah, let's see if we get a shot coming onto the back straight. Might have just missed him in the pan. Corolla's up towards the top of the hill for the last time. Volk with a bit of pressure onto Variawa. Slip there for Variawa. That might open up the door for Volk. No. Tucks in behind him. Gazoo Racing 1-2 here for the Toyota Gazoo Racing team as they head down towards the final corner. Volk goes on the attack. Variawa goes defensive. He's got him. Nicely done. Variawa hangs on. Robert Volk will take third place and the championship with Michael van Rooyen coming through for the victory. Brilliant stuff there from them. So GDC's wrapped up as they come across the line with Oldfield. Leighton Fourie coming to the line. If he's got the victory, he's going to take the championship. He's got it. Campos has gone missing. Keegan Campos has gone missing on that last lap. It's now the Stradale car up into second. Paget Racing's Arnie Neveling comes through for second place. Sonex in third with Jonathan Machotsi at the wheel. So Keegan Campos went missing on that last lap. I thought I missed him on the pass. Kruger in fourth, I don't think is enough. He needed to be at least second to stay in the hunt for the GDC Super Cup Class Championship. So I think we've wrapped up both titles there, unofficially of course. We'll wait for confirmation of that. But with Leighton Fourie taking the win and Jeff only down in fourth, Leighton should have enough to wrap up GDC Super Cup. And with Michael van Rooyen taking the win, Variawa in second, and Robert Volk in third. Third place sees that man with the purple name. Robert Volk, your fastest lap on the last lap. Take the championship in Global Touring Cars. Back-to-back titles there for the Investchem Chemical Logistics and WCT Racing team in the Toyota Corolla. Van Rooyen, Variawa and Volk, your top three ahead of Rackstraw and Oldfield. Leighton Fourie takes the championship in sixth place overall and first in the GDC Super Cup ahead of Neveling, Machotsi, Kruger and Jason Campos. I'm not quite sure what happened to Keegan. He went missing on that last lap and he eventually came through to finish up in 12th place behind Daniel Rowe for Team Perfect Circle. And then JP van der Walt, Tata Corella and Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, Nathan Hammond. That was an incredible finish to this championship. And we've still got more of the same to come your way later on. But of course, later on, it's every man for himself because the championships are now done and dusted. It's now the fights for second place in those championships that we'll be concentrating on as we head into the second heat of GDC and GDC Super Cup. Up next, Gazoo Racing Cup. They'll be on track shortly. Jeff had to finish second behind Leighton to stay in the hunt, so he didn't. So Leighton's got it. And Rob had to... It's hard though, Scotty. With the amount of effort, the amount of action that happens there, it's very difficult to keep the action. Under starters orders now for Gazoo Racing Cup, the Yaris Cup, driven by Netstar. It's amazing to see this category come to the closing stages. And we also got a whole bunch of plans for next year for this category as well, which will be really cool to see. Here we go. Understanding. We've got some crowds out there. Looks like the crowds are enjoying things. If you're watching us on our live stream feed, you can give us a big shout out there as we get ready to go for Gazoo Racing Cup. Falconer on the front row alongside Sean Nurse. Andrew Kirby steps into the seat for Ashley Oldfield, who we've just seen in action in the Gazoo Racing Cup Corolla. And here we go. Oh, Mark Jones is not holding back. Going at it with Jeanette Cockritzinger as they go down towards turn 1. Jonesy around the outside, but looks like it's going to be Thomas Falconer, who's just been outgunned, or has he, as they go into turn 2? Looks like he has, yeah. The pole man losing out there big time. Lerato Matabesi in there too, as we kick things off here for the first time. Kirby's up to 3rd place. Nice start from him. We'll wait to see them come up towards the top end of the back straight for the first time. 8-lap race here for Gazoo Racing Cup. And this is really nice to see all of our top journalists fighting it out in the middle of this race. Triple one, that is Thomas Falconer, the pole man, who's down in 5th place. Something didn't go according to plan there for Thomas Falconer off the line, that's for sure. Absolute shocking start there from him. Mark Jones is up to 2nd. As we said, Kirby is 3rd, so I would say it's Sean Nurse who leads things out. Jeanette Cockritzinger under a bit of pressure there, and JKK under a bit of pressure there, as you can see from Thomas Falconer as they go into turn 7. Sean Nurse definitely leads out there, SN on the front. Jonesy is 2nd, Kirby 3rd. JKK there into the 3 spot, or 9 to the 4th spot I should say, with the triple one car of Thomas Falconer trying to find a way past down towards turn number 1. Lerato Matabesi at the back end. The man from Top Gear. He's fighting hard there to try and stay with those cars just in the 2nd pack. 3 cars basically at the front, and then a small gap down to the 2nd pack. Started with 6 cars here in this championship. We've got a possibility of a couple more joining us next year, and then another 6 Toyota 86s going to be thrown into the mix as well, with some more journalists fighting in the Yaris Cup or Gazoo Racing Cup. Netstar, Dunlop, and a whole bunch of the aftermarket product people getting behind this category. Kinto being one of them. And to see that there's an initiative being put in here by Toyota. They really have had a great bit of leverage out of this series all season long, and have campaigned at every single one of the national championship rounds. Looking forward to seeing if they continue that, and a couple of more other drivers thrown into the mix next year. 2 down and 6 to go. Fastest car on track is the 23 car, and 2nd of Mark Jones. 13.9 coming out of him. Incredible to see that these all-wheel drive Yaris's are almost as quick as some of the Polo Cup race cars out there as well. Thanks, Jeff Langeveld. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you're enjoying all the race action so far that we've given you. I think it's all about the race action that we're providing on our live stream feed. I see a couple of guys on track as well, also enjoying some of the race action on their smart devices, as well as watching here live at the circuit. Up to the top of the hill we go once again. Under braking there for Sean Nurse. He hangs on to the lead ahead of Mark Jones. 33 versus 23. A little wide for Kirby. Kirby onto the dirt, catches it, uses the all-wheel drive system, slots in behind Thomas Falconer, who just forced him into a small mistake out of turn 5. Good catch there from the cameraman to get all that action as they came down out of turn 5. Now Kirby drops down into what is now 4th place. You can see the hazard lights coming on those cars. That's the ABS system coming in under braking down into the hard braking corners. Nurse, Jones, Falconer, Kirby, JKK, and then Lerato Matabesi. I heard from Mark Jones that at the last round of this championship he battled a little bit with some problems on his car and missing 3rd gear. Unfortunately, he was able to get that sorted out for this round, and seems to be continuing nicely there where he is in what is now a fight at the front end of this field for first and second. Remember, we've seen Ashley Oldfield, the man, of course, who set this all up for the championship win in Cape Town, step up into Global Touring Cars and get that third Gazoo Racing Corolla as a reward for his efforts in the Gazoo Racing Cup. Man from the Times Live now putting the pressure onto the man from the Citizen. Journalistic fights on track. Sean Nurse Network out front leading things at the moment. Hazard lights flashing down into GNH as they get hard on the anchors in these Yaris Corolla or Yaris Toyotas. Another lap down, halfway stage has been reached and surpassed with 4 of 8, 4 to go. Must be awesome to get the data provided from the Garmins in these cars as well afterwards to see what the G-forces they're pulling and kind of top speeds they can get out of these cars as well. I mentioned it earlier on and I'm going to mention it once again when we talk about that kind of data that was provided by Donnie van Niekerk's car and the data that they run in those GDC SupaCup Polos showed that his crash was over 200 kilometers an hour and pulled 11.5 Gs of force when he hit the wall in Cape Town. That's the kind of race action we bring at Extreme Festival. When we say it's extreme racing. So, Times Live has now caught onto the back end of the Citizen and it looks like Falconer wants through. Jonesy's going to make him work hard for it. Mark Jones trying to keep out Thomas Falconer as they go into turn 7. Falconer has been the quicker driver the entire weekend, so he'll be looking to make amends for that uncustomary poor start from his point of view. Into the fast left-hander at turn 1. And in those Yaris, it's probably going to be just under 200 k's an hour that they fly through there. So it's awesome to see the all-wheel drive system that these Yaris run, that they can run that kind of pace. And now big pressure being applied onto the back end there. Nurse controlling things from the front end, but further back, Lorato Majabese fighting with JKK. Jeanette Cockritzinger. Honours up for grabs here for the journalistic side of things. That's what they're fighting for here. Because the opportunity that Toyota have given these journalists is pretty awesome. A full season of racing on the Extreme Festival National Championship calendar. Here they come. Jones on the inside, runs a little bit wide out of turn 8, holds that outside line. Falconer trying to come back at him, trying to cut back through to find a way through there on Mark Jones. Can't find it just yet though. So it's 23 out front. And Jones, he hangs on for second at the moment of that battle. I'm talking about out front, it's out front of this battle for second. That's what we watch for now, as they come onto that back straightaway again. They've left Andrew Kirby all on his own. And then a big gap also down towards Janine Lorato. There's Kirby in 4th. It would have been Oldfield's car that he was piloting. Let's see whether or not we can see a change up here between Jones. And here comes Falconer. He might have just got the squeeze. No, not quite close enough. Sniff there, didn't quite get up the inside though of Mark Jones. Mark Jones now goes defensive, might have compromised his drive here onto this little short straight down the hill. No, manages to hang on. 1 to go. 1 lap to go, and here they go. Jones versus Falconer. And Jones with the advantage at the moment. Yellow wing mirrors and the pink wing mirrors there fighting hard. As they go down towards turn 2, Mark Jones just placing that Yaris perfectly so that Thomas Falconer can't find a way past. Into the closing stages, yeah, that is how things are going to go. Are we going to see it as Jones in second? It looks like that's going to be the case. But out front, Sean Nurse has done it all right. Here he comes. Final time down into turn 8 for Sean Nurse. He comes across the line and takes the victory for the first time in the Gazoo Racing Cup. Driven by Netstar. And oh, he had a shape in the background. It's Thomas Faulkner putting some Dunlop tyres onto the dirty stuff. Looks like JKK might have hung on. Yes, she has. She beats out Lerato Matabese. And all 6 cars complete the first heat in anger here for our Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Hope you enjoyed that one. There are the unofficial results of our first heat of Gazoo Racing Cup. It's Nurse from Jones, Falconer in 3rd. Kirby finishes first race in 4th place, beating out JKK. And Lerato Matabesi there in 6th place. Up next, Heat 2 of CompCare Polo Cup. And man, you must know how tight this championship has got. Stay tuned, and I'll tell you in a few moments' time. CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup onto track for the second time today of 3 races. And as I said, stand by for how close this championship has got. We've got Charles Visser and Clinton Besaidnote on the front row. Clinton Besaidnote in second place is currently leading the championship on 222 points. Davy van der Merwe will start in 7th place in race 2 and is on 221 points. 1 point behind Clinton Besaidnote, but 6 cars behind him on the grid. It is Nathan Victor and Jason Loosemore. Highest start for Jason Loosemore ever in his Polo Cup career on the second row. Highest start for Nathan Victor as well on that second row too. Then it's Tate Bishop and Natium Samanga. As I mentioned, Davy van der Merwe and Yuri Swart will be alongside each other on the 4th row of the grid. Lots of work to do for the two of them to get back into the hunt at the front end, because Yuri Swart currently sits in 3rd place in the championship on 212 points, and the man on the front row on pole position, Charles Visser, is in 4th in the championship on 211 points. So the fight for 1 and 2 in the championship is 1 point and 6 cars between each other. The fight for 3rd and 4th place in the championship is 1 point and 6 cars between each other. So that's going to be absolutely mind-blowing here in the second of 3 heats of this incredible championship that has been CompCare's sponsored Polo Cup Championship for 2022. And if you're watching in the CompCare VIP area, a massive welcome to all of you and the entire team behind that, and the Universal brand, of course, supporting not only Team Red Racing but the CompCare side of things. It's great to have a sponsor like that behind it. And hopefully tonight we'll find out about the extension of that incredible sponsorship with this category. Here we go. We are almost ready to go. Davy van der Merwe's team having a final check on that car, just making sure that everything's okay on his machine. There is a lot of heat on the circuit. There's a lot of heat in the ambient side of this circuit today. If I look at current standings on that temperature gauge on the weather app, I'm going to get a little quick update on that one as I refresh the weather app just to bring you up to speed as to how things are. We're sitting at 33 degrees Celsius. Slight breeze of 15. And it looks like no precipitation expected for at least the next 2 hours, which is fantastic. It's raining in the mother city according to Tiny, but it's not raining here right now. So let's see how things go here for this second of the last 3 races of this championship. We've got 1 more to go later on this afternoon, but stand by for an epic second race here. As I said, 1 point between 1st and 2nd, 1 point between 3rd and 4th. 6 cars split the 2 contenders in those 2 championship rivalries. And we're on to the starters' orders now for Heat 2 of CompCare Volkswagen Polo Cup. Watch those lights go on. As soon as the lights go off, we are racing down towards turn 1 on the warm-up lap. This one is not the one that counts. This is just to get some more heat into the Dunlop rubber as we get ready to go now. Going through the rest of the pack behind, it'll be Dean Fenter and Giordano Lupini, then Anthony Pretorius and Joseph Ellerine, Jean-Dre Marais, Jagger Robertson, Cara Hill, Mo Carodia and Bryce Pillay right at the back of the pack. And if I look through the field, I'm just looking to see, did I see Anthony Pretorius on track? I think the bucketless racing car might not have been on the circuit. I'm going to just double check that one as they come through there. But Charles Visser and Besaidnote are going to resume the arch rivalry they've had in karting. And of course that little incident that they had in turn 1's exit point on race 1 start, where Charles Visser was put onto the dirty side of the track, onto the kiddie litter by Clinton Besaidnote, who went on to take the first victory. But let's see how that all sorts out now at the end of race 2. Besaidnote on the front row. He leads the championship by 1 point over Davy van der Merwe, who's down in 7th place on the grid. Charles Visser is 4th in the championship, and he is on pole position. Also 6 cars up the road from Yuri Swart, his closest rival, only a point ahead of him in the overall championship for 3rd. That man there, the security fencing and alarm CC car of Team Red Racing's Jason Loosemore. on the second row, alongside Summit Racing's Nathan Victor. Those two, highest positions they've ever been in a Polo Cup race. Tate Bishop and Natim Samanga behind them. Usual contenders in the fight for the front end of Polos. 20 for the win, 17 for second, 15 for third. That's what they're all fighting for. Who is going to get those vital championship points right now? Thanks for that, Tanya. Looks like our 51 car didn't quite make it out in time. So if I look down on the grid there, it's Joseph Ellerine who'll be starting from pit lane. He wasn't able to get onto the track in time. That was the car that was missing from the pack there. Joe Ellerine would have been in 12th place, so it's just behind where we are right now. Yuri just falling back slightly there. Davy van der Merwe seating his car exactly on that white line, trying to get every advantage that they can get now as they come under starters' orders. We've got a green flag at the back. The drone is above it, as you can see there, just on the left-hand side of our shot. We're on board with the drone right now, standing by for those lights to go out. They'll go on. The revs will pick up, and as they go out, we go racing. Here we go. For the second time today, CompCare Polo Cup makes their way down towards turn 1. Charles Visser with the advantage by the looks of things. As they head into turn 1, it's Clinton Besaidnote who just squeezes him out. Besaidnote hits the front again. Visser in second. Besaidnote leads out. Round the outside comes Jason Loosemore with Natim Samanga following him through. Little tap from the back there from Davy van der Merwe on the back end of Tate Bishop. He slots in behind Yuri Swart now. So Davy van der Merwe losing out a little bit of ground there with a battle of notes coming side by side with Giordano Lupini. Behind that, they come flying up onto that back straight away now. Look at Davy van der Merwe trying to find a way through there on Giordano Lupini. Jagger Robertson's alongside him. Sharfus on the inside of Clinton Besaidnote as they go into turn 4. Darby's around the outside of Jagger. Jagger side by side with his teammate as they come under turn 4. Yuri Swart trying to find a way through there on Tate Bishop. Little touch between the two Cape Town boys. Up towards turn 5. Sharfus late on the brakes. Besaidnote sees him coming, gives him a little bit of room. Fisser's on the inside. Besaidnote and Visser side by side as we saw in race 1. Loosemore looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Jason Loosemore follows Charles Visser around. Visser eventually hits the front for the first time officially now in lap number 1. Here comes Clinton Besaidnote under pressure there from Jason Loosemore. Loosemore trying to dive on the inside and help his teammate out there ever so slightly. As they come across the line, you can see just how tight it is here as they come to finish the first lap of 10. 9 to go in CompCare Polo Cup. Visser leads out. Loosemore is second. Team Red 1 and 2 at the moment. Stu Davidson and Sons Machine in third place, trying to come back at Jason Loosemore down into turn 2. Natim Samanga follows them for Squadra Corsa. Then it's Nathan Victor. Yuri Swart, Tate Bishop, Giordano Lupini, Davy van der Merwe. Looks like Jagger Robertson might have had a little bit of an issue slightly further back there and falls behind Dean Fenter. So that's how things have sorted themselves out there after that first lap in anger. Tate Bishop on the inside of Nathan Victor. Victor loses out for the Summit Racing team. Angry Racing goes ahead of Summit Racing, but then has the favourite turn. Oh! Off circuit is Visser. Sharp Visser's gone flying off the side, and Loosemore leads. Jason Loosemore leads the Polo Cup race for the first time in his career. Sharp Visser makes a huge mistake out of turn 4. Clinton Besaidnote's going to be happy with that. He doesn't have to fight with Jason Loosemore. Looks like somebody might have run off at the top of the hill as well, with some dust being kicked up there. But it's Jason Loosemore who leads out now over Clinton Besaidnote. Besaidnote second, Visser's back to 4th. Bits and pieces of cars flying off a couple of the cars there. Here comes Davy van der Merwe on the inside of Dean Fenter, trying to make up as much ground as possible. There's a 2 laps extra compared to race 1, so he's got time. Doesn't need to panic. Jagger Robertson in the background. Big moment there for Jagger Robertson. Big moment into turn 1. Yes, there you go. Turn 1, a massive moment as Jagger Robertson came together by the looks of things with Dean Fenter. Fenter and Robertson side by side and tagging each other through there. Natim Samanga giving some room up there. Looks like Samanga's got a bit of a problem because Visser's gone ahead of him relatively easily. So Visser back up to 3rd place after going off track through turn 4 on the last pass. Samanga now into the clutches of Yuri Swart. Nathan Victor. Here comes Davy van der Merwe. He gets through on Giordano Lupini in the Bullion IT car now fighting hard with the man who could possibly spoil the day for Besaidnote. But where he is right now is not where he needs to be. Clinton Besaidnote hits the front. Here comes Charles Visser onto the back end of Loosemore. Jason Loosemore's having the race of his career in polos here in race 2 of CompCare Polo Cup at Zwartkops, the final round of the Extreme Festival. Besaidnout now leads out. Loosemore second, Visser is third. As they come under braking down into turn 8, GNH Transport Corner. Team Red 1 and 2 are 2 and 3 on the road at the moment. Natim Samanga, Yuri Swart, Nathan Victor and Tate Bishop. They cross the line just ahead of Davy van der Merwe, who's just squeezed through there, as you can see, on Giordano Lupini. Loosemore hangs on to second. Visser's late on the brakes, trying to get to Nati as well. Doesn't look like it. He hangs on and just squeezes Nati out for third and fourth. So Jason Loosemore lets his teammate through there, I think, with a little bit of manoeuvring and a bit of assistance. Now it's Jagger Robertson side by side with Giordano Lupini coming onto that back straightaway. Lupini's teammate is side by side with Natim Samanga. Samanga loses out slightly there as Yuri Swart moves up one place. Swart now into the top 4, keeping himself in the hunt for the championship. With that ailing car and the misfires that he's had, amazing job being done there by Umpi Swart doing such an amazing job there to get up to 4th place with an ailing car, that is for sure. Summit Racing's Nathan Victor on the back end of Samanga. Then you got Tate Bishop. A bit of a gap has opened up now between Bishop and Davy van der Merwe. It's about 1.5 seconds, and that is not good for Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe is going to be losing out ground here to both Yuri Swart and Clinton Besaidnout. It won't be over yet at the end of this one, even if Besaidnout takes the victory. But he will certainly have a little bit more of a comfortable margin to play with than the 1 point he started with coming into this round. It was 3 points between Besaidnout and Davy van der Merwe into race 1. At the end of race 1, Clinton Besaidnout had taken the lead by 1 point over Davy van der Merwe. It's now Charles Visser putting the pressure onto Clinton Besaidnout. And that pressure may be felt a little bit more heading into the closing stages of this one. We've got 4 down, it's almost 5 down, so 4.5 to go. As you can see, this is going to be an epic finish here to what has been an amazing CompCare Polo Cup racing season. Jason Loosemore has got Yuri Swart, a very seasoned campaigner, in Polo Cup on his tail. The man is in 3rd place in the championship, is fighting for 3rd on the road. Loosemore, who's never been in the top 3 and has never led a race until today, is now having the race of his life there for the security fencing and alarm systems and Team Red Racing Machine. Bullion IT in 4th. Behind that, Nsamanga for Squadra Course. Then it's Nathan Victor for Summit Racing. Angry Racing behind that is Tate Bishop. And then Davy van der Merwe, 2nd in the championship, but currently down in 8th place on track. Not where he needs to be. Lots of manoeuvring there for Davy van der Merwe to try and get up to the back end of that pack at least and get himself at least back into the top 5. Charles is late on the brakes into turn 2, closing the gap down again onto Besaidnout. Man from KwaZulu-Natal, Port Shepstone, fighting hard there with the man from Cape Town. Team Red Racing versus the Stu Davidson and Sons car from Quebec, Port Elizabeth. Here they come onto that back straight. Yuri Swart ahead of Nsamanga, pulling a little bit away now from Nsamanga, closing the gap down on Loosemore. Loosemore soaked up the pressure admirably there from 2 very seasoned campaigners in Polo Cup for the rookie. Loosemore's having one of the best drives I've ever seen out of him. Remember, he's taken a national championship, oval track championship this season. 2022's national oval track champion there, currently sitting 3rd place in the Polo Cup championship. Well, in this race anyway, it's a bit further down in the championship, but needless to say, best race we've seen out of Loosemore, that's for sure. The confidence is certainly oozing out of him right now. Charles Visser looking to put the pressure on to Clinton Besaidnout. He has to, with 4 to go. 6 down and 4 to go there for Besaidnout and for Visser. Has Charles Visser kept a couple of push-to-pass mechanisms in his bag? Has he used them all up to try and get back in after going off track? Davy van der Merwe is also starting to close things down there ever so slightly onto the back of that 2nd pack of this leading pack of cars. Watching the background, you can see, yeah, he is definitely closed up on that angry car of Tate Bishop. Top 2, then 3, then another 3 cars. So literally fighting in little packs here at the front end. Frenetic action up front initially. It's calmed down ever so slightly now. Davy looking to bring Tate Bishop back into his clutches. Behind that, you can see they're lining up Jagger Robertson with a bit of battle scars on that car. He's had a couple of touches with a few contenders. One of them was Dean Fenter. Fenter got sent onto the outside of the circuit at turn 1. He was able to get back on track though. And he's dropped right to the back of the field though, has Dean Fenter in the VDN car. The VDN Motors and VDN Cars Polo GTI right at the back of the field now as we're seeing Charles Visser starting to show his intentions. He's going to have to up the wick now for these last 3 if he wants to get by Clinton Besaidnout. Besaidnout is doing everything right here. An amazing drive out of Clinton Besaidnout, former world karting champion, and right now looking to try and wrap up the 2022 Polo Cup Championship. Visser and Besaidnout come out at 2. Ooh, ran off track there slightly to Clinton Besaidnout. Is that an indication there to Charles Visser that there may be a bit of blood in the water? Maybe it's got a bit of McDonald's flavour to it. As they come through onto that back straightaway, this is Besaidnout fighting hard for this championship. Charles Visser looking to get into the top 3 overall in the championship with this effort he's putting in. Oh man, how much closer do you want it? They came into this second race with 1 point splitting Besaidnout and Davy van der Merwe. 1 point between Visser and Yuri Swart. It's now Visser and Besaidnout, 4th and 1st in the championship, fighting for 1st and 2nd on their own. Amazing race action out of these two. Unbelievably close, and they've done it on a few occasions in the past. They've done it in karting in their careers as well. Clinton Besaidnout at 1 point used to run a Michael Schumacher replica helmet. We nicknamed him Baby Schum in his karting days, and we have got 2 laps to go for them. Loosemore hanging on for 3rd. Yuri Swart for 4th. Doing everything he can in a car that's definitely not firing on all systems this weekend. So a valiant effort there from Yuri Swart. Could see him still finish up in the top 3 in the championship. Here they come onto that back straight away. Artyom Simanga has pulled away from Tate Bishop and Nathan Victor, but Davy van der Merwe has closed in on Bishop and Victor. So Victor and Nathan in the background being closed down rapidly. As you can see it, look in the background, here they come. A nice bit of maneuvering there as Simanga stays ahead of them. He's pulled a small margin, but the gap between those cars just behind that one is maybe what we need to watch out for there on this next couple of passes. These two fighting hard for the lead. And a nice little fight there as well between Nathan Victor, Tate Bishop and Davy van der Merwe. Swart hasn't got an answer to Loosemore. Simanga doesn't seem to have an answer to Swart either. Watch in the background now. Waiting for that pack just behind this to come down the hill. That's the one we want to watch. Nathan Victor, Tate Bishop and Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe has to try and get on the inside if he can. Can he have a look? No, he's not close enough. Victor's through on Bishop. So Victor through on Bishop. Now can Davy van der Merwe do the same thing? Let's wait and see if they can get that all right. Anthony Pretorius is waiting to pounce as well. In fact, Pretorius has a look. Pretorius in the Bucket List Racing car has a look on the inside of Davy van der Merwe and forces him wide out of turn 1. Bucket List Racing versus the Data Team Red Racing Machine of Davy van der Merwe. He cannot afford to lose any more positions, so he goes defensive and keeps out the hard charge there from Anthony Pretorius. Pretorius now with Giordano Lupini on the last lap here. This is where it's going to count. Charles Visser, is he going to have a go? He's going to have a go. He has to have a go either at the top of the hill now into turn 5. Bit of battle scars there and a bit of damaged material on the circuit. Besaidnout's late on the brakes. He's done enough there to hang on for the lead for now. Here comes Visser. Visser on the back end. He slams into the back. Very close there between Besaidnout and Visser. Charles Visser carrying great corner speed. Sliding. And that's going to cost him. He's lost the drive there. That might be enough for Besaidnout to hang on for the win. It is. Besaidnout's going to hang on for the win. Visser's going to have to settle for second. What an amazing finish there. Clinton Besaidnout will take the 20 points for the win. Charles Visser comes through for the 17. Yuri Swart will finish in 4th place, incredibly. Jason Loosemore in 3rd. Top finish from him. And Davy van der Merwe is going to finish down in 8th place. So Davy getting the 8. And Yuri, unfortunately, finishing in 4th. That's going to shake things up at the top end of this championship. With 1 race to go later on this afternoon, 10 more laps of race action. Has Clinton Besaidnout, with 2 wins on the day, done enough to possibly secure himself the championship in CompCare Polo Cup? Unofficial results there. Besaidnout from Visser, the best finish of Jason Loosemore's career, in 3rd. Yuri Swart in 4th, and Simanga finishes up ahead of Nathan Victor, Tate Bishop and Davy van der Merwe, with Giordano Lupini and Anthony Pretorius making up the top 10. Jagger Robertson is in 11, Cara Hill in 12, Jean-Dre Marais in 13, Mohamed Karodia in 14, Bryce Pillay, Dean Fenter and Joe Ellerine, as we stand by now for a small break, for a bit of a circuit cleanup, and then straight into race 2 of the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. No, 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 you got him. No, you got him. No, you got him. You got him. You were spot on, Scotty. You got him. It's not a problem at all, brother. Right, so 2017. 5, 6, 7, 8. Rather get 10. 232, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, 271, You can hear in the background that there is a bit of action out on track again for the second and final time. 2022's Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup Championship. The champion has been crowned. Graham Bambara will hang on to that number 1 plate for 2023. And the Stefanuti Stocks and Motel Man has wrapped up the championship after race number 1. Bridgestone tyres are looking to get as much heat into them as possible, and that little form-up lap. They'll still have a warm-up lap to do before they can go racing. Which will see Michael Smith, Ronald Slamet, and the newly crowned and back-to-back champion Graham Bambara on the front row. Behind that will be Killer Westman, Jason Lamb, and Johan LaRue, who unfortunately was docked 30 seconds on the first race for a apparent jump start. Now, if you take into account that the oldest man on the grid got hole shot into turn 1, it was highly likely that he had a bit of a jump start there on that Avidan Kawasaki. So he will be starting from the same place on the second row down in 6th place on the grid. Wayne Shelley's behind him, Hein McMahon and Brian Bontekoning, Teddy Brook, Robert Craig, Byron Rothquell, and it's Aubrey Murray, Apana Ganapathy, and Henk Kruger with Henk Scaling, Ian Harwood and Jason Langeveld making up that 5th row. Behind them, it will be Rodney McLaughlin, Dieter Hazeman, Savisa Temba, and then Steve Galgocci, Stewie Christie, and Jonathan Schwerin there in the mix as we stand by now for the warm-up lap. They certainly are going to start to feel the effects of the day in those leathers. 31 degrees Celsius out there at the moment, and having to stand on that grid for too long, you're definitely going to start to feel it. And we're about to roll them off, so it shouldn't be too much longer that they have to stand there and wait for Henny the Flag to drop that green flag and let them get on their way to sort things out for the warm-up lap. So with the championship wrapped up, second place will be up for grabs, of course, in the championship. So Slamet, Westman, Jason Lamb, all of them with a chance there of this championship being sorted out. But it is Bambara's, and that 110% Stefanuti stock standard Kawasaki is the number 1 plate again for 2023. Westman and Slamet looking for the final bit of blood, I think, for 2023 though. Or will it go to Michael Smith, the man on pole? Maybe looking to turn his luck around after not getting the start he wanted in race number 1. Took a victory here last weekend in the Thunderbikes. Now wants to use that little advantage he got with the additional bit of practice on his ZX10 at Thunderbikes and capitalise and make it into a win here for the final blood of 2022. Scaling in the mid-pack brings that number 69 bike of his into position. Visors are down. Green flag at the back. 5-second board is up. Stand by for those lights to go out. And we're going to go racing. Ronald Slammer trying to get the whole shot down towards turn 1. Round the outside comes Smith. Michael Smith looking for that whole shot on the outside, but it is the champion who leads out into turn 1 with the whole shot. We're going to see a swan song here from Graham Bambara. Slam it already on his inside into turn 2, and he gets up the inside and into the lead. Smith coming together. Oh, big crash. Jason Lamb goes down. Jason Lamb and Smitty coming together, and fortunately Lamb gets missed by the rest of the pack of riders. Lamb and Smith coming together, which has opened up an advantage now for Graham Bambara and Slammer to get away. Hein McMahon up to 3rd. Bontekoning is at 4. Then it's Wayne Shelley. Trevor Westman had to drop right down into about 17th or 18th place there, just ahead of Harwood and Savisa Temba. So a bit of a change up there. Let's have a look at it from a replays point of view. Into turn 2, watch Jason Lamb come slamming up the inside. Too hot into turn number 2. Trevor Westman had to sit up completely as Lamb's bike went sliding past him. And then Jason Lamb jumping up just in time to show, I think that was Jason Langeveld, that he was in the middle of the track. Hein McMahon, Bonte Koenig and Wayne Shelley. Behind that, Michael Smith. So that is 3, 4, 5 on track with Smith down there just ahead of the Abadan bike of Johan Leroux by the looks of it as they come across the line and complete the first lap. Teddy Brook behind that, then Rob Craig and Trevor Westman is up to 10th now after recovering, after having to sit up completely and almost stop to avoid riding into the back of Jason Lamb and his motorcycle who was sliding in front of him coming out of turn 2. They're out of 3 onto that back straight away, and this is an amazing shot here as they head towards turn 4. McMahon still in 3, Bonte is 4, Shelley 5 with Smitty on his tail. Johan Leroux trying to close them down now as they come up to the braking point at turn 5. Lead change here, slam it on the inside. Oh, Bambara had a bit of a moment. Bambara with the back end stepping out of him there, that Bridgestone just crying out a little bit out of turn 5. Fortunately, the Stefanini Stocks and Motor Kawasaki stayed upright. Hein McMahon with Smith attacking his stablemate there in Wayne Shelley. 2 Cape Townians have swapped out there as Rob Craig falls behind Trevor Westman. Westman now goes hunting for Teddy Brook, the Silver Surfer. As they come down towards turn 2, Bonte Koenig under attack from Smith. Michael Smith trying to make up for a little bit of lost ground as he was also tapped in that little tag between himself and Jason Lamb. He fortunately survived, but Lamb went down in a big way. So Jason Lamb having an amazing start into the season, but the last 2 rounds have just not gone his way. Kyle Army, a big crash, and here at Zwartkops, another one. Johan Leroux in 7th, trying to close down on Shelley. Bambara trying to return the favour here on Slamet, who's looking for 2 wins out of 2 starts here at Zwartkops. Looks like there's going to be some fun and games here. I know that Mike Nathan and the boys are pretty happy with the performance so far, but I'm sure that the Motor Vault guys are also exceptionally happy with the way that Ronald Slamet has gone about his business here in the closing stages of 2022. Leroux has a big look on Shelley. Shop 74 versus Abadan. Top 2 into turn 1. Third margin there, as you can see. And Hein McMahon comfortable in 3rd place, all on his own, so ahead of Brian Bonte Koenig. Hein McMahon also having a very, very good finish to his season. And first time out officially in the ZX10R Masters Cup. McMahon, Bonte, Smith. This is where the lead could possibly be seeing a change up. No, not yet. Slamet hangs on. And one of his closest rivals all season long has been Ronald Slamet. Sure, Slamet will be coming back for more of the same next year to try and take that number 1 plate away from Bambara. Westman got ahead now of the Silver Surfer Teddy Brook and starting to get onto the back end of Wayne Shelley and Johan Leroux. Shelley and Leroux go through turn 1. There comes Westman on the wayward Kawasaki. Smitty closes down on Bonte. Michael Smith and Brian Bonte Koenig. What is 3 and 4 on track? Oh, sorry, 4 and 5 on track, I beg your pardon. What about Hein McMahon there in the 3 spot? Top 2 are going to be going well at the top of the hill. Watch for Bambara. Up into turn 5, there's a possibility of a change up for the lead there as Bambara's got great drive out of turn 4. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, not this time. Watches, has a look. There's a little squeeze up the inside there, but maintains position in 2nd place behind Ronald Slamet. Maybe he doesn't want to go too soon. If he does go too soon, Slamet's still got enough time to come back at him. As we're about to get to the halfway stage completed. 5 done, 5 to go. And Bambara is in 2nd place. That's the gap they've got now over 3rd place Hein McMahon. McMahon with Bonte and Michael Smith behind him. Shelley fighting hard there. And looks like, Westman has closed onto the back end there of Wayne Shelley. Once again, Smith under late braking to close onto the back end of Brian Bonte Koenig. Bonte fends him off for now. Leroux, Shelley and Westman just behind them. Top 2 flying into turn 4. 3, 4 and 5 about to head there now. Hein McMahon, what a run here. Incredible job here from this man. Certainly his best outing in the ZX10R Masters Cup. Seen him at the front end of Thunderbikes on a few occasions. Not at the front end of the ZX10R Masters Cup this time out though. Looking for 3rd place overall and 2nd in Class A. Class A, of course, led out by Slamet at the front end. Class B is Graham Bambara. 2nd in Class A is McMahon. 3rd in Class A is Westman down in 8th. 2nd in Class B is Smith. And Rob Craig in 10th is the 3rd bike in Class B. So that's how they stand in terms of Class A and B heading towards Turn 2. Class C at this stage should be Brian Bontekoning. He should be leading things out over Johan Leroux and Wayne Shelley. Oh, Van Bredar is applying the pressure. He wants the final victory. He wants to cement the championship with the last victory available for 2022, and he's going to push Ronald Slamet to the maximum. Super stuff here from these guys. It has been all season long the premier South African Motorcycle Racing Championship here on the Extreme Festival, the only festival of motorsport in the country. And it's Graham Van Bredar, the newly crowned champion, putting the pressure on here big time to Ronald Slamet. Slamet going into turn 1, leading out. Behind that, McMahon is being closed down pretty rapidly by Michael Smith. Smith's got ahead of Bontekoning now, and he might have enough time to get ahead of McMahon. And McMahon going to try and soak that pressure up. It's being applied by Michael Smith on the 49 bike there, in 4th place at the moment. I think Graham Van Bredar is waiting, biding his time. He's not going to go too soon. If he goes too soon, Slamet can come back at him. He's going to have a look though into turn 5. Not quite there yet, but it's certainly up for grabs here from Graham Van Bredar's point of view. GVBD taking on the Red Baron. Motorvolt, Mikaoxi Kawasaki, helped and prepped by Lacquer Racing and Alan John Fenter, taking on the Stefanuti stock standard Motul Kawasaki of Graham Van Bredar. Some multiple and back-to-back, as I said, for 2022 and 2021. Late into turn 2, not close enough though to have a look at the Red Baron. Slamet maintains the lead with 2 laps to go. Penultimate lap for those two as they get onto that back straight away now. Look in the left-hand side, the karting circuit, having great time there. So outside entertainment provided here at the Extreme Festival as always. Van Bredar this time, a lot closer to the Slamet. Here we go, up to the top of the hill. Is Van Bredar going to have a go this time? Yes, he is. Oh, there you go. Cementing it into turn 5. Will he make it stick? Yes, he does. GVBD hits the front, Slamet into 2nd. He wants this final victory. He certainly wants to get the championship wrapped up with the final victory of the season. Some back markers to negotiate. As they come to the line, it looks like it's possibly going to be Schwerin and Golgocci. It is Jonathan Schwerin and Golgocci fighting hard for what is 21st and 22nd on the road, and 1st and 2nd about to catch them. On to the final lap. And these guys are going to push hard now to try and get through on Golgocci and Schwerin. Steve Golgocci, the man from the Koi farm in Northcliffe, of course, and Schwerin right there as well. Here they come. Van Bredar about to get on the inside of Schwerin. He gets up inside of 1. Slamet goes and just gets hounded slightly, but the same thing applies there as Golgocci gets outdone. There you go. Van Bredar looks over his shoulder just to see where Ronald Slamet is. Slamet late on the brakes and has to tuck in behind Golgocci. See Golgocci just hanging on. Here comes Slamet on his inside. 2 corners to go. The champion is going to take the last blood. Graham Van Bredar is going to secure this championship completely now as he comes under braking for GNH Transport Corner. Your newly crowned champion takes the last victory of 2022 in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. That's going to be a very, very emotional victory there for him, and an amazing effort there from Graham Van Bredar to win out over Ronald Slamet. Class B to Slamet, Class B to Van Bredar, and the overall Class A to Ronald Slamet. and second overall. Great job there from those two. Checkered flag on the pack. Michael Smith comes through for third ahead of McMahon, Westman, Bontekoning and LaRue. Wayne Shelley, Kruger and Rob Cragg making up the top 10. So confirmation of the results there on the back straightaway. Bambara taking Class B, Ronald Slammer taking Class A, 1 and 2 on the road ahead of Michael Smith there for third. McMahon finishes up in second in Class A with Trevor Westman in third and 4 and 5 on the road. Bontekoning wins out Class C's over Johan LaRue and Wayne Shelley with Kruger and Cragg making up the top 10. What a way to finish up the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. Massive thanks to Sunbet, to Red Square, to Bridgestone, Kawasaki, and of course to NGK for all their support for 2022. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars are on standby. They should be down in the pre-race paddock, but we finish things up there for our two-wheeled action here at the final round of the Extreme Festival, and all those people out there have loved every bit of that two-wheeled action provided by the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. Up next, Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. V8s. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars now out on track for race number 2, the inverted grid, as always, for their second heat of racing. And also, compared to the first one, 2 extra laps of race action coming your way. 10 lapper in the first one, 12 lapper in the second one. It's going to see Terry Wolford and Sam Dahl on the front row. And then Warren Lombard, Thomas Reeb, ahead of Mackie Adlam, Franco Di Matteo, Julian Familiaris, race 1 winner, David Kutsia, 20 marks, and Steve Herbst, if he was able to get that prior instrumentation Corvette of his sorted out for race number 2. Heading up towards Universal Motorsport, AMG Driving Academy, and the old Zoc Club. It's the Fuchs Falcon and Sam Dahl in the Mustang, ahead of the Pep Boys automotive machine of Warren Lombard. He'll be alongside Thomas Reeb, the Cafe 9 Automotive and Di Matteo Racing Chevy Lumina. Behind them will be Franco Di Matteo and Mackie Adlam. Mackie Adlam, already crowned champion in this category, as you mentioned, in race number 1. But if you've just joined us for the first time, the two Jaguars on the third row see a 6-time V8 Supercar champion alongside his closest rival in that championship, Franco Di Matteo, going at it for the last time, for today, but the second last time in terms of rounds of this championship. Lights about to go out. It's double yellows into turn 1 and 2. They only start racing coming out of turn 3. And as they go in there, they just slot in line astern, trying to maintain positions on the grid. Watching for maneuvers through there, and Tony Marks already starting to put the pressure on, as is Warren Lombard. Lombard putting right underneath the back end there of Sam Dahl as they came out of turn 2 to get the hammer down and get away from Thomas Reeb. Lombard wants his final victory on the day, but he's going to have to catch Terry Wolford, who's getting away at the front end pretty rapidly. The Lumina under attack from the champion. Di Matteo's all over the back end of their fellow Jaguar competitor. The two Jags now out of turn 4. Two cats hunting in pairs there by the looks of things. So there, first car under their attack. Jag looking left and right, trying to find a way through there on Reeb. Thomas Reeb will soak that pressure up in the Mobil 1 and Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. Here comes Mackie Adlam though, late on the brakes. Dives in, oh, what a big moment! The champion slams straight into the side of Reeb and sends him onto the sideline. Thomas Reeb's not going to be happy about that. Mackie Adlam very late on the brakes and smashes straight into the side of Thomas Reeb coming out of turn number 8. Hannes van Zyl, I hope you're loving all this action. That's the kind of action you just joined us for, buddy. A big moment there between the two V8s. Have a look at this. Mackie Adlam went very late into turn number 8. He got it out of shape. He was way too late. Slammed into the Chevy Lumina and sent it sideways. Reeb catches it on the grass. But now has Mackie Adlam done some damage to the front end of that Jaguar, because Di Matteo is looking to capitalize on it if he has. Doesn't look like there's too much damage. Continues there in third place. It's a good little fight here between the two Jaguars. And it's giving an opportunity to Terry Wolford and Warren Lombard to get away. Lombard closing down on Dahl in second. Sam Dahl at the moment hangs on for second spot. Terry Wolford getting away at the front end. 4 and 5 fighting hard there between the two Jaguars. And it's Mackie Adlam who is the protagonist in that. Looks like a little bit of battle scars on Di Matteo's car as well. He might have just been caught in the frac car there. If you look at the front right of his car, a little bit of scars on the car there, on that black cat. Behind that, Julian Familiaris, race 1 winner. Keep an eye on him. Right now, Familiaris, second fastest car on track at the moment. Fastest man out there at the moment is Mackie Adlam. And he has to be fast because you have to keep out the attack coming from Franco Di Matteo. The Italian stallion looking on the inside as they come up under braking for turn number 4. Now into turn 5. Has a look. Not quite close enough though. There you can see front left of the car. That splitter with some damage. Won't really affect that car. Not at this circuit with the short straights. Doesn't need too much aerodynamic assistance, but it will definitely be a concern. You can see that the front bumper as well and the bonnet coming loose there on Mackie Adlam's car could be a concern as well. Di Matteo quickest on the last pass. 102.4. Unbelievable to see that he's only a second off his outright lap record here. So it's Mustangs and Jaguars fighting for honours for 2, 3, 4 and 5. The Corvette closing in on them, but at the front end the Fuchs Falcon is disappearing. So we got 4 cars fighting for second. Could potentially be 5 if Familiaris can just bridge that gap to the tune of about 6 car lengths. Here comes Mackie Adlam looking for a wade through on Lombard. Late braking from Adlam and Di Matteo's going with him. Oh, it got close there. Di Matteo just able to miss the back end of Lombard's car. Warren Lombard under attack from his stablemate. No team orders in Di Matteo Racing, that's for sure. Every man for himself out there. And the 3 teammates about to go at it now and go hunting for the first of the Cats and the first of the Mustangs. Dahl late on the brakes down into turn 2, keeping Mackie Adlam at bay for now, but he runs wide. Adlam will use that. He realizes he's putting Sam Dahl under pressure, and Dahl is buckling under that pressure slightly. Into that back straight away they come. This is a big move here from Mackie Adlam. Adlam wants through. He knows that Familiaris is coming. Let's see if Lombard can come back at Di Matteo. But here comes Familiaris. Julian Familiaris up onto the top, under braking. Adlam has a go. Dahl sees him coming, shuts the door. Adlam has to lock up the brakes. Concertinaing those 5 cars now right underneath the wing of Sam Dahl's Ford out front. Here they come. Down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. Once again, Adlam pulls out. Not close enough. Dahl makes a mistake under braking. Catches himself out, watching the rearview mirrors and the attack coming from Mackie Adlam. Di Matteo trying to capitalise on that as well now. This awesome little battle here for second place between the Mobil 1 V8 Supercar contenders. Dahl, Adlam, Di Matteo, Lombard and Familiaris. Last lap, Di Matteo was quickest. Once again, just off the pace there was Mackie Adlam and Julian Familiaris. Second quickest car on track, Familiaris in the Corvette. Two Jaguars looking to pounce into turn 5. Adlam goes, forces Dahl wide, perfectly done by Di Matteo. Capitalises on the little mistake there from Sam Dahl as Adlam forced his way through. Dahl went on the offensive, trying to stay out of harm's way and opened up the door, and Di Matteo said, I'll have that. Here comes Familiaris. Julian Familiaris late on the brakes into turn 8. G&H Transport Corner, and we've got V8 Supercars fighting for honours into that corner. Familiaris, good drive from the Chevy. That Corvette looking dangerous into turn 1. Has he been able to get through? He might have. The 2 Cats just behind, absolutely brilliant stuff as they come out of turn 2. Familiaris is through, there it is. Lombard going to try and follow him. Dahl sees him coming, shuts the door. Great battle here. 2 Cats for second and third, trying to close down on that Ford Falcon out front. Terry Wolford doing it all right here to try and stay in the hunt for second place in the championship with Di Matteo there in third. That's the fight for second. Remember, the car in second at the moment is the champion. He doesn't have to do anything more to win this outright championship for the 6th time. Mackie Adlam now having a fight of note there with Di Matteo. Great battle here. 6-time champion and the longest standing V8 Supercar driver. Teammate now has got through on that second pack, and like maybe with the last 5 laps to go, could possibly still catch the 2 Jaguars out front. consistent 103s out of Julian Familiaris, but it's now 102s coming out of Adlam and Dimitaro. That's how hard they're pushing each other. And with that, they're closing Terry Wolford down. Wolford had a 2.5 second gap at one stage. It's down to 1.3 seconds, possibly even less than that, heading up towards turn 5. As you can see, a bit of a change up here as well in the standings, as Wolford now is under massive pressure. Two Jaguars have closed him down rapidly, and they're looking to ground cat that bird out front. The Fuchs Falcon under pressure now from the two Jaguars. Down into turn 8 they go again. Massive flame spewing out the side of that car. Great to see that under the gear change as Wolford tries to survive. And it is going to be survival for him. He was the man on pole. These two have had to fight through the field. They've done that. It's been a very hard fight as well. Might be a little chat between Thomas Reeb and Mackie Adlam after this one, after that little touch into turn 8. Let's wait and see how that all pans out. Oh, Lombard. Lombard with a big moment. Slamming and, yeah, safety car by the looks of things. Hand up and a possibility of a safety car. There's going to be safety car boards out or yellow flags. It's up into turn 5 where that incident's happened. There's prior instrumentation Corvette of Steve Herbst. Wolford trying to get past on him. I don't think Terry Wolford's seen the safety car board just yet, because it was double yellows at the incident. They wouldn't have the safety car board out, but now he's seen it. There it is. So safety car will be deployed, and it'll be the prior instrumentation Corvette will continue on his merry way there. That'll be Steve Herbst. But they'll pick up on Wolford with, what is it going to be, 3 laps to go as they cross the line now. Here we go. So Pretoria Toyota 86 will pick up on Terry Wolford. Where is that safety car? Probably going towards turn 3 at this stage. They should wave Steve Herbst through and pick up on the Fuchs Falcon. Adlam, Dimitar, Familiaris, Dahl, Kutsia in the Mobil 1 grid car. Warren Lombard, unfortunately, out of this one, as we saw at the top of the hill. Yeah, it's definitely up at turn 5. Looks like he might have run out of brakes, because if he's gone in there that hot, gone on the brakes and it's gone to the floorboard, that's where he slid across the kiddie litter and into the tyre barrier. Lombard got out the car, he was okay, but now very, very hurt. Pep Boys Automotive Ford parked in the tyre barrier. Certainly not what Warren Lombard wanted on his final race. Remember, there's 2 more races to come in the championship though, but there's not a lot of time to get that car fixed, unfortunately, for Warren. Dimitar Racing, Gavin Wilkins Racing, and Pep Boys Automotive are going to be onto that car probably tomorrow even, to ensure that they get it ready for 2 weeks' time when we come back here to Zwartkops for the final regional side of the championship. 4 weeks' time, beg your pardon. 4 weeks' time, yeah. 12th of November. That's right. 4 weeks' time, the 12th of November, we're back here for the final regional Extreme Festival, and that'll wrap up the circuit racing calendar for 2022. I think there's a possibility here, Paulie, we may finish under safety car. There's only two laps to go, and that's a big pity. But of course, it's not a pity for the Fuchs Falcon. Terry Wolford will be pretty happy to finish under safety car. If they pull that safety car in with a lap to go, you know that Mackie Adlam's going to have a go. If not, it's plain sailing there for the win. Starting from pole, and unfortunately, a safety car scenario could play into his hands and keep him in contention for second place, particularly with Lombard out and with the DNF and of course the off-track excursions early on from Thomas Reeb's point of view. Reeb has not come back on track after lap 1, so he will have a DNF depending on what he does in a protest or anything like that. Looks like the engine bay might have got a little bit of heat and additional heat in it, trying to get the flames out there on Lombard's Ford. Lights on, and I think we're going to be finishing up under safety car here. Are the lights out on that safety car? Or was that just my eye catching it incorrectly? There you go. So still on, and one lap under safety car in this second heat of V8 Supercars to a close. That's a big pity though. Things were just starting to heat tender between the two cats and the Falcon. No, that's part of motor racing. David could see us trying to keep heat in the rubber. Don't think you need to worry about that, Dave. Only one more lap to go. And you'll be under safety car, which means we'll bring the checkered flag out under safety car as well for the third last time of 2022. 2 more races to go on the 12th of November here at Zwartkops for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. They launched Mobil Super here and down in Cape Town with that 3-race format and double points for the 3 races in Cape Town. So it looks like the sponsor leveraging opportunities with these incredible V8 Supercars to show off some new wears and tears from the Mobil brand. Some future V8 Supercar drivers on the go-kart circuit there on the left-hand side by the looks of things too. Trying to emulate what these guys are doing on the big track. He knows he's done. I think his supporters are down at turn 4 though. That's probably why he's giving a shout out there. Number 1 V8 Supercars out of turn 5, 6 and 7 for the last time. Checkered flag will be on standby. And the win is going to go to the Toyota 86 from Pretoria, no Toyota. Great drive there from that 86 to beat out Terry Wolford. No, only kidding. Checkered flags out. High five for Terry Wolford. Wolford, Adlam, Dimito, Familiaris, Dahl, Kutsia, and Herbst. That's how they'll wrap up heat number 2 of the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. And Tony Marks had some problems early on. Warren Lombard is the reason we had the safety car, and Thomas Reeb, as we saw, with a big crash between himself and Mackie Adlam. There you go, Wolford from Adlam and Dimito. Fastest lap out of Dimito there on the last pass was a 1:48.7. That's a fast lap from Frank and Dimito. Julian Familiaris in 4th, Dahl, Kutsia, Stevie Herbst, and then Tony Marks may just still be classified down in 8th place. Up next, we go into Investchem Formula 1600s to wrap up that championship and see who's going to take the Investchem Formula 1600's back on track for the final part of the 2022 season now. The last race in anger. 10 laps to come your way. All fighting for 200,000 Rand and a global touring car test for first place. Second place is a nice 100k. Third place is 50k. So it's between Josh Leroux, Gerard Geldenhuys and Troy Dolenchik. Josh comes into the round on 92 points. Gerard on 86, Troy on 69. Antoine Geldenhuys hangs on to 4th place, 62, ahead of Alex Vos. Andrew Schofield on 43, Nicholas Van Wheelie on 36, and then the rest of the pack behind them. Will we see somebody spoil the day for the top contenders, or is it going to be 2 out of 2 for Josh Leroux? If it is 2 out of 2 for Josh Leroux, he will definitely be looking to try and take the overall championship with the win over Gerard Geldenhuys. That is what they're fighting for: 100 grand, 200 grand, and 50 grand. 200,000 Rand includes a global touring car test. As the outgoing champion, Andrew Rackstraw will know all about that. He moved up into global touring cars and will be in action in his Audi just a few races time from now. Josh Leroux brings them to the line and will set them up for the final time for 2022. Peter Kemp, thanks for joining us, buddy. Enjoyed the first half of the race at the track and now watching online. Oh, it's great that you can watch it online, isn't it? Don't miss out on any of the action. That's why we bring you the live stream, buddy. Thanks for that support, Pete. We see Josh Kutzer take another victory in the Kent category as well. Should be good fun. Here we go. Down to clear that grid. Get ready to go now for the last time in 2022 for our single-seaters in the Formula 1600 category. 2-minute board is up. It becomes the fastest minute of your life, which then becomes the fastest 30 seconds of your life, and then the fastest 5. 5-second board goes to the lights on. Leroux must win over Gerard Geldenhuys to take the victory overall. Ooh, a little jump start at the back there for a couple of the Kent category cars. Dolenchik heads into turn 1. Gerard Geldenhuys goes on the inside, tries to find a way through, but Troy Dolenchik was in his way. Dolenchik looking for the last victory of the season, but Josh Leroux needs that victory to ensure the championship is his by the time that checkered flag comes out. Good start there, 3x3 coming out of turn 2. And it is Antoine Geldenhuys. Fast. Oh, big problems! Big problems there. Is that Dolenchik? I think it might be Troy Dolenchik. The Formula 4 Kent's going left, right, and centre, trying to avoid it. It's Dolenchik. Gerard Geldenhuys hits the front. Troy Dolenchik's broken car in the background had to be avoided by almost the entire field and all of the Kent category cars as well. I wonder what happened coming out of turn 2. Gerard Geldenhuys now leads over Josh Leroux. Oh, things have turned around here dramatically here. Leroux has to be in front of Gerard if he wants the championship. Dolenchik is out of it. Antoine Geldenhuys could possibly spoil his day. Is that going to be the case? There's only 7 points between Antoine and Troy Dolenchik. And now with Dolenchik stricken on the sideline, possibilities here. I wonder if we're going to see a maneuver here from Antoine Geldenhuys to get through and move up into 3rd place ahead of Andrew Schofield. So Schofield in 3rd, Antoine in 4th. there's still some debris on the circuit now. Also looks like they've got that car out of harm's way. There is a little bit, there's some wings going flying as they went through turn 3. Well held there from the director, Scotty. Thanks, Scotty Seward. Getting all that debris flying in the faces and in the visors of those helmets. A couple of bits and pieces still on the sideline, right around the track as well. Toy Dolanchek is out of race number 2. Possibly out of 3rd place in the championship with Antoine Geldenaar still on track. Depending on where he finishes, he may finish up 3rd overall. 6 points between 1 and 2, and it's the reverse order of the championship on track at the moment, with Gerard Geldenaar 2nd in the championship, 1st on the road. Josh Leroux 1st in the championship, 2nd on the road. What an amazing way to finish this one up, that is for sure. They come down. And once again out of turn 2. That debris should be out of the way this time. Yes, that time it's all clear. I think Dolanchek might just be on the inside of turn 3 there. And out of harm's way. Van Wheelie with Jason Kutsia on his tail. Then it's Vos and Teo van der Laan. Hepburn leads out the Kent category. But Gerard Geldenaar is trying to get away here from Josh Leroux. Putting the pressure onto the championship leader. Schofield looking for a victory. Remember, Andrew Schofield is only down in 6th place in the championship. But he's 3rd on track at the moment. And possibly spoiling chances here for Antoine. Three down, 7 to go. Gerard Geldenaar continues to lead things out over Josh Leroux. Leroux just taking a bit of a breather, trying to get back into a rhythm. And maybe you'll have another attack here at Gerard Geldenaar. Is 2nd place enough though? It could possibly be. 2nd place may be enough here for Josh Leroux. Yeah, so 2nd place is enough for Josh Leroux. He doesn't have to fight for it. He just cannot afford to lose any more positions there to Schofield or to Antoine. Van Wheelie in the new chassis now. Changing that up in Cape Town. Hopefully by 2023 he'll be used to that new chassis and will become another contender for another single-seater championship. He's won this in the past. Man from Linden in Johannesburg. Magnificent Paint and Hardware is his sponsor. His dad Ron further back in the pack, fighting in the Kent category with Hepburn, Schultz, Meyer and Josh Kutzer. Here they come, under braking for turn 2 again. Yeah, there would definitely be the chat there, I think, between the team and Josh to tell him, listen, no matter what pans out here, take into account 2nd place is good enough, 3rd place may even be good enough as well. Which is why I don't think we're seeing such a frantic effort from Josh Leroux to get back at Gerard Geldenaar. Up to the top they go. If Gerard Geldenaar makes some mistakes and Josh Leroux can close in on him, he may have an attempt to get back to the front and take the final victory of the season to secure the championship. But I don't think he's going to fight so hard for it. He knows at this point of the season, just to finish is the most important factor. Monkonkwana, Van Wheelie was quickest on the last pass. He's ahead there still of Jason Kutsia just in the background there. Coachworks man having a good run. Fly Safair's Andrew Schofield currently in 3rd. Losing a little bit of ground to the leaders. Still with Antoine Geldenaar behind him. Can't afford to give up just yet. Down onto the back straight away they go. And this is the fight for mid-pack there. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, we go back to the championship fight between the 24 car. Super run there from Josh Kutzer, and he's fighting hard with Duncan Vos, seasoned campaigner in this category, and the youngsters giving him a run for his money. Hepburn's out front. Looks like he sorted out whatever issues he had on the car yesterday. Voss versus Kutzer. Duncan Voss, multiple SA champion in various forms of the sport. Josh Kutzer, multiple SA champion in karting. But first time he stepped up into a single-seater this weekend. At 24 cars, usually piloted by Rick Morris. He hasn't been able to make it out from the UK for the last 3 rounds. And it's now in the hands of Josh Kutzer for the first time. That's the leader, Hepburn. Kutzer in second, Voss in third. And it is Paul Schultz who sits there in the 4 spot for the Kent class. Hepburn disappearing at the front end, leaving the fight between Kutzer and Voss. Oh, Voss on the inside. 23 ahead of 24 now. Numerical order. There you go. We've got to just try and catch Graham Hepburn and put him into 3rd place. Then there'll be 23, 24, 26. Not quite there though. Here comes Kutzer back at Voss. Great fight this. The future of the sport and a man who's been around for a long, long time. And I'm sure that Duncan Voss is enjoying the battle here with Josh Kutzer. Nothing like a good dice between some great racing drivers. Awesome stuff as they come out of turn 6 into 7. They'll be starting their 3rd last lap as they cross the line this time. There he is, Graham Hepburn, quali-pack car out front with 3 to go. Here they come in the background, so don't feel too bad. Not too far. And keep an eye out on Gerard Geldenhuys and Josh LaRue. Out of turn 2 come the leaders, Gerard Geldenhuys and Josh LaRue. Joshy knows second is good enough, that's why he stayed where he is. Antoine Geldenhuys has stayed there. Siyabonga Monkankwana and Van Wheelie behind that, fighting hard for the last top 5 honours. And a lap and a half for them as they head through turn 4. Josh LaRue heading to the top of the hill, doesn't want to make any mistakes now. Gerard Geldenhuys is going to have to settle for 2nd place, although he's going to get the final victory of 2022. Nothing like 100,000 Rand for a 2nd prize though. I'll take that. 50 grand will go to 3rd, and it could possibly go to Antoine Geldenhuys. If he stays where he is right now, he might just get over a top Troy Dolanchek, who crashed out in the 1st lap. 1 lap to go of 2022's Investchem Formula 1600s. Here they come towards turn 2 again. As I said, Antoine Geldenhuys in 4th place could secure himself 3rd overall and make it a 2-3 in the championship for the Abacus Division Racing team. Behind his brother in 2nd. His brother's going to win the race, but he'll be finishing up in 2nd in the championship there, behind Josh LaRue, who will be 2nd behind him in the final race. Up towards Universal Motorsport, past the AMG Driving Academy for the last time in 2022. Gerard Geldenhuys will have the final blood of the season, but the champion, winning 200,000 Rand, a global touring car test, that is going to go to Josh LaRue. Geldenhuys wins, gets 2nd in the championship. A little bit of celebration there across the line for him. Josh LaRue is your champion. And there you can see it. Happiness all round. Siyabonga Monkankwana beats out Van Wheelie and Jason Kutsia. Voss also, great job from him to win out ahead of Taya van der Laan, birthday girl from just a couple of days ago. Gerard Geldenhuys will finish up in 2nd place in the championship. I think Antoine may finish up in 3rd. And here's the fight for 2nd in the Kent category. Oh, Voss makes a mistake. Perfect timing, Scotty Seaver did to pick up on that action. Here they come down towards the final corner for Graham Hepburn to take the checkered flag. Hepburn for the win in the Kent category. Crosses the line. He will be followed very closely there by Josh Kutzer and Duncan Foss. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff from our Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kent category competitors. That is how we wrap things up for 2022's championship. Congratulations, Josh LaRue. Unofficially, of course, we'll get confirmation of that, I'm sure, pass through on the WhatsApp groups. But according to the way we finished it up and our calculations, it will be Josh LaRue in second place in the race, but your champion. Gerard Caldenace takes the final win, will finish second in the championship. And I think Antoine Caldenace may have just got ahead of Troy Donenchek for third overall for the magnificent prize money. 200,000 Rand and a global touring car test goes to Josh LaRue, 100 grand to Gerard Caldenace, and possibly that 50 grand to Antoine Caldenace for the Abacus Racing division. There it is, done and dusted. Up next, G&H Transport, Extreme Supercars, race number 2. do see a few cars that are slightly different and were not in the first race, making their way onto the track now for the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. One of them notably is Ricky Giannacoro's Lamborghini Huracan, who was the last car out of the pre-race area. I see Richard Daly's back in his 370 as well. Let's see whether or not they got those cars all sorted out. There it is, Giannacoro's Lamborghini Huracan. So they must have worked frantically in between the two heats to get that car sorted out after a little bit of a fire in that car in qualifying. Mansour Parker and that 350Z of Richard Daly. We had race 1A and race 1B due to an incident with Jonathan du Toit down into turn 1, where he unfortunately had a bit of a brake issue, had to spin the car around, but it looks like, yeah, look at that, nothing like duct tape and zip ties to fix a Lamborghini when you've got a championship up for grabs. So it looks like Stradale Motorsport and Trans-Africa Racing have now used their entire year's budget of duct tape and zip ties to get that Lamborghini all sorted. There it is, patched up and ready to go. Du Toit has to finish this one to secure the championship, which is why they have worked so hard in between the two heats to get that car back on track. Crossbow of Dion Duplessis, Jive BMW of Mansour Parker, Daly behind that, and then the two Giannacaros. So the number 34 Trans-Africa Racing Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini all patched up and ready to go, ahead of the Porsche Franco Scrimanti, Charles Arangis, Gianni Giannacoro, Zulila Letlaka. Into Africa Mining Lamborghini GT3 ahead of the Audi RH GT3 of Marius Jackson. He's just ahead as they come to form up of Damien Hammond and Kwanda Mokoena. First race, the second start saw a jump start from Franco Scribanti, so he'll have to be wary about where he starts now. He starts on the second position on the grid. Outside line is pole, which is Du Toit's. They're under starters orders, waiting for those lights to go out, and we're about to go racing. Here we go. Gianni Giannacoro trying to get the drop as he gets off the line nicely, tucked in behind Franco Scribanti heading into turn 1. It is Scribanti who leads out, Du Toit in second, Giannacoro in third. Johnny around the outside of Jonathan du Toit coming out of turn number 2, and he's got Charles Arangis on his tail. Arangis looking to try and find a way through there on the Nissan, and that GTR 35 under attack from the R8 Audi. Arangis on the inside. Then she gets through to third and puts Gianni back down into something. That's a bit of body work off the Lambo. They didn't quite strap that part down. Either some duct tape or maybe the splitter at the bottom of the car, the undercarriage, isn't quite duct taped up correctly, and that's a bit of the Lamborghini going flying. What's that, about 100 grand, I think, flying off on the sideline. Alright, he continues to circulate though, and that's all he needs to do. Stay on track, finish the race. Championship goes to Jonathan du Toit. If he doesn't, the man behind him will still make it a 1-2 for the Stradale Motorsport camp. But the number 1 plate will stay with Charles Arangis. Arangis runs wide out of turn 2. Trying to get the drive into 3 and onto that back straightaway to close down on the Lambo. So we got Porsche versus Lambo versus Audi versus Nissan. First 4 cars on track. Then it's another Audi and another Lamborghini. Zolila Letlaka closing now on Jackson. Letlaka in the Inter Africa Mining Lamborghini GT3. On the tail piece there of the second R8 Audi GT3 of Marius Jackson. Ravenel and Stradale Motorsport closing down on the Stradale Motorsport Trans-Africa Racing Lamborghini. Out front, Franco Scribanti Racing. leading and controlling things. Toy, I'm sure going into turn 1 on a few occasions is going to double tap that brake pedal to make sure it works, just to make sure that if he gets on the anchors that will actually slow the car down. It's been very hot here this weekend, all weekend long, and if we go to a quick update, which I'm going to do right now for you guys, to see how we are standing on current weather conditions. 30 degrees Celsius, a real feel of 30. So, and no precipitation expected for the next at least 2 hours. So that's exactly what we need for the last 4 races of the day. Fifth last race is on track at the moment with Jackson closing in on Letlaka. Charles maintaining 3rd place for Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport. Jonathan du Toit with the patchwork orange machine. From Trans Africa Racing stable. His stablemate behind him. They'll make it 1-2 in the championship here for the team if they stay as they are. Franco Scrivanti's been a very, very good car all season long. But what we found is that it's been a little bit of intermittent from him. Couple of incidents, couple of breakages. And now looking to try and finish up the season strong with 2 victories. Even though the first one he got demoted down 4 positions for the jump start in race 1B, still would have crossed the line in the front end. That's all he likes to do here from Scrivanti's point of view. Win things out over everybody else. This 997 Porsche is a very, very competitive car. Gianni Giannacaro for Bisc Racing and the G&H Transport Racing stable in the R35. Lovely run here from him. Du Toit and Scrivanti and Charles Arangis. 60-second laps from all 3 on that last pass. There we go, back up towards turn 5. One car we don't have really involved in the Extreme Supercars. It would be great to have one though. There are some GT3 options from the Mercedes-Benz stable. Maybe Clinton Natalie need to try and find a couple of those to throw into the mix here for next year. Particularly that SLK Black. That'll be nice. Seen a couple of those at the 9 hour at Kyalami. Sure we can get a couple here. I know that Son Mudley I think has got one, and so has Andrew, his teammate in the SA Endurance Series. Colbert and Mudley have got them, so maybe they need to come and play in this category as well. Chuck in some Mercedes-Benz for the Benz fans out there. Nismo GTR 35 with Gianni Giannacaro at the wheel. He got a 3rd overall in the first heat. It's his first overall in that car. Brand new car for him. He's sitting 4th on the track at the moment, so not a bad effort there from him. The nice thing about this car, as we watch it going through turn 4, I'm going to give Gianni a bit of a ragging now. That car actually has aircon in the race car. So it's a proper race car, fully prepped by Stradale Motorsport for the G&H Transport Racing stable and the Bisc Racing team and Gianni Giannacaro. And it has a full air conditioning unit in it. Come on, GG. That's awesome stuff, eh? That's the way you go racing. So Lilo Letlaka might not have the same in that Lamborghini. However, he has got some great ability behind the wheel of that Inter-Africa Mining Lamborghini GT3. Currently leads Class A and is 5th on track overall. Porsche Lambo closing on the back markers now. Banso Parker was the first one that has been caught and passed in the background there in the Jive BMW. Jive Cold Drinks BMW of Manso Parker all the way from Cape Town, looking to wrap up Class D as well in this championship. Certainly worth the drive up from the Cape to Gauteng. Brilliant stuff here from these top two. Getting away now from Oranges. Looks like Jonathan du Toit is putting a bit more pressure here into the closing stages onto the back end of the Porsche. We saw what happened in the first race when he started to put the pressure on. He caught himself out and he ended up slamming into the wall at turn 1. Dion Duplessis in the crossbow. That KTM about to be caught and passed by the top two. You'll be well aware of those cars coming along. Lights flashing there. Just warning Duplessis that they're coming up on the inside. He's giving some room there. And that's enough room for Jonathan du Toit to squeeze by as well. Nicely done from Ricky Jonakora. First time we've seen him on track as well in the Hurricane today. It's not firing on all cylinders, that's for sure. But he's out there circulating, and I think, as I say that, he may be pulling into pit lane. I think Ricky was trying to get out there to try and secure as many of the leftover championship points that are available out there. Jimbo about to be passed in the Lamborghini Trofeo. Jimbo Jonakora, the boss man of GNH, and also looking to finish up nicely in the GT3 category. Big one in Class C. Ricky Jonakora, of course, is in the GT3 class. So that's 1 and 2 into turn 4. There comes third place, Charles Arangis. He's ahead now of Duplessis. So the traffic has been negotiated, and look at how Jonathan du Toit is wanting this final victory. He wants a bit of redemption for the pride that he lost in race 1. And if he beats Franco Scrivanti in a very battle-scarred car, that will be pretty impressive stuff. We've still got 6 laps to go though. I think Franco's up for the challenge. I think he's baiting that Lambo. He allows him to come right underneath that diffuser and the big wing, and then he just drops the hammer on the straights. Look at that. Check out the straight line speed of the Porsche. It's not as impressive as the first race, that's for sure. It was a lot more of a commanding straight line speed from the Porsche. Maybe he's also finding a couple of issues here in the closing stages. Pressure's on Scrivanti, or maybe just wants a nice. He's just looking forward to having a good night here for the final race of the season. Look from the Lambo. 5 to go. Jono means business, that's for sure. He's not holding back here. Look at that, late braking, and around the outside of Franco. Sees him coming, just shuts the door and controls that inside line. Just avoiding the hot line from the Lambo to get the drive out of turn 2. Frank watching those rearview mirrors. Jono looking to pounce. Big Bull on the attack. Looking for a way through here on Franco Scrivanti's Porsche. Not found a way through just yet. He has another look into turn 8. To win the GNH Transport Championship, you may have to make a move into GNH Transport corner. Across the line, another lap, 4 to go. Amazing how these laps are just ticking off here very quickly in the closing stages of this 2022 championship. Franco hangs on to the lead for now, only just though. You can see, I think Jono's getting frustrated. He's certainly looking for a chance to get through and away pass, but he can't find it. He's really working hard to try and find a way past and actually slowing themselves down, those two, to allow Ranjis to come back into the picture. Big gap down now to 4th place. That is Zulile Leclerc, Johnny Jonakara. Could be a 3-way fight here for the last 3 laps. Looks like Mansour Parker might get lapped again. Jive BMW. No, it's not. I think that might. No, it is. That is Manso Parker, yeah. And they're going to close down on Kwanda Mokwena as well. So here they come. Inside. Yeah, it is the Jive BMW. Here comes Jonathan du Toit trying to catch Franco out there on that overtake of the back marker. Nearly worked out for him. Franco going on the inside and Jonathan trying to go around the outside. Into turn 4. Here's a look. Oh, wow. Very determined Jonathan du Toit here. He wants this final victory. Going to secure the championship with a win. That's exactly what he wants to try and do here. Got to be wary of that car though. It's only strapped together with duct tape and zip ties. And now Aranjis is back into the mix as well. So we're going to have 2 laps to go on this next pass and 3 cars fighting for the final honours of 2022. Coming up on Mokwena in the R8 GT4. Here they come, 1, 2 and 3 through turn 1. Oh, there you go. Back end steps out on Charles. And into the dust goes Charles Aranjis. He was pushing hard. The back end just stepped out there on Aranjis. I wonder if there's something down. Oh no. He has buried that Lambo in the kitty. Kwanda Mokwena about to be caught by the top 2. Possibly double yellows into turn 1 now on that final pass. Here they come. Mokwena gets out the way. Stays out the way. As they go down in towards turn 5 again. Jonathan du Toit all over the back of Scribante. Now he's looking left, he's looking right. He's trying to find a way through there on that diffuser. And there's just no way around the Porsche. Scribante late on the brakes into G&H Transport corner, starting the final lap. Double yellows into turn 1. Or yellow flag at least into turn 1 there with the stricken Aranjis car on the outside line. They've got through there. Now into turn 2. Here comes Hammond onto the back straight. Lamborghini Trofeo from Trinity Protection Services. Will he survive and hang on not to be lapped by Scribante and du Toit? Up to the top of the hill goes the Porsche. Look at those brake discs lighting up. You can actually see them in the daylight. That's how hot they've got on the Porsche right front. But it's 2 corners to go now for Scribante. Can he get this victory? He comes down to the line, goes defensive. Du Toit tries to go on the inside line. To the line they're going to go. Scribante's got it. Scribante has got it. He's taken the victory. Nicely done. Good job there from Scribante to win out over Jonathan du Toit. Class A Plus and Class A Plus Nationals. First 2 cars across the line. Kwanda Mokwena will win out Class C. Here comes Gianni Giannaccaro. He will finish in 3rd place again. With the demise of Charles Aranjis, that's going to be 3rd place and 3rd overall for the day as well for Gigi. Must be that air conditioning in the car. Then it's Solila Letlaka in 4th place. Marius Jackson will finish up in 5 ahead of Damien Hammond. And that wraps up the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. This race is 15 laps long, Moira. Longest race of the day from those 2. So that's how we wrap up G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Jonathan du Toit, with that 2nd place, should have secured himself the championship, even though he's in the patchwork orange. Not the clockwork orange one, the patchwork orange Lamborghini from Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport. It'll be 1-2 for the Stradale team, because I think, even though Charles Aranjis didn't finish that, he had enough points to secure 2nd place in the championship. Gigi, as I said, getting a 3rd overall for the day, ahead of Zolila Letlaka. Jackson in the 5 spot. Wrapping up G&H Transport Extreme Supercars for 2022. Up next, the final heat of Global Touring Cars and GDC SupaCup. GDC and GDC SupaCup make their way onto the circuit for the final time of the 2022 season here at the final round of Extreme Festival at Zwartkops International Raceway. Green flags all around the circuit as they come round for their warm-up to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. Still got to go under starters' orders, of course, and form up. And then it's a rolling start for Global Touring Cars and the GDC SupaCup. How much pressure do you want, Ashley Oldfield? First time out, you finished the race in the Gazoo Racing Corolla after wrapping up the Yaris Cup in Cape Town. And now, in your second time of asking, on pole for GDC in the Gazoo Racing Cup. The rookie will be on pole alongside Andrew Rackstraw. Now, we mentioned Andrew Rackstraw. He's in the Race Driver SA Investchem Audi. Outgoing Formula 1600 champion from 2021. Got the test in the Global Touring Car, secured the seat in that Audi, and will now be looking to take the final victory of the season to give himself an early 21st birthday present for tomorrow. That's his plan anyway. There's a couple of guys behind him that might want to spoil that ever so slightly. The newly crowned champion Robert Volk will start from the second row alongside his second place in the championship rival, that is Sawat Variawa. Race 1 winner Michael van Rooyen will start from the third row alongside the Hype Energy, Sparko and Team Red Racing Golf GTI 8 of Brad Liebenberg. And Julian van der Vat will start at the back after his off-track excursion in race number 1. So, that's how things line up from the GDC side of things. Let's have a look and see how things line up on the GDC SupaCup side of things. Front row, Daniel Rowe for Team Perfect Circle on pole position alongside Jason Campos for Turn 1 and Campos Racing. Then you've got Jeff Kruger for Team Red Racing looking to secure second place and a 1-2 for the Team Red Racing team in the championship, with Jonathan Mahotsi alongside him in the Sonax and Volkswagen Motorsport entry. Then you've got Arnie Nieveling for Strudade Motorsport and Paget Racing. Alongside him is the newly crowned GDC SupaCup champion, Leighton Fourie. Keegan Campos and JP van der Walt will start behind them. And then we go down a bit further back to pick up on Tato Carello, Dominic Diaz, Calvin Diaz, and Nathan Hammond. Then it's Donnie van Niekerk from Cape Town in the Car Care Clinic and Titan Stunts car, ahead of Roy Campos, who, by the looks of things, is the leader of the Masters. Yes, first Master on track, ahead of Sam Hammond, Stefan Schneiders, and the Masters champion right at the back here in the red and yellow car with Davidson on the back. That's Nick Davidson, your champion in the Masters category, starting at the back of the pack there, and probably going to do a drive-through at McDonald's to get himself his final Happy Meal for the year. Couple of cars with the boots up, trying to get some air into the back of those cars. It is very, very hot in the cockpits of these race cars. We're still sitting at the moment with about, I'm going to just refresh the weather app here so I'll give you the exact temperature. 30 degrees Celsius, real feel of 30, a little bit of a breeze, and we're looking at no precipitation until the end of the day, so we don't need to worry about any rain coming here to spoil our day. But we are definitely expecting a bit of thunder and lightning at the front end of this field for the final time in 2022. There is Daniel Sun, or Daniel Rowe as he likes to be known, for Team Perfect Circle. Peretti Auto Parts, Motul, and of course Playboy, all part and parcel of that one. The Hasey Restaurant down in Cape Town. And of course he is sitting in that seat due to the fact that the team owner and driver of that car, Andre Besaidnout, had a injury halfway through the season, and he gave up the seat for Daniel Sun to finish up the season. Unfortunately, Keegan Masters is on international duties this weekend for Team Perfect Circle, so he was not able to get back into his race car for this final round. And Rekard Rutz, the man who deputised for Keegan Masters, is here at the racetrack. And his car's here as well, but unfortunately they need that car for Monday and Tuesday as they continue the celebrations for the Volkswagen GTI brand's 40th anniversary. That's your Masters champion at the back there. So here we go. Trying to get as much heat into those Dunlops as possible will be Oldfield and Rackstraw. Remember, Rackstraw's on the inside line, so he's got the slightly dirtier line, but it's definitely the better line to start with on the restart. Then you've got Rowe, Campos, Kruger, Machotzi, Nieuweling, Free, Campos, Van der Vaart. Van der Vaart is ahead of Tata Carello, Diaz and Diaz, Hammond, Van Niekerk, Campos, Hammond, Schneiders, and at the back, Nick Davidson. Here we go again. Amazing stuff from these guys, as we've seen all season long. SupaCup class has been bolstered up to 17 cars this weekend. The strongest field of global touring cars we've ever put onto Zwartkops. 24 cars about to go to battle. And they're under starters orders now, with Oldfield controlling things for the start of the race. It's Gazoo Racing Corolla versus the Investchem race driver SA Audi. Drop the hammer time, and here comes Brad Liebenberg from the back of the field, diving through his Variawa as well. Saud Variawa gets ahead of Rackstraw, and here comes Liebenberg. Liebenberg looking to go around the outside of Saud Variawa into turn number 2. GDC SupaCup going into turn 1. Great start from all of them as they head down towards turn 2 at this stage. Looks like the man out front has stayed out front. No, he hasn't. Daniel Rose lost out, and there goes Van der Vaart. Van der Vaart goes sideways. JP Van der Vaart off the track there for the wheelie Dotsioda today and Platinum Wheels car. Here comes the GTR, Brad Liebenberg. He wants this final victory. What a way to finish things up here. If he can win in a GTI on the day that they celebrate the 40th anniversary, that is exactly what that hype, energy and Sparko man wants. Calvin Diaz fighting in the middle of the pack there, as you can see. But it's Brad Liebenberg applying massive amounts of pressure onto Saud Variawa. Looks like Oldfield's managed to hang on for the 3 spot at the moment, keeping out the newly crowned champion, Robert Volk. Is that possibly the 95 car though? No, it doesn't look like it. There's the 95 car of Michael van Rooyen. So it looks like it actually might be Ashley Oldfield. Out front it is. Oldfield hangs on at the front end of the field. Can you believe that? He started from pole and he's kept everybody else behind him for the entire first lap. Off-track excursions there for, looks like Campos. Campos might have gone a bit away with there, coming out of turn number 8. Jason Campos going on to the dirty stuff and eventually getting back on track. But those big bumps on the off-track will definitely have hurt that car a little bit. Oldfield stays out front. Liebenberg in second. It's Variawa in third. What a drive here from Ashley Oldfield. This is a journalist, remember, who's just won the Gazoo Racing Cup. He got an opportunity to jump into the Corolla for the first time this weekend, and he leads out over some very talented and highly more experienced drivers than himself. Take nothing away from Ashley Oldfield. Great driver in his own right, but if you put him in amongst the South African championships behind him, he has got not a lot compared to the rest of the drivers behind that. Dust here into turn 8, GNH Transport corner. That was because of the off-track excursion there from Campos. He may have pulled a bit of debris onto the circuit. We'll wait and see if that affects him. It has! In the background, I was going to say, it might affect some of the cars. Van Rooyen's gone spinning. Van Rooyen's gone spinning out of turn 8. A little bit of dirty stuff on the road. Oldfield now under pressure from his teammate and from Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg side by side with Variawa. Tucks just ahead, and whoa, that was close. Liebenberg nearly lost out there to Variawa as he went on the attack to get ahead of Oldfield. Oldfield hangs on. What a drive here from Ash. Here comes Variawa, has a look. Liebenberg sees him coming. Later on the brakes into turn 4. Gazoo Racing 1 and 3. Here comes Van der Vaart, bringing the Ford Focus into play as well as they head to the top of the hill. Defensive driving from Variawa to keep Julian out. Jules all over the back end there of Saud. Saud now trying to soak up that pressure and go on the attack to catch that hype energy GTI of Brad Liebenberg. All Brad Liebenberg wants is the victory here in this final race. What a way to end off the season. What a way to end off the day that celebrates 40 years of GTI and the GTI brand in Volkswagen Motorsport. Couple of battle scars there on the sideline. You can see some body work off one of the cars. Further back, Daniel Rowe under pressure there from Neerveling. Then you got Keegan Campos. Behind that is Leighton Fourie, Hammond. Looks like a little bit of chopping and changing that's happened there as well. Leading things out at the front end of the GDC Super Cup. That's about to change up. Look at that. Amazing race action. So is that Jason Campos out front? Doesn't look like it. That's Roy Campos and Tata Carello further back in the pack. They're fighting amongst themselves. There is Jason Campos, Machotsi in second, Jeff Kruger in third. Third place will secure Jeff Kruger, second in the championship. Team Perfect Circles, Daniel Rowe behind him. He's got Neerveling all over the back end of him. And this whole pack goes flying into turn 4. Tata Carello trying to make up some ground now and close things down on Campos ahead of him. Neerveling and Rowe getting up close and personal. Paget Racing, Ravenol taking on Team Perfect Circle. The Playboy, Peretti Auto Parts and Motul Car just ahead there of the Stradale Motorsport machine. The Sonax car goes through there with Machotsi just ahead of Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. This is a fantastic fight here, as you can see. Little packs have started to form up here amongst the GDC Super Cup competitors. Schneiders is in that pack. He's got Hammond ahead of him, and he's got the return of JP van der Walt behind him. The Wheelie.co.za and Platinum Wheels car starting to get back into the mix. Brilliant stuff as they go through into turn 1 and now down towards turn 2. Hammond, Trinity Protection Services, Polo GTI Super Cup competing car, having such a good run here in the final race of the season. So Machotsi from Kruger, that's 2 and 3. 4 and 5 is Rowe, and he's got pressure coming big time there from Arnie Neerveling. Arnold Neerveling is definitely applying that pressure big time. Here comes the return of Donnie van Niekerk. The Titan Stunts and Car Care Clinic car going through there. Is that the Hype Energy GTI front? It is. Brad Liebenberg leads. Liebenberg hits the front, and that's 7 laps to go there for him. Brad Liebenberg hits the front in the GTI. Exactly what he wants. Some battle scars on the back end there of Julian van der Wat's car. Is that because of, I think it might be a touch with Saud Variawa. Look at the front of Variawa's car. Saud Variawa's got some battle scars on the front end. Where is Oldfield gone? He's dropped down to 5th. So they've eventually got through on him. In fact, he might even be down into 6th place because Rackstraw's through as well. Julian van der Walt with that battle scar on the back end of the car. Volk on his tail. Variawa in second, but it's Liebenberg who leads out. Brad Liebenberg, what a turnaround here for his luck. For a nightmare round in Cape Town. Had to rebuild almost that Golf GTI 8 of Liebenberg's. They've got it sorted and they've got it dialed at the moment. Leading over Saud Variawa, Julian van der Walt and Robert Volk. Investchem Chemical Logistics cars there in 3 and 4. Gazoo Racing in second. Hype Energy, Sparko and Team Red Racing in the lead. This is what Volkswagen wanted here today. A GTI 8 winning on track. That is exactly what Brad Liebenberg's goal is here in this second and final heat of this championship. What a way to wrap up this day. That'll be the way to do it. 6 laps done, 6 laps to go. Halfway stage. Campos and Fourie coming through turn 1, trying to close down on Kruger. Kruger in 3rd place. He's got a little bit of a gap to try and catch Machotsi. But it's Daniel Rowe holding up that second pack in the 3 spot, in fact the 4th spot on track. Team Perfect Circles, Daniel Rowe hangs on. That is the leader, Jason Campos for turn 1 and Campos Racing. Sonax and Volkswagen Motorsport in second. Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. Then you've got Machotsi. Daniel Rowe ahead of Neerveling. Machotsi in that second place on the Sonax car, trying to get on the back end of Jason Campos. Keep Jeff Kruger at bay. Oh, locking up under braking there from Danielson. As Ari puts the pressure onto him. Behind that, it's Campos. Keegan Campos certainly wants a chance here to get through on the 2 of them and spoil their day. Daniel Rowe just getting some information passed to me by Audio Claudio. 30 kilos over the weight. So he's got a little bit extra weight on that car. Needs to put that Team Perfect Circle machine on diet on the next outing. But have a look at that. A little bit of battle scars on Kruger's car as well. See a little bit of the front right fender off on that car. Maybe came together there trying to avoid some of the early race action that we saw. But it's Jason Campos out front ahead of Machotsi. Kruger, Rowe, Nieuweling, Campos and Fourie. Newly crowned champion down in 6th place on track at the moment there. Doesn't have to worry about anything else other than finishing the race with a clean car. That'd be a nice way to hand that car in at the end of the season. GTI out front though. The Hype Energy Sparko Team Red racing machine is doing a superb job to stay ahead of Variawa and Van der Walt as they fight it out for second. Definitely some battle scars on the front of Sarwood's car, which means I think there was a touch between Variawa and Van der Walt. Julian Van der Walt stays ahead of his teammate, the newly crowned champ there, Robert Volk. Don't think Volk will be up for the challenge here for too much antics in this race, unless something goes wrong with the 2 cars ahead of him. Brad Liebenberg, he's got the hotel bill and he's checking out. Heading towards turn 5. Straight through to start the 3rd last lap. 3 to go on the next pass across the line. And it's big fights here between these 3. Variawa keeping out Van der Walt and Volk. That's the reason that this car is getting away at the front end. Late braking from Van der Walt. Saud saw him coming, shut the door. Saud Variawa is definitely a man to watch out for in 2023. After his rookie season, he's going to finish 2nd in the championship behind Robert Volk, who's gone back-to-back for titles. The birthday boy is not going to get that birthday present. He's going to have to go for 5th place at the moment, unless something happens with these guys. Ooh, Robert Volk just squeezing in there. Not holding anything back there. I thought he might, but he's not. Volk's up for the challenge here. He's going to have a go. If that door gets opened up, he's going to slam it on the inside and force his way through. But it's the Hype Energy Drinks GTI of Brad Liebenberg who leads out at the front end up towards turn 5. Past the Universal Motorsport stable where that car was built. And into turn 5 they come. Corolla and Ford Focus trying to catch the Golf GTI 8. Campos hangs on. Turn 1 Insurance Brokers and Campos Racing leads out over the Sonax Volkswagen Motorsport car of Jonathan Machotsi. Up to the top of the hill comes Machotsi, looking for an opportunity here to close the gap down on Campos, but I don't think that's going to happen. Turn 1 man and new daddy looking for another victory here in his Super Cup category career. That is certainly not a car I would have backed as a winning car today, but take nothing away from his ability in a race car. Jason Campos is a very, very seasoned campaigner. Kruger in 3rd, Rowe still in 4th, holding them up. We got 2 to go for Brad Liebenberg. Make that a lap and a half as they go through turn 4. Schneider's with problems at the back. Stefan Schneider's might have gone off track there. He's got some front end damage there, so I think he might have gone off and had some damage to the front of the car. He's going to try and stay out there to survive and get whatever championship points are available in the Masters side of this championship. Diaz behind him. Here comes Brad. So Brad Liebenberg leads things out. Here comes the battle for 2nd. Saud Variawa, Van der Walt behind him. Starting the final lap. Here we go. Last lap. It is Variawa versus Van der Walt versus Volk. Anything goes wrong, and that man there, Rackstraw, will have a go. Amazing bit of race action here for the final heat of GDCs. Inside line from Robert Volk. He backs out of it though, as Van der Walt shuts the door on him. Julian Van der Walt in 3rd place at the moment. There is Schneider's with the battle scars on front. Diaz coming into turn 4, just ahead of the Hype Energy Golf of Brad Liebenberg. 2nd place, well up for grabs here. Variawa out front. There goes Volk on the inside, having a look on his teammate. Big move on the inside there from Robert Volk. Did he make it stick? We'll wait and see. Here they come up to the top of the hill. Once again, is it going to be Volk ahead? No, it's not. Van der Walt hangs on. Here we go, down towards the line. Final time for Brad Liebenberg. Coming down towards the line now for the win. Volkswagen are going to get a Golf GTI 8 winning at the line. Brad Liebenberg takes the win. Here he comes. Checkered flag out there for the Hype Energy Team Red Racing man. Saud Variawa gets 2nd. Robert Volk will settle for 3rd place behind Van der Walt. And Andrew Rackstraw celebrates for 5th place. Ashley Oldfield, what a drive. Unbelievable drive there from Oldfield. held off this pack for 3 laps before he gave it all up. Here we go. Closing stages for the GDC Super Cup category. That's Campos for the win in the Masters. We need Jason Campos up the road. Jason Campos waiting for that checkered flag. He's gone across the line already, so Campos will take the win in the GDC Super Cup category. Roy Campos looks like he might have hung on for the win in the Masters. I think he has. Yes, he has. Beats out Sam Hammond and Nick Davidson to the line. Michael van Rooyen eventually finishes up. There comes Van Niekerk, Diaz, Van der Walt, Hammond and Davidson. Schneiders and Diaz, the last 2 cars. So let's have a look at that. Brad Liebenberg puts a Golf GTI 8 at the front of GDCs for the last time today, and to celebrate 40 years of GTI. He beats out Saud Variawa and Julian van der Walt, Robert Volk, Rackstraw and Oldfield in the GDCs. Campos wins out over Machotzi and Jeff Kruger, who will finish second in the championship for Team Red Racing's 1-2. Daniel Rowe in 4th, ahead of Arnie Neville and Keegan Campos, and your newly crowned champion in the GDC Super Cup class, Leighton Faree for Team Red Racing and Express Toilet Hire. Well done to all of our global touring cars for another spectacular race meeting and a great and unexpected finish to the 2022 season for GDCs and GDC Super Cup. Up next, the final round of CompCare Polo Cup. as you join us here for race 3 of CompCare Polo Cup. You can see conditions have changed dramatically here in the last 20 minutes or so. Huge bit of wind coming in, cooling the circuit down, and of course blowing straight up the back straightaway and straight down the main straight. So certainly going to change things in terms of race strategies. Maybe a couple of adjustments that need to be done. Also saw Davy van der Merwe battling to get the car started out of the pre-race area to try and get it onto track now. Coming into this round, it's advantage Clinton Besaidnout, 242 points. 9 points back on that, Davy van der Merwe. Then Charles Visser has moved up to third ahead of Yuri Swart. There's only 2 points between them. All to play for here in this third and final race of the season. Charles Visser and Natyam Samanga will be on the front row. Besaidnout is alongside his arch rival. He's not there yet because Davy had to get a push start out of the pre-race area, but he'll form up on the grid alongside Clinton Besaidnout for the third row. Tate Bishop and Yuri Swart ahead of Dean Fenter and Giordano Lupini. Fifth row is Anthony Pretorius and Bryce Pillay. Jagger Robertson had a bit of problems with his battery and the ability for the car to charge, which was one of the reasons he was kept cutting out and getting involved in some action in the second race, with Jason Loosemore finishing third in that second race. Will now start down in 12th place on the grid. Cara Hill and Nathan Victor alongside each other for row 7. Row 8 is Mo Karodia and Joseph Ellerine, and Jean-Andre Marais will bring up the rear end of the field there in the second of the Stu Davidson entries. His teammate looking to take the title. 9-point advantage, 20 points up for grabs for the win, plus the fastest lap. So certainly not done until that checkered flag comes out. Final instructions from a couple of the drivers, a couple of the teams getting out there. Neville Loosemore giving a half five to his son as well. I don't know if Jay will be able to get from 12th place back onto the top 3, but we'll wait and see. He's had a fantastic day in the saddle, that's for sure. As we clear the grid for the last time, CompCare Polo Cup is about to get wrapped up. We got 10 more laps to do for 2022. Look at that wind pumping across those CompCare banners and GDI banners on the sidelines there. The Dunlop tyres are going to take a little bit more strain to get up to optimum race temperature, I'm sure, because with this wind blowing across the circuit, it's going to cool the track down slightly, which means it might take a little bit longer to get those Dunlops up to the optimum temperature that they need for them to perform at their utmost. COC moves to the sideline as the field roll off and head down towards turn 1 behind the official pace car there, the Polo GTI. Looks like Marius Hollywood Roberts getting one of the GoPros to work before he jumped off the grid, and we eventually get clearance for him to go. And here we go down towards turn 1. This is the form-up lap. Can you just imagine the tension in the car in that Stu Davidson's machine with Clinton Besaidnout, Yuri Swart's Bullion RT car, Davy van der Merwe's Team Red racing car, and of course Charles Visser, his teammate, looking for a possibility of at least 2 of the Team Red racing cars in the top 3 overall. Davy, remember, is looking to do what his 2 predecessors have done for Team Red Racing in Dario Busi and Leighton Ferree, and that's convert the rookie championship, which he took last year, into the overall championship this year. Dario Busi was able to do that, and so was Leighton. So a little bit of pressure there on Davy van der Merwe, who's the 3rd car in shot right now, swinging from side to side, trying to get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber as possible, into the Ferodo brakes. Swinging from side to side there for Bryce Pillay, Jagger Robertson. Robertson still in with a chance of the rookie championship as well. That'll be the 3rd time that they've secured the rookie championship. In fact, it'll be the 4th time that Team Red have secured the rookie championship. If Jagger Robertson can do that here in this 3rd and final heat. The wind is pumping. You can actually probably hear it on the cameras. It's one of the reasons we missed out on a little bit of the action there in the GDCs, because our cameramen are battling to hear the radios, even though they've got earmuffs on. That's how strong the wind is pumping up at the top end of the circuit here. Polo GTI rolls out into the sunset and into pit lane, as Visser brings them to the line. Msimanga, Clinton Besaidenout, Davy van der Merwe, Tate Bishop, Yuri Swart, all to play for. Sure, man. Look at that. Look at that cover just on the left-hand side of the control tower there. That even might take off the way it's going right now. The wind has picked up here dramatically, probably 30 to 40 k an hour wind here at Zwartkops. Definitely going to affect conditions here for the racing. Cape Town boys must be thinking to themselves, hey, this is just like home. Let's see whether or not they can capitalize on that. Will Visser be able to move up even higher up in this championship? Actually finish up in the third spot overall ahead of Yuri Swart. He's there right now if he can stay out front. Right, we have a green flag at the back. The 5-second board goes up. Lights on. Let's do this for the final time in 2022. Down towards turn 1 they go. Charles Visser looking for the whole shot. Natim Samanga going to try and beat him to it. Here comes Clinton Besaidenout side by side with Davy van der Merwe as they come out of turn 1. Van der Merwe on the outside. Clinton Besaidenout on the inside for turn 2. That might be enough for him to squeeze into turn 2 in third place. Visser forces a little bit of a mistake there and comes out of that sliding. And in the background, Loosemore sent onto the grass. Looks like it was a little touch there between himself and Fenta. Loosemore drops down into second last position. He was third in race number 2. He's second last at the moment. Visser leads out. Msimanga in second. Van der Merwe side by side with Besaidenout into turn 4. They stay side by side. Wing mirror to wing mirror action there as they come out of turn 4. Pretoria on hill. Looks like Besaidenout's just been able to get through there, but here comes Tate Bishop immediately on the attack to Davy. Davy van der Merwe late on the brakes up into turn 4 looking for a way around the outside. Bishop forces him wide. He goes on to the rumble strip coming out of turn 5. Staying side by side with Tate Bishop, realizing by the time he gets into the left-hand flick at 7, he'll have that inside line. Bishop might have to give that one up. Bishop, yeah, side by side with Van der Merwe now towards UNH Transport Corner. Visser, Natim Samanga, Besaidenout and Van der Merwe. Giordano Lupini dives on the inside of Jagger Robertson. Bryce Pillay comes along with for that ride as well. Tucked in behind there on Jagger Robertson's car. Jagger and Giordano side by side into 1. Gio eventually gets through there on Jagger Robertson. Bishop putting the pressure onto Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe soaking it up. Besaidenout getting away. He has to be ahead of Clinton Besaidenout to win this championship. He's behind him at the moment. Clinton Besaidenout in third place is enough. He doesn't have to fight Nati. He doesn't have to fight Charles. He has to keep Davy van der Merwe behind him. That's all his job is in this third and final heat. Inside line from Lupini on Jagger Robertson this time. The roles were reversed the last time they came into turn 4. Bryce Pillay and Cara Hill there as well, along with Pretorius. Behind that, Nathan Victor, then Jean-Andre Marais. Loosemore and Mo Carodia behind that, the other two of Team Red Racing at the back end of the field. Tate Bishop now on the inside of Davy. Forces his way through. Davy van der Merwe had to back out of that one. The angry car getting very angry into turn 7. And now Davy under attack from Yuri Swart. He sees Swart coming, goes defensive, keeps the Bullion IT car behind him into turn 8, UNH Transport Corner. Cara Hill on the back end there of Bryce Pillay. First 4 go through there. No worries at all for Clinton Besaidenout at this stage. If he stays where he is, he's got the championship in the bag. Davy van der Merwe's got it all to do here. This might be a little too much for Davy van der Merwe even. He came into the round with 2 points. He managed to make it up to 3 points before they started racing today after securing qualifying's 1 point bonus yesterday afternoon. Now in changeable conditions. He is dropping back and behind Yuri Swart and into the clutches of Dean Fenta. Fenta gets up the inside. He's not giving up though. Davy goes around the outside. The Team Red Racing and Data Machine keeping it real there with the Bullion IT car of Giordano Lupini. Fenta looking to pounce if they can. If something goes wrong here comes Jagger Robertson. He's up for the challenge. Jagger dives on the inside, forces Fenta wide. He's going to try and go there with Davy van der Merwe, his teammate, and try and help him out a little bit. Jagger gets in between himself and his teammate. So a nice move there. He puts his car between his teammate and the VDN car of Dean Fenta. Lupini's behind them as well now by the looks of things. Lupini under attack from Dean Fenta as he comes around the outside of G&H Transport corner. Both cars stay on track incredibly. How they did that, only switching it out there big time with the VDN cars machine of Dean Fenta. That slowed them up slightly. Cara Hill looking to pounce now. Cara's coming in the Calix car to try and close things down. She goes on the back end of Giordano Lupini. Tries to squeeze through there on Dean Fenta. Very close action. Switches it up and tries to get the outside line. Watch for the cutback now to try and get the drive onto the back straightaway. Fisser pulling away from Samanga. Besaidnout in third. Championship done if he stays right there. Oh, this is good stuff. Look at that. Jagger Robertson. And a little bit of wing mirror. He's actually pushed that wing mirror in on Giordano Lupini's car. Safety car. Safety car's out. Not quite sure what that's all about. Must be an issue somewhere in the pack. Haven't seen where it's happened, but the safety car board is out. I don't think Giordano Lupini's seen it. Neither's Darby or Jagger. Jagger Robertson and Darby Van der Merwe still going at it flat out here. They've seen it now. They've seen it now, but they didn't see it through turn 5 and 6. Not quite sure what's gone wrong. Somewhere on track, someone's gone off that's required a safety car, possibly in turn 2. Don't see any flags at turn 4, so I would have to say at turn 2, possibly now with 6 laps to go, the safety car comes out. Unbelievable race action so far here. It's going to concertina the field here, this safety car. So I see this, there it is. It's Jean-Andre Marais. Jean-Andre Marais, I think, might have lost a headlight. I saw the COC running across there. Scotty, if we can get camera 1 to look down the main straightaway. And you can see the COC running across to pick up that headlight, I think, out of Jean-Andre Marais' car. Here we go. So it's Fisser, Msamanga. Game on. Concertina effect could change this race up, could change the championship up even. This might give Darby Van der Merwe another shot at Clinton Besaidnout. When I saw that car parked on the sideline, I was worried it might be Besaidnout, but he's still in the mix there in third. Oh man, are we in for a great finish to a phenomenal CompCare Polo Cup Championship. The last pass they had was 6 to go. They'd reached just over the halfway stage, and on this next pass should be 5 of 5. Halfway. Still under safety car. Will that 86 pull into the pit lane now on this next one as it goes down the hill? Lights still on. No, not yet. Another lap under safety car. Here we go. Under safety car for another lap. There's the headlight on the left-hand side. You can see it. That's one of the battle scars that's come out of Jean-Andre Marais' machine. You can see him one headlight less on the car on the inside of turn number 1. Nathan Victor's also out of it, so maybe he's stuck somewhere out on track 2. I'm not quite sure where. We are trying to find him. I'm just streaming right behind the 2886 from Pretoria North Toyota. Looking to try and finish this one up. As I said, the concertina effect here. And remember, with the restart, they will start line astern. They'll have to back each other up, and Charles Fisser will dictate the pace. No overtaking until they've crossed the finish line. So they will have to hang on and start literally one car behind each other on this restart. They had 5 laps to go the last time they crossed the line. Possibly a 4-lap sprint race about to start. You can see things starting to get a bit more heated again as Besaidnout closes up on the back end of Nati. Nati Msamanga, Charles Fisser, lights out on the safety car, pulling into pit lane. Now, Fisser will dictate the pace. Msamanga, Besaidnout, Tate Bishop, Darby Van der Merwe, they're all there. Yuri Swartz in there as well. Here we go for 4 laps of the final part of the CompCare Polo Cup. Change of surface into turn 1 as well. They need to be aware that there may be a bit of debris into turn 1 under race conditions. They head down towards turn 2 there. Fisser's got them under control. And the Squadra Course car in second. All gets up close and personal. Nearly touches the back end there of the Team Red racing car out fronted Natim Samanga. Davy van der Merwe got to get ahead there of Yuri Swart. Got to get ahead of Tate Bishop and find a way through on Clinton Besaidnout. Fisser on the back straight away. He's got his flashes on. I'm not quite sure why. That was because of the safety car, but he hasn't turned them off after that. But it looks like he might be in a bit of peril. He is. Natim Samanga's at the front. Besaidnout looking for a way through. Can he find a way past? No, he can't. Charles Fisser backs it up. Locks up into turn 5. Under braking. Back right. Dunlop crying out. And squirting a bit of smoke up in the sky as he locked it up into turn 5. Samanga from Fisser. Fisser from Besaidnout. As I said, third place for Besaidnout is good enough. Can he do anything about it as Elton Bowes joined us? He must be loving this kind of race action with all of his fellow karters involved in the race action here for the final race of CompCare Polo Cup. 3 laps to go. Fisser back at Samanga into turn 1. Besaidnout ahead of Bishop. He hangs on only just to keep out Tate Bishop's angry attack. Late outbreaking outside line there. Watch for the cutback from Charles to try and get the drive onto that back straight away. He gets the cutback right. Besaidnout goes with him. Tucks into the slipstream. Tries to use the Team Red racing man to get around. He's going to go around his outside though, out of turn 3 and move up to second. Clinton Besaidnout up into second place by the looks of it. They are side by side heading towards turn 4. He's through. Besaidnout to second. Fisser down to third. Fisser drops straight into the clutches of his fellow Cape Townians. Tate Bishop, Giordano Lupini and Yuri Swart. 4 Cape Townians, currently 3, 4, 5 and 6 on track. It's Natim Samanga looking for the final blood of 2022 and Besaidnout looking for the championship. What a way to finish this up. Oh man, you couldn't write a better script right now than this. Down to the line they come. They're going to start their penultimate lap. 2 to go. Big action in the background as Fenter gets onto the grass. Trying to find a way through there on Davy van der Merwe, who's dropped right out of it. Davy van der Merwe has dropped out of it big time there, unfortunately. And the man who would be king came into this round leading the championship. It just hasn't gone his way. Team Red Racing still finish up in second and third overall. And it might be a case of Davy van der Merwe a little bit closer to Charles Fisser. And if Fisser stays where he is, he could finish in second ahead of Davy. Oh, Natim Samanga's got a problem. Has he got another gear issue there? And the leader and the championship leader hits the front. The championship leader hits the front. Besaidnout's going to finish this up with 3 wins on the day. If he stays where he is now with a lap and a half to go, Clinton Besaidnout taking 3 wins out of 3 starts here in the final round is not what he planned, but he's going to take it with open arms. Fisser in second. Natim Samanga, with a big mistake out of turn 3, has lost 2 positions. The Squadra Courseman had it all sorted out, and he just made a small mistake out of turn 3. Here they come, down to G&H Transport Corner for the second last time. In anger, about to start the final lap of 2022's CompCare Polo Cup. Cross the line, and it's Besaidnout, Fisser, and Msamanga. Tate Bishop now in between the 2 Cape Townians is Msamanga. Can Bishop do anything about that Squadra Course car? Natim Samanga, he's trying to come back at Charles Fisser. Bishop with the Bullion IT boys behind him. Then it's Jagger Robertson. Amazing drive there from Jagger Robertson, getting himself up into the top 7. He's had a really tough day in the saddle. But 7th place also might be enough there for Team Red to take the rookie championship. That'll be the 4th time they've done it in a row. Amazing bit of race action here in the final race of 2022's CompCare Polo Cup. It's not done yet. Fisser's coming. Oh, a little brake test. I like it. Besaidnout tapping the brake early, trying to catch Charles Fisser out. And I think he might have done enough there to do that. There was a little tap on the brakes there, probably a little left foot tap to catch Charles Fisser out. He hangs on through turn 7. 1 more corner to go. Get that championship champagne ready at McDonald's. It's the Stu Davidson car, and 3 wins out of 3 starts for Clinton Besaidnout. He's going to take the win. He takes the win, he takes the championship. It's a done deal for Clinton Besaidnout. What a way to go Visser in second, Msimanga in third, Bishop from the Bullion IT boys, Yuri Swart and then Giordano Lupini. Oh, heartbreak there for Darby van der Merwe. He finishes down in 9th place. That might be enough for Charles Visser to jump him in the championship as well. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Clinton Mercedes is going to take the final victory, 3 out of 3 on the day. Charles Visser is going to take another 2nd place. That will move him possibly into 2nd place in the championship. And Darby van der Merwe, his teammate, will end up in 3rd overall for the CompCare Polo Cup 2022 championship. Jagger Robertson may have done enough to secure the rookie championship there in 7th. And that'll be the 4th time that Team Red Racing have done that. But can you believe that? What a way to finish the CompCare Polo Cup 2022 season. From that, we'll catch our breaths a little bit and give a chance to get everybody ready to go now for our 2nd last race of the day, DOE Formula Vee. Right, so we go into the 2nd last race of the day now, DOE Formula Vees. It's their penultimate round. They've got one more round of the championship to be sorted out. That'll be at Zwartkops on the 12th of November in about 4 weeks' time. Gert van der Berg will lead things out in terms of the start grid. And let's see what happens now for the 3rd last race of the season. What a finish to CompCare Polo Cup. Congratulations to Clinton Mercedes, as I said, unofficially crowned champion, I would say, with 3 wins out of 3 starts. And it might be Charles Visser who stuck into 2nd place there, 3 points ahead of his teammate, Darby van der Merwe. Good possibility that we have got Jagger Robertson taking the 4th rookie title for Team Red Racing in a row. It's the Universal Racing stable there on the left-hand side of your shot as they go past up towards turn 5. Sean van der Linden has got his nose back on again. A little touch and antics in race number 1. Love the fact that Eli Vergara is shouting for Clinton Mercedes note. Eastern Cape boys shouting for their boys, eh? That's how it works, Eli. But remember, he comes from Port Shepstone himself, racing for the team based in Kwabaga. And a fantastic season. Former world karting champion has now secured his first National Polo Cup championship. Peter Hills will be looking to wrap up Formula Vees here before they go to their final race of the season. That's what he's trying to do. He has to try and take a victory to do that. Association Championship also up for grabs. Yusuf Kotze losing ground to both Carl Watt and Theo Vermaak in the first heat. Watt winning it out over Theo Vermaak, and then unfortunately Yusuf Kotze was a bit further down than what he'd like to be. Let's see how things could possibly change up here with also the windy conditions for the V's. See the visor up there on Peter Hills' helmet, just trying to get a last bit of air into that helmet before we go racing. That's Michael Koenig coming up from the back end of the field to take up his position. Still waiting for one car to slot into that grid position. Is he going to be able to get in there? See some parallel parking skills there. Gets in. 2-minute board is up. Green flag at the back. Second last race of the day. It's DOE and Start My Car, Formula V's. Five-second board goes to lights. And lights out. We are racing for the second last time today. Turn 1. But it's Gert van der Berg who's got away at the front again. Vaughan Hills goes on the defensive to keep out Lendl Janssen. Brandon Hills coming along for the ride as well, just behind Lendl Janssen, trying to make it Mangaza's 2, 3 and 4, and he's going to try and do that as he tries to squeeze up the inside of Lendl Janssen into turn 3. As they come through there, a nice start as well coming out of Sean van der Linde. He holds off Kyle Watt by the looks of things, just behind him. And then it is MD Bester in the 4th of those Mangaza racing machines. Behind that, nice bit of driving coming out of Eric Boyens. He's now into the mix there with Koenig. Theo Vermaak, where is Yusuf Kotze? He's dropped back again, but it's Van der Berg who leads things out up towards turn 5. Peter Hills on his tail. Looks like Vaughan Hills run wide. Yes, he has. Brandon Hills backing up the inside. Vaughan Hills behind him now. Brandon going to go on the attack, try and get through there and help his dad out. Sunset shot. What a cool shot coming down towards turn number 8 now in the setting sun here at Zwartkops. Ooh, problems again for Vaughan Hills under braking. Looks like he might have a bit of an issue there on that car. Under attack from Sean van der Linde now into turn 1. Sean van der Linde looking for a chance to squeeze through. Has he been able to do it? No, not yet. So it's Peter Hills in second behind Gert van der Berg. Is 2 second places enough to wrap up the championship? I'm not quite sure if it was. I think Peter said he needed 2 wins. So it might go down to the wire at Zwartkops' final regional Extreme Festival on the 12th of November. To the back straight away. Van der Berg being closed down. Van der Berg might have a bit of an issue there. He went very defensive onto that back straight away as Hills closed down on him. Start My Car, DOE car under pressure. Mangaza Racing's Peter Hills is coming along and looking for a way past. Up to the top of the hill they come. Van der Berg's got the inside line. He'll have to be late on the brakes. He is. Hills slots in. Tries to cut back on it. To look into turn 6. Would he be locking up wheels in single seaters? Not these ones. Usually ends up in tears, but to the right comes Lendl Janssen. He's pulled ever so slightly away now from Brandon Hills, looking for a chance to get up the inside of Peter into turn 8. G&H Transport Corner seen lots of action today, it always does. And now with 10 to go, 2 down. That's the way we like to do things here in Formula V. They always keep it very real at the front end of this field and always put on a spectacular show. That is what it's all about here, that is for sure. And they're doing more of the same here in the final race of Formula V's yet today, but not the final one of the season. Chopping and changing, but nothing changing up just yet. Yes, we do have a change up. Oh, Peter Hills with a great move into turn 4. Finds a way past Lennell Jansen's going to try and do the same thing here to Van der Berg. Under braking into turn 5. Kat Van der Berg hangs on for now though. Loses out 1 place but not 2. So it's Mangaza Racing out front. Second place, it's the start my car DOE parts machine of Kat Van der Berg, and then Lennell Jansen in the Bull Securities and Volkswagen Silver Lakes Formula Vee. Brandon Hill still in the 4 spot, just a little bit off the pace there, about half a second off those first 3 cars as they head down towards turn 1. V's in full flight through turn 1. Brilliant race action as always. Here they come out of turn 3 into 3 onto that back straight away. See a bit of a chopping and changing still to happen out front there as well. Oh, what a move. Dive up the inside there from Lennell Jansen. He might have got through. We'll wait and see as they head up the hill. He's through. Lennell Jansen up in his 2nd place. Van der Berg down to 3rd. So Jansen goes on the attack for the man who would be king. 1st place and 2nd place. Is that enough? Hill said he needed 2 wins. Wait and see if that's going to be enough there for Peter Hills to secure the championship. Try and get confirmation of that as soon as possible after the race finishes as they come down Sunset Strip here. Such a cool shot. This time of the day you don't get a better shot in motorsport, that's for sure. And they have still got some race action, 8 of them to go. They are fighting hard. These are the top 3 in the championship, and there's still a championship up for grabs. Lennell Jansen and Kat Van der Berg are not prepared to give it up without a fight there with Peter Hills. This is amazing race action actually. As we always see in Formula V's now, Lennell Jansen goes on the attack. Kat Van der Berg's got a problem. Van der Berg's got a problem, and so is Peter Hills. Once again, Lennell Jansen finds that outside line in turn 4 and takes the lead of the race. He's done it twice today. No one else is able to find that outside line and make it stick. But Lennell Jansen surely has something special through turn 4. Peter Hills in 2nd place now. Can he do anything about the man out front of him now? Down Sunset Strip they come. Into turn 8. Oh, it's so good to see that. Peter Hills not giving up. 7 to go. Kat Van der Berg's got problems. Van der Berg is falling by the wayside. He's lost a lot of ground. Vaughan Hill's starting to close in as well. Returning to the front end again. Sean van der Linde is behind him. So it's Brandon Hills, Vaughan Hills, Sean van der Linde, Eric Boyens. A bit further back, about 4 seconds adrift on that. Here we go. Hills on the inside for turn 4. This time he makes it stick again. Returns the favour through turn 4. That's the actual line you need to use through turn 4, he says. But Lennell Jansen's got some very, very special lines around this track. Newly married man, loving the left-handers, as I said. Maybe not so much the right-handers. Unless it's a right-hander on the outside. So the left-hand side of his car. Maybe that's because of the wedding ring. Here they come. Again, into the Sunset Strip. Towards G&H. And it's Peter Hills hanging on for now. Another lap down and 6 to go. Halfway stage reached. 6 out of 6. And 6 more to go. We've had 3 different leaders in that 6-lap race. The second part of the race now. Are we going to see more of the same? Hills, Jansen, Van der Berg. Hills and Hills for 4 and 5. Gazoo Racing are 1, 4 and 5 on track. Oh, here we go. That's the way you do it. Into turn number 4 and another lead change. It's going to be a case of who's in 2nd place on that last lap, I think. That might be the differentiating factor here. We've seen a fantastic battle here for our second heat of Formula V's. Max back into it. A little fight between them has brought him back into the hunt at the front end with 5 to go. 5 laps to go here. Going down into turn 2. Lendl Jansen, Peter Hills, Gert van der Berg. Bull Securities, Volkswagen Silver Lakes. Mangaza Racing taking on the Start My Car and DOE Quality Parts Formula Vee of Gert van der Berg. Mangaza Racing 4 and 5 there with Brandon and Vaughan fighting for honours in the family and in the Mangaza Racing stable. There you go. As I said, I think it's going to be a case of who's in second place on the last lap who could potentially win this, because they're all looking for chances here into turn 4. And if you get it right through turn 4, you can hold it all the way around the circuit and into the final straight for the win. Back marker coming into play now. I think that might be, yeah, Helder Gouveia they're about to catch. Down into turn 8. Helder Gouveia and Blaine de Malon were both caught in race number 1. And he's about to be caught now with 4 laps to go. Gouveia going to try and stay out of harm's way. Hill's going to go around his outside. He's going to bring all 3 cars along for the ride as Gouveia climbs on the brakes early, lets them all through. This is a fantastic scrap here for the front end. Hills, Lendl Jansen, he's in second at the moment. Will he go for the lead? Is he going to prove my theory right here? He comes out of the slipstream, onto the back straight, takes the lead. So you want to be in second on that last lap. That's my theory. Let's see whether or not it's going to work out for these 3 at the front end. Sun setting here at Zwartkops. Final edition of the Extreme Festival's National Championship race meetings. Circuit racing, premier categories all in the mix here today. And looking for more of the same into 2023. What a way to wrap things up here at Zwartkops. It's been a fantastic day's racing. And we've got 3 more laps of Formula Vee to come your way. So if Peter Hills goes and does what we're expecting him to do, if he's close enough to Lendl Jansen, he'll move to the lead for the second last lap. Then on the second last lap, we should see Lendl Jansen go to the front end of the field and Peter Hills drop to second, which will be ideal because on the last lap, that's where Peter Hills wants to be, according to my theory anyway. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Here we go. Lendl Jansen going to allow Peter Hills around the outside of him. And can he make it stick like he does? Yes, he can. But Jansen is now trying to play the game. Oh, Hills cuts his nose off. Thanks for coming. There you go. He went a little bit late up into turn 5, but he managed to hang on to Van der Berg coming along for the ride, realizing that Lendl Jansen's starting to play the game a bit. The antics have picked up here between these top 3. Sun has set, or it's behind a cloud in the background, so it's no longer sunset strip there. As they come across the line, there are 2 to go. Right, now Peter Hills, if he sticks to the theory, should let Lendl Jansen through. Under the slipstream, up into turn 4. Let's see if that's going to be the case. He has got good drive out of turn 3 though. But with this wind, it is definitely going to be an opportunity there for Lendl Jansen to use the slipstream. He does it. He goes inside. Hills tries to keep him out. That's the first time that Hills has kept him out. So Peter Hills keeps Lendl Jansen out this time. Not going to give him a chance to go through there. Will that be the move? Decisive enough to keep out Lendl Jansen for the next lap and 2 corners. They're going to 6, 7 and 8 to negotiate. And 1 more lap of this 2.4k circuit. Down the hill they come. For the second last time in anger. Across the line to start the last lap. Here we go. 1 to go. It's Peter Hills, Lendl Jansen, Gert van der Berg. And they've got it all to do now for this final lap. Lendl Janssen is going to have to try something special here. He tried it earlier on to go around the outside of turn 4. He got that right. He's gone on the inside of turn 4. He's got that right as well. Now, can he do it on the vital lap? This is the one that counts. You need to be in the lead heading up towards turn 5. Otherwise, they may be able to keep you out. Oh, Peter Hills goes defensive. He carries the speed and he heads into turn 4 side by side with Lendl Janssen. Janssen's going to have to go the long way around. Peter Hills is on the inside line for turn 5. He's going to be late on the brakes. Up into turn 5. Is he later than Lendl Janssen? He is. Only just. Wow, and the two of them run wide. Tucking in behind there. Peter Hills hangs on. Hills and Janssen with Gert van der Berg looking to pick up the pieces. Van der Berg trying to go around the outside now. Janssen, watch for the cutback there from Gert van der Berg. Down towards the final corner. Peter Hills has got the inside line. Janssen in second. Third place is Van der Berg. They're going to finish up in their championship leading order. Peter Hills wins out. Oh, what a way to go. Hills wins ahead of Lendl Janssen and Gert van der Berg with Vaughan Hills closing in the closing stages there. Brilliant stuff. Looks like, oh, Eric Boyens lost the nose cone somewhere. MD Bester fighting it out there with Carl Watt, who once again looks like he's taken the win in the association class. Fastest lap of the race there coming from Vaughan Hills on the last lap to close the gap down on the top 3. So that's how things wrap up for DOE Formula Vee. Second last race of the day, done and dusted. That's the results up on screen right now. Unofficially, Hills from Janssen, Van der Berg and Vaughan Hills beating out Brandon Hills, Sean van der Linde, Eric Boyens, MD Bester, Carl Watt, Theo van Mark and Josef Kotze. That's going to be interesting. Association Championship at the final round on the 12th of November at the last round of the regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops. One more race to go, and that comes from the Gazoo Racing Cup, powered by Netstar.
Okay, this is the last race. It took a bit longer because there was quite a few accidents and the safety car had to go out. So that's why it's a little bit late. But the last race is only about 10 minutes. Take care. See you.
Nice to see the crowd going wild in the background as well. They're loving all the action they've seen all day. Hope you guys have been watching us on the live stream as well as live here at the circuit. There you go. That's the sunset of the Extreme Festivals 2022 Championships. One more to be sorted out here on track. That is Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, driven by Netstar. Final race of the day, Gazoo Cup, driven by Netstar, in association, of course, with Dunlop Tyres, Kinto and Garmin, and all our associate journalists that are in these race cars for the last time in 2022. Sean Nurse took the first victory. He's looking to try and take another one here now, ahead of Mark Jones on that front row. As Thomas Faulkner and Andrew Kirby will start on the second row, and then Jeanette Kritzinger ahead of Lorato Matabesi. Those are how things are going to wrap up here. And Nurse looking for the final blood of the season. But Thomas Faulkner, of course, was on pole in race number 1 and just got it completely wrong on the start. So he'll look to turn his luck around here in the last race of the season. All of these journalists would have watched their championship winner in this class go at it in Global Touring Cars only a couple of races ago and actually hold off a field of very experienced and more experienced drivers possibly than Ashley Oldfield. The 5-second board goes up, lights on, and here we go for the last time, down towards turn 1. Nurse coming across, but what a start from Jonesy. The Citizen man hits the front and whole shots. It's Thomas Faulkner trying to find a way through there ahead of Sean Nurse as they go side by side down towards turn number 2. Nurse late on the back. Oh, they're 3x3 into turn 2. Nurse forces Thomas Faulkner wide. Makes him have to go the wrong way around turn 2. And that's a long way around. It's an off-camber right-hander downhill as well. So it definitely catches you out if you're on the wrong line. So we got Jones out front, Nurse in second, Faulkner in third. Coming along for the ride, looks like it might be JKK. It is. Jeanette Kritzinger up into 4th place. She's ahead of Kirby and Lorato Matabesi. Great start there from the lady driver as she heads up towards turn number 5. Now onto the brakes. Late braking from Faulkner. Nurse keeps him out, but Jones hangs on to the front end. A super start here from these first 4. No holds barred here in the final race, I'm sure. To give it everything they can to try and sort out who's going to be second in this championship. Faulkner was pretty much close to it, but Nurse had a chance of spoiling it, and he's looking to do just that. Come out and complete the first lap in anger. 7 to go. Mark Jones quickest, 16.366. 16.6, 16.8 from the 2 cars behind him. So top 3 just slightly quicker than JKK there. As I said, Jeanette Kritzinger in 4th. Much better start from her in the second heat. Tucks in behind those first 3 and now looking to go with Faulkner and Nurse. Getting the drive out of turn 2 into 3 now. Closing that gap down ever so slightly onto the back end as they come flying onto that back straightaway. Faulkner looking to go on the attack. Not quite close enough to get on the inside of Sean Nurse and get up to second. 4 cars in it, 4 cars, and any one of those 4 can take a victory. I think the only one who hasn't taken a victory in that first 4 is Jeanette Kritzinger. Oh, Jonesy out of shape, big way! Oh, Mark Jones lights it up and gets into the kitty litter. All-wheel drive, there it comes. What a recovery there from Jones. Slams it into first gear and bangs it straight back onto the circuit. That was a quick recovery there from Mark Jones. He slid into the kitty litter, slammed it into first gear, punched it out, and the all-wheel drive system on that Yaris just ripped him back onto track. Brilliant race action there from Mark Jones. Let's have a look at that. There he is, out of shape, left, right, backwards. Watch this though. Slides in, clutch in, select first, hit the loud pedal, and see ya. Nicely done, Mark Jones. Good job, brother. So, Nurse from Faulkner, from Jeanette Kritzinger, looking for a podium here. That'll be a great effort there from the young lady. I'm sure she'd love to beat these 2 boys out in front of her though and take the win. It'll definitely be her goal for the second and last heat of Gazoo Cup for 2022. Great to have Toyota showing massive amounts of interest in circuit racing again, not only here with the GR Cup driven by Netstar, but also with the 3 Corollas they've run in the GDC category all season long. Amazing stuff here from our journalists, putting on a show of note. Yes, there's only 6 of them, but there'll be another 6 next year, as they are joined by a couple of Toyota 86s, I believe. So it's Nurse hanging on. with 5 to go. Oh, late. Exceptionally late braking from the Times Live man. As Faulkner has a dive on the inside of Sean Nurse. Just can't quite get the turn-in point there to get ahead of Nurse. Nurse hangs on to the lead for now. JKK in 3rd, and then it's Lerato Matabese in the 4th spot. Kirby down in 5. Mark Jones trying to recover, catching the back end of Andrew Kirby. Is it over? Not yet. Here comes Faulkner to the top of the hill. Past Universal, past AMG, onto the braking point. Turning into turn 5. Trying to get ahead there of Sean Nurse. Has he got enough to do it? Unbelievable amount of action we've seen here all race day long. And there's still some to be sorted out here in the last race of the day. Nurse from Faulkner into turn 8. Halfway stage now reached. 4 done, 4 to go. Big dive there from Faulkner. Had a look. Wasn't close enough. Nurse late into turn 2. Oh, Tommy a little bit later. And starting to light up those discs. Scotty, have a look at those discs lighting up as well. We get a side-on shot of those cars. You're going to see those brake discs lighting up big time as they put the pressure onto that loud pedal and then, of course, onto the brake pedal. Here they come towards 4 again. Nurse and Faulkner pulling away now from Jeanette. Jeanette Cock-Ritzinger hanging on for a podium. That's where she'd love to finish up her season. Podium for Jeanette Cock-Ritzinger will be amazing. Lerato Matabese in 4. Kirby in 5. And still Jonesy closing him down. He's only half a second off Andrew Kirby. Here's Mark Jones. After recovering, after going off. Just put a shot down into turn 1 or into turn 2. All those brakes to light up. In this low sun. Oh, what a shot, Scott Seward. That's the way we like to do it, buddy. Massive red ball in the sky to put a sunset on the Extreme Festival here with Gazoo Racing Cup. Oh, Netstar, never mind, Netstar. Look at the red star in the sky there. Brilliant stuff. Here we go. Watch this. There it is. Look at those brake discs lighting up there properly on Faulkner's car as he closes onto the back end of Sean Nurse. This is brilliant race action here from Gazoo Racing Cup. The top 2 putting on a show here. Cock-Ritzinger still in 3rd. Using a little bit of ground though as Lerato Matabese tries to close her down. Let's have a look in the background at that gap, but here they come towards 4. No, not enough there for Matabese yet. He still hangs on to the 4 spot. Mark Jones ahead of Kirby. He will now look to try and catch Lerato Matabese in these last 2 laps and 2 corners. Oh, those Dunlops are crying out. They've had to work double time here in this last heat. They flick it through into the left-hander and back down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. No worries and change up there yet between Nurse and Faulkner. Tommy Faulkner applying the pressure and keeping the pressure on with 2 to go. Sean Nurse soaking it up. Oh, Faulkner has another look. Just cutting that corner late is Thomas Faulkner. Into turn 2. Oh, a little mistake there from Nurse. Ran a bit wide out of turn 2, but Faulkner wasn't able to capitalize on it. I think he also got caught out with a late braking there by Sean Nurse, and it made him wide too. So if he'd been on his normal line, he might have been able to squeeze up the inside of Sean Nurse and get through. Not quite there just yet. 1.5 laps to go. There they go. Back up to AMG. Look at that massive red ball in the sky there. What a way to set the sun here on a championship of note in the Extreme Festival. Here they come. Out of 7, down towards turn 8 for the second last time in anger. Sean Nurse looking for a double win here today. Thomas Faulkner wants to spoil his day. Faulkner all over the back end of Sean Nurse. Nurse just soaking that pressure up. We got 1 to go. Lights ablaze on the last lap. Heading to 2. Thomas Faulkner is not close enough to Sean Nurse. He's late on the brakes again, but Nurse keeps him honest into turn 2. They both run wide. Oh, those Dunlops are really battling now. They are certainly being pushed way over their limits as they come onto that back straightaway. They have worked frantically all season long, and these guys have had such a great time of it in this championship, brought to you by Toyota Gazoo Racing, Netstar, Garmin, Kinto, Dunlop. They're all involved in Gazoo Racing. And this is the kind of race action we expect to see next season with a couple more cars thrown into the mix. Faulkner with a last-ditch effort there. Can he get through into turn 5? No, he can't. Nurse stays smooth out of 5 into 6. Might be enough here to hang on. There's only one more chance for Thomas Faulkner, and he might have a go into the final corner. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Here they come. Sean Nurse inside line. Thomas Faulkner going to try and get him on the inside under braking. He goes for it. Faulkner's on the curb. Oh, has a big look, but Nurse hangs on. What a way to finish up Gazoo Racing Cup. Sean Nurse with a double victory. Ha! Lovely stuff. Jeanette Cockritzinger will get a podium. She finishes up ahead of Mark Jones. No, she doesn't. Jonesy actually behind Larata Matabesi. So a little bit of chopping and changing there. I think Mark Jones actually went missing on that last lap. He did. There is Jonesy. He made a mistake at the top of the hill, so Jones finished up in 6th place, right at the back after a mistake there for the Citizen car. Right, so it's Sean Nurse who wins things out. But what a great way to finish up. That is fantastic race action from the Gazoo Cup, powered and driven by Netstar. Toyota Yaris's in full flight with Sean Nurse winning from Thomas Faulkner, Jeanette Cockritzinger, Larata Matabesi, Andrew Kirby, and despite having the fastest lap on the second last lap there, Mark Jones finishes in 6th place. And that wraps up all of our action here from the Extreme Festival. I hope you enjoyed all of that, ladies and gents. We certainly enjoyed bringing you all the race action here from the final round of the National Extreme Festival. The sun sets on the championship. It's sunset here at Zwartkops as well. And don't forget to catch race action from the 12th of November and the Regional Extreme Festival final here at Zwartkops, and then brunch run on the 20th of November as well here at Zwartkops. It's been an absolutely amazing day's racing. A shout out to all our marshals and medics out on the circuit, race control for the amazing effort that they've put in to ensure that this race day has run smoothly, to the team at Zwartkops for the behind the scenes action and everything that they do to bring the race action to you. And here from our 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds team, fantastic to have our camera crew out there. They've done an amazing job, and great to have Scotty Seward and Paul Bedford with me here in the studio, Dave Peterson on the drone, and Lawrence and of course Audio Claudio down in pit lane for all of our pit lane action. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye bye now.